sector decarbonization and sustainability taking place. So it's an honor to welcome you on the podium to deliver your keynote.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here. And I also have to start by saying that I'm really impressed by India Maritime Week. And of course, I'm very happy to see the Norwegian maritime sector is amply represented here. The Norwegian maritime sector constitutes a complete industry cluster with shipbuilders, ship owners, industry suppliers, and a dedicated financial sector. And they are all fully committed to our time's biggest challenge, but also opportunity, the green transition. A common argument against policies and regulations aimed at cutting emission from shipping is that it increases costs, which will not benefit consumers. Climate change, however, will and already is affecting all of us and affects the most vulnerable of us most of all. The Norwegian maritime sector might have come a long way in terms of decarbonizing shipping, but it has not happened overnight. The maritime sector is a crucial part of Norwegian economy and society, and at the same time, Norway is a high-cost country. This has meant that successive governments over time have kept in place the same regulations and support for decarbonizing the sector. Because in doing so, we support the further development of the industry, value creation, and new jobs. The Norwegian government believes in close cooperation with the industry in the green transition. In 2024, we signed Maritime Climate Partnership with organizations in shipping and fisheries. The aim is to strengthen collaboration and exchange knowledge on barriers in the green transition, including the effectiveness of current and future policies, and take stock of the green transition at sea. The Norwegian government's approach to green shipping combines targeted domestic action with strong international engagement. The Norwegian ambition is to cut emissions from domestic shipping and fisheries in half by 2030 compared to 2005. Norway supports stricter international regulations for cutting climate gas emissions from shipping. This helps build a global market for low and zero emission solutions. And Norway firmly supported the possible adoption of the IMO net zero framework. Unfortunately, the IMO failed to agree on a legally binding climate agreement for international shipping. The next 12 months, member states need to build stronger support for the adoption of the net zero framework. As big ocean nations, we are facing common challenges, and this means that in the maritime field, we have a special responsibility to think globally and for the benefit of all. On the issues of free and fair trade, maritime security and sustainability, and in terms of safeguarding the ocean itself. If we want sustainable decarbonization, we must also ensure social sustainability. That's what a just transition is about. Shipping in a global industry and climate action must reflect global fairness. A just transition ensures that climate policies do not deepen inequalities, but instead foster shared progress. Norway honors our long-standing maritime partnership with India. India plays an important role in global shipping. You are key for shipping in terms of trade and a country with a high technological capacity, especially digitally, and also one of the world's key countries for ship recycling. You also have large manufacturing capacity, and not least, the people to set the change to. I am very happy to see that the Indian industry is becoming more harmonized when it comes to environmental regulations globally and the overall climate targets for a green maritime future. A thriving blue economy depends on healthy oceans. Economic opportunity and environmental responsibility go hand in hand. Oceans know no borders. And that's why we need to continue our strong commitment and strong cooperation long after this India Maritime Week. So thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your insightful and visionary remarks. And thank you, Ms. Kate, for setting the context to today's keynote. May I kindly request Sri Sushanta Kumar Purohit, Chairman, VOC Port, to kindly present a token of gratitude to the Honourable Minister present with us today. Thank you. Thank you for outlining Norway's bold steps. From port electrification to clean fuel uptake, your remarks clearly demonstrate that the transition to clean fuel maritime markets decarbonization is not a distant goal. Thank you so much, and thank you to Ms. Kate. May I now invite Ms. Patience Bukiwara, Senior Associate at RMI India, to present on India's efforts on championing coastal and international green shipping corridors. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So, green shipping corridors for India is the presentation I'm going to give right now. Overall, there are a lot of puzzle pieces that have to fall perfectly in place to achieve maritime decarbonization at scale. Green shipping corridors focusing on specific vessels, routes, and commodities are a tool that can concentrate stakeholder efforts to overcome the scale and cost challenges limiting clean fuel uptake to date. I'm going to introduce some of the pieces that we have found and how they're falling in place for India as a leader in green shipping corridors for the future. Overall, there are very many stakeholders that are involved in the shipping sector and its decarbonization. We need fuel, we need clean vessels, we need cargo owners that are willing to pay the extra for the cost gap that currently exists for clean fuels, and we also need financing as well as policy that supports everyone involved in the ecosystem. India has very many ports that can anchor green shipping corridors. VOC stands out specifically for multiple reasons. For instance, the port is already prioritized by the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy as one of the national hubs out of 3 other national hubs that were identified at different ports. The port is also very strategically placed for India because it's at the southmost point that connects the east and west ports of India, but it's also along multiple trade routes from and to Asia and Europe, as well as other regions in the world. The port has also been taking a proactive stance in terms of developing its position as a fuel hub and bunkering hub for clean fuels. The port is already planning shared infrastructure for storage and bunkering. They're already engaging with the ecosystem as far as fuel production. For example, they have a bunkering tender out for methanol. And the port is also allocating land for different projects that are willing to produce clean fuels around the port. With that said, that has resulted in some of the projects that you see on this slide that have been announced around the port. And these projects are not just announced, they are also progressing towards development, with some of them at FEED stage of development and some of them at feasibility stage of development. Overall, this is over 4.5 million tons of ammonia already announced around the port. And we believe that that's going to materialize because of the different steps that the companies involved are already taking towards ensuring that they have, for example, offtake in different regions in Europe and Asia as an example. This is not an exhaustive list of projects and contracts or collaborations that are happening. It's just a snippet to give an example of why we believe that this is going to materialize for the port. Looking beyond India and the specific things that India is doing, just to highlight that there are a lot of things happening at a federal and state level for India in terms of encouraging clean fuel production and uptake. We might all be aware of, or maybe not aware of, some of the green ammonia tenders that have been put out recently with an average cost of around $600 per ton, which is some of the lowest cost green ammonia in the world. And this has been supported by the policies that you see on the slide around CAPEX subsidies for different types of projects, electricity subsidies as well as other technology like electrolyzer support for domestic manufacturing. Beyond that, there are multiple policies globally that are also supporting India's potential to export clean fuels. For example, in Singapore and in Europe, there are policies around industrial and maritime decarbonization that are creating demand for export of fuels from India. In addition, the IMO policy may not have passed this year, but there is still hope that it's going to pass next year, and that will also encourage decarbonization in the maritime sector beyond the regional focus in Europe and Singapore that's already taking place. Based on the current policies in Singapore and Europe, we estimated that there is at least 11 million tons of green ammonia demand that could materialize in these two geographies, as well as around 7 million tons of green methanol that could be export potential for India. So this is estimated total addressable markets at this point based on the current mandates, excluding some of the voluntary action that's actually ongoing in different industrial and maritime companies. Beyond looking at projects that are happening in India and some of the demand drivers in the different geographies, we specifically looked at the two ports that anchor the region of Europe and Singapore as the biggest bunkering hubs globally. These ports are already proactively taking a stance towards developing their capacity to operationalize bunkering for clean fuels in preparation for the future of green fuel scale. They have already been running pilots to enable themselves to safely handle the fuels, and they're also investing heavily in some of the infrastructure that will enable bunkering for these fuels. So this is some of the examples of some of the projects that are taking place in Rotterdam and Singapore around storage, as well as the readiness level to handle clean fuels. Overall, this paints a picture that India has the potential to produce, but there are also ports that are ready to receive these clean fuels from India within the next 5 years. So we're looking at 2030 as a target for exporting and importing of clean fuels from India. Beyond the public sector mandates and support that's happening for clean fuels, private sector companies are also actively engaging with the market. These are some of the companies that we've identified that already have dual fuel ammonia and methanol tankers on order. Most of these companies and the vessels that they've ordered are supposed to be delivered within the next 5 years. So 2026 to 2030 is when all these companies are expecting to receive their vessels. Overall, this paints a picture that there is production happening in India that can be cost effective. There are ports that are ready to receive the fuels and bunker them, and there are also stakeholders are willing to use the fuels on their tankers and also ship these fuels from India to other regions. All of this is highlighted in more details in RMI's report. I believe there's going to be a QR code that you can use to download the report and read the extra details. It's over 50 pages of detailed analysis on why we believe all of this will support India's capacity to export e-fuels in the near future. And that's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience, for that overview. Next, it's my pleasure to invite Sri Rajiv Jalota, ex-chairman, IPA and Mumbai Port Authority, to share his special remarks on global green shipping and ports transformation. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning to everybody. Our Honorable Minister from Norway, colleagues from government and industry, distinguished guests. Let me begin with a thought from this year's Nobel laureates in economics, Joel Mokyr, Philip Aghion, and Peter Howitt, whose work shows that long-run prosperity comes when societies embrace innovation and let new technologies challenge the old. That is our maritime moment today. The question is not whether shipping and ports will change, but whether we will steward that change towards resilience, competitiveness, and shared prosperity. Context matters. Global seaborne trade reached roughly 12.7 billion tons in 2024, up about 2.2% year on year. Yet the system is more fragile and longer. Average shipping distances have stretched materially since 2018, as vessels detour around conflict zones and new tariff patterns reshape flows. UNCTAD warns of heightened volatility ahead, with near-term growth softer before a moderate recovery later in the decade. In other words, demand is growing, routes are lengthening, and the margin of error is shrinking. On the supply side, the shipbuilding map has shifted. China now accounts for about 65% of global new orders, while Korea holds roughly 20% of the order book, with Japan and others sharing the remainder. Fewer active large yard builders than a decade ago means concentration risk, but also the potential for rapid scale-up once the fuel and technology signals stabilize. And those signals are really mixed. The IMO's net zero framework, global fuel standard plus emission pricing, has not cleared this extraordinary session, pushing formal adoption decisions out and creating planning whiplash for owners, ports, and fuel producers. Yet, no one disputes the physics of climate risk or the direction of travel. The pause is political, not technical. Policy turbulence cannot be an alibi for inaction. 3 truths to steady our course. First, direction is irreversible. Whether via global mechanism or regional regimes, carbon in maritime will be priced. Europe is already moving, with AFIR Fuel EU requiring shore power or equivalent zero-emission energy for container and passenger ships at berth by 2030, and OPS to be installed at 10 T ports by end 2029. And similarly, various other countries and ports are also assuming the same role. Second, demand will grow. Trade, coastal tourism, and cruise will keep expanding, raising expectations for green shipping, clean energy at berth, and clean trucks beyond the gate. Third, there is no silver bullet. We will need efficiency first, then electrons, molecules, and where justified, carbon capture. The sequence is about maturity and risk management, not ideology. What do we do now while the grand bargain is debated? 5 tasks I have listed. First is resource efficiency, voyage optimization, hull or propeller retrofits, wind assist where practical, and rigorous MRV to unlock cheaper capital. Build no regrets port energy. Prioritize onshore power supply at frequent caller berths. Stand up heavy duty charging for zero emission trucks. Add behind the meter renewables and batteries to tame the peaks. De-risk the first fuels, it's very important. Start bunkering green methanol or ammonia or hydrogen with uncompromising safety SOPs and have very big transparency on standards. Fourth, aggregate demand by corridor, not company. The Clydebank Declaration's green shipping corridors concept is somewhat working. Coalitions in the Pacific Northwest Alaska cruise lane and elsewhere are proving that routes move markets. Finance the green premium. Pair ring-fenced port environment fees, green bonds and contracts for difference with first loss guarantees so first movers don't carry systemic risks alone. India's lens, clarity of intent, continuity of action. Under Harit Sagar guidelines, Indian ports are setting measurable targets for clean energy, share, water and waste, habitat safeguards and supply chain emissions. The call from our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi is clear. Make maritime a jobs and growth engine that is cleaner, faster and globally competitive. Green Maritime Day's agenda today, corridors, bunkering hubs, zero emission trucks, marine pollution, shore power, aligns with the global best practice. What it means for investors and operators. Corridor first, not ports in isolation. Within 12 to 18 months, let us make 2 to 3 India-anchored corridors investable. A defined commodity base, 2 committed ports, a starter fuel, and a 5-year offtake club. Ports as energy and data platforms. Our ports must become orchestration hubs, procure renewable power, provide onshore power supply, host truck charging or hydrogen refueling, publish berth-level emission data, and reflect performance in port dues. Clean landside logistics, short repeatable drayage around our gateways is perfect for battery electric trucks. Longer or steeper corridors can pilot alternate technologies. And bunkering that scales safely. A Road to 2050 India edition, which is refreshed annually, IR class, DNV, LR and others have produced excellent global scenarios. Our version should be operator facing, TCO by lane, safety SOPs by fuel, OPS power curves by berth type, and a port by port finance menu, updated each year so capital stays confident. We cannot solve this alone. Regional collaboration can be the force multiplier. One can announce India-centric green shipping corridors, co-fund bi-regional bunkering hubs, and align standards so a ship that bunkers in Kochi can safely do so in Singapore under the same playbook. And since I began with innovation economics, allow me a second line to anchor us. Creative destruction is not about destroying the past. It is about freeing the future. In shipping, that means retiring avoidable inefficiency, not reliability, and funding the bridge between today's fuels and tomorrow's without stranding either. New fuels bring new risks. We need common bunkering SOPs, emergency response capability, and training at scale for seafarers, for pilots, tug crews, terminal teams, and regulators. Here, India can lead with the Safety First certification co-badged by a regulator and class societies, consistent with the Road to 2050 guidance many of you are publishing. The world will keep debating the precise architecture of a net zero regime. Ships will still sail, cargo will still move, climate impacts will intensify. Our response must be pragmatic, corridors first, ports as energy platforms, finance that shares risk, and skills that put safety first. If we leave this hall having committed a few corridors, onshore power supply roadmaps, bunkering lighthouses, and a zero-emission trucking coalition, India will not just keep pace with the world, we will help set it. Thank you, and I look forward to the conversation that follows across corridors, bunkering, clean trucks, marine pollution, and shore power. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your practical insights on port and shipping transformation. May I please request Sri Shashant Kumar Purohit, Chairman of VOC Port, to kindly present a token of gratitude. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Jose Mathical, Director, International Maritime Organization, to deliver a special address on IMO's policy regime for decarbonizing global shipping. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Great to be here. Thank you very much for inviting IMO to be here. It's a great privilege, and it's a great honor to be back in my home country and to deliver a speech to colleagues here. And as what was mentioned in the title, I think it's a slightly different title I'm going to talk about. And of course, decarbonization is going to be there. And my title is going to be Reimagining a Maritime Future, which is through innovation and inclusivity and also through partnerships. But when I chose the title and I was writing a few points yesterday, it reminded me of a little story early part of this year. When I went to Kerala, my hometown in Cochin, I was an afternoon with my sister by one of those piers in the Cochin backwaters. And this is beautiful vessel by the pier, an electric ferry in Cochin Water Metro. And my sister said, I have never gone in this ferry, shall we go? I said, okay, let's go. So we bought a ticket, boarded the ferry, and there was this very young uniformed cadet, a girl, was greeting us, welcome sir, and I said, great. And we started chatting, and she happened to be from Thiruvananthapuram and has a diploma in electronics engineering. And I asked her, so why you chose this career? And she said, look, I'm now being trained as to be a captain of this boat. So soon I'll complete this, and I will be driving this boat very soon. And she was so happy. And I stood for a moment. You know, normally women breaking this glass ceiling is not very common in this sector. And here she is, ready to be a captain. But what she said later on, she said, look, I'm not really, it is not just about a career. It is also about being part of something transformative. And she said, it's not about just driving a boat, it's about also being part of driving a change. And then I realized what she meant. Thank you. Looking around, and that was a clear example, where such change is happening, where innovation, partnership, and inclusivity coming together. All those vessels, I was told, is powered by electric batteries, lithium titanate battery, and charged by the smart grid. It is designed through a pan-European India collaboration, built in Cochin shipyard, and deployed. And a great business model where it integrated the urban transport, green transition, and local community all integrated into one circle. And that was a great example, and you could really see how the change is happening. But what struck me most was not just about these things, it's also about they kept the human at the center of it. So they started employing women and training them. They integrated the local community into it and transferring this into prosperity. It was a great example. And as she was maneuvering the boat, she was being trained, I was just thinking that this is about. This green transition and all this decarbonization is in the hands of these young cadets and the seafarers. It is in the hands of the innovative engineers, and it is actually bringing everything together through smart partnerships. And that was, to me, it was a great example where these things are coming together. At the end of it, it's also about the human at the center of it, no matter whatever we do in decarbonization or digitalization. So with that example, my title today, I would like to emphasize that we are living in an era of transformation. The global maritime sector, as you know, is carrying 80% of the world trade. It stands as a crossroads between the tradition and transformation. The world is looking to shipping not as part of a problem, but as a vital part of the solution to climate change as well. And decarbonization is central to that journey. In July 2023, if you remember, IMO member state adopted the 2023 IMO greenhouse strategy. That was a very collective blueprint of 176 member states on this net zero maritime sector by or around 2050. It is not merely a target, it is a turning point. It's a call for 20 to 30% cut in emissions by 2030, a 70 to 80% cut by 2040, and full decarbonization by and around mid-century. And that's the roadmap for IMO. To reach that horizon, we must now move from these ambitions to action, scaling up innovation, strengthening partnerships, and ensuring that the transition is just, it's inclusive, as I mentioned before, and equitable for all the nations. And you may have followed what was happening in IMO the last few weeks. If you were following, there were discussion about adoption of a net zero framework, and it is delayed for another year. We see it as actually as a delay. It's not stopping the work. IMO is continuing. It was progressing on the guidelines as we speak last week. It is looking into the life cycle assessment, and a number of things, the guidelines are being developed. So if at all we are learning something from last 2 weeks, is actually it has not stopped IMO in moving forward. Yes, there is a delay in adoption, but that doesn't mean that the work is stopping. It is continuing on. And let's see what happens next year. Hopefully with the more clarity through the guidelines that we are discussing and more dialogue between the member states, we are expecting that there will be more consensus by next year. So that's what we are striving for. Now, innovation is a new currency of maritime progress, including in decarbonization. And as we are entering the era of green fuels, and I think India is really targeting that sector, digital intelligence, so digitalization, decarbonization go hand in hand. And why I am saying this, if you just take an example of a just-in-time in a port, that ships do not have to wait for a week out in the anchorage somewhere, you are saving a lot of energy, and you're also saving reducing the emissions as well. And that can only be done through effective digitalization, the communication between the ports and the ships. So that contributes to it. So these are not separate, they are together, digitalization and decarbonization. In IMO, we are working on a number of these areas. We are working on the future fuel technology platform, where a portal is being developed there. We can see all the future fuel development. We are also working on DG Smart, digitalization smart, by bringing in maritime single windows into the ports. As you know, that maritime single window is an obligatory, it's a mandatory requirement to be enforced. So India has progressed a lot, but there are a lot of countries that are trying to catch up on the maritime single window when it comes to digitalization. It can also contribute to decarbonization. We are also forming private sector partnership, because let's not forget about the private sector, what they can do, the expertise, the technologies, the know-how, including the financial support. And we are trying to capture it by bringing them around a table, including with the World Bank and also other development banks, to bring the private sector around to make sure the financial flow can go into the maritime sector, which is very much needed for innovation, which is very much needed for scaling up technology for decarbonization. And so we are trying to get these private sector and financial institution collaboration going. And ship recycling is another area where India is one of the leaders in the world. And same as Bangladesh as well in this region, and Pakistan is also doing ship recycling, the three largest nations ship recycling. Again, look into decarbonization and ship recycling sectors. These are connected as well. By recycling the ships, you are bringing the resources back into the economy, you are reducing the use of the steel and the emission related to that. So there's a lot of connection between the two as well, and we are already working in those areas. And I'm very proud to say, being an Indian, that India is not standing at the pier watching this transition. India is already on board in lots of areas. And I just came out of the India-Norway bilateral forum, and I could see the progress that is being made in India. And as I mentioned before, the example from the Cochin Water Metro, the world's first fully electric water metro system, to new green fuel-ready vessels being developed by Indian shipyards, such as the Cochin shipyard, and it was great to see that that shipyard actually exported green vessels to Norway. It was a very interesting model to see a south to north kind of an exchange of technologies and ships. Of course, under the Sagamala, it's a big initiative to digital port modernization and hydrogen and LNG bunkering infrastructure. And I know that Government of India has already earmarked some of the ports to be the hydrogen hubs. Great development, which only few countries have actually, progressed on. So let me now come to the inclusivity aspect of it. Let's not forget about this transition, decarbonization, digitalization. It also has to be just and equitable. It has to be inclusive. You need to get everybody around. And innovation alone will not chart our course. The green transition and the decarbonization has to be human-centered. It must empower our seafarers. A salute to all the seafarers. I'm not sure how many of you are seafarers in this room. Can I see a show of hands? I can see a few. Salutes to you. They are in the deep in the center of this green transition. Without them, we can't do this. So we need to support them, we need to train them, we need to upskill them, and all these things have to be taken care of. And they are standing at the front line of this change, and it must open doors for the women and the youth whose talent and leadership are reshaping the maritime profession. And it must develop developing countries, and which need this capacity, finance and technology, especially the small island developing states. Imagine the situation they are in on two fronts: climate change affecting sea level rise, at the same time, the entire dependency on shipping for the dailyhood. And any cost going up will also impact them. So they are on this double whammy from a decarbonization point of view. At IMO, this inclusivity is a compass for us. We have a Women in Maritime program running. We have a regional association of Women in Maritime where we bring the women together. And we are also working very closely with the Indian Director General of Shipping. Now, again, India has become a promoter and leader in gender equality, youth empowerment, and seafarer welfare. I recently realized India has started the Sagar Ke Samman initiative, where it is empowering the women and bringing the gender equity into really serious policy matters, which I think is a very, very good leadership that India is showing. Now let me come to from inclusivity to the international partnerships. And again, the same example come to me where many countries collaborated to make the Cochin Water Metro possible. It's a classic example of international partnership. Shipping by nature is global. No nation owns the sea lanes, and no one nation can decarbonize them alone, right? So this is why IMO, we try to serve as a global convening platform. We, uniting around 176 countries, industry, academia, and civil society ensure that rules of the sea are fair, universal, and forward-looking. So with India, we have a number of these partnerships going. The Green Voyage 2050, and this is a partnership with the Norway and India government, Director General of Shipping, Ministry of Ports and Waterways, and Shipping. And this is about developing pathways for green port infrastructure, low carbon operations, and we are piloting technologies and we are already implementing some studies. DNV are already going to do a study on the pricing for fuels and the forecast for fuel demand, green fuel demand in India. So we are beginning from there, and hopefully we can move into the fuel logistics and supply chain, because we need to know where the fuel is going to be created, how it will be transported to the port, and how the port is going to deliver that fuels to the ships. So all these things need to be looked into. We also have another project on marine plastic litter. It's something I'm sure you are aware of, the huge issue with the marine plastics. And again, India is a lead partner in this project, and we are working with India on marine plastic litter. And another project that we are working with India is underwater noise. The ships create a lot of noise, and other noise are also. And these are upsetting the equilibrium there and biodiversity. It also has a connection to decarbonization. The quieter the ships, the better optimized for energy efficiency they are. So again, another area that we want to focus on and work with India. Please keep an eye on that space, underwater noise. This is going to be important from an energy efficiency point of view, and it needs innovation, it needs technologies, it needs partnerships. So this blue economy, it's an opportunity. It is the engine of a new blue economy. By investing in clean technologies and sustainable ocean industries, we create new jobs. I recently heard a statement from World Bank president when I was in Global Gateway last week, and he said, you know, there is going to be a 1.2 billion youth coming to the job market, you know, in the next decade. 400 million jobs only can be offered to them. What do we do with the additional 800 jobs that we are looking for? And this is again where green transition can play a big role. Port-centric developments, you know, green port, and that can create the whole ecosystem of other things that can create thousands and thousands of jobs. And again, you know, decarbonization brings that opportunity from a blue economy point of view, you know, as a provider of green fuels, et cetera, et cetera. So India can become a champion in this game. I think I would probably, in my last areas, I would like to highlight two institutions that we work with very closely. The World Maritime University in Sweden, in Malmö, and the International Maritime Law Institute that we established in Malta, both established by an Indian Secretary General of IMO, the late Dr. C.P. Srivastava. And these training institutions are training the maritime leaders of the world. And decarbonization is also close to those training, because we need to start training the future leaders in this green transition and decarbonization. So if you have opportunity if you haven't looked into the, you know, some of the youngsters here studying in World Maritime University or IMLI, maybe a good opportunity, because they are focusing a lot on green transition and decarbonization. So coming to my close of my speech, Excellencies, friends, the maritime world is entering its most decisive decade. We are re-engineering ships. We are reimagining ports, and we are rethinking about fuels. But above all, we are redefining the purpose why we are doing all this. If we innovate boldly, include everybody, and collaborate across the borders, we can turn this green transition and decarbonization into a global renaissance, one that powers the trade, one that protects our planet, of course, and promises prosperity for all. Let's therefore steer together, IMO, member states, you are all IMO actually, because you are the member states, India, industry, and the entire maritime community towards a future that is smart, safe, and sustainable. And let's ensure when the future generation look back at this decade, they will say, this was a time when maritime world changed its course towards hope and towards harmony and towards bluer, greener fuel. Now, if you go back to my example I said about the young cadet in the beginning, I can see how, and listening to that, the hum of the boat that I was experiencing at that time, you know, I can almost sound like how the future of the maritime looks like. It's going to be quieter, it's going to be greener, it's going to be cleaner, and most importantly, it is going to be human-centered, where we put the seafarers at the front of it and protect them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those truly inspiring and encouraging remarks for all of our stakeholders who are present here today. May I please request Sri Sushant Kumar Purohit, Chairman, VOC Port, to kindly present a token of gratitude. Now, we are going to move forward with another presentation by my colleague, Jagabanta. His presentation is titled From Sea Lanes to Molecular Lanes, How Green Shipping Can Launch India's Hydrogen Age. Over to you, Jagabanta.
Thank you, Vindhya. While the stage is being set, I wanted to just use this to just flip the script a little bit. So we have been speaking a lot about the decarbonization of shipping. My script in this presentation is like how shipping can actually re-energize the hydrogen economy and be the crux of the hydrogen economy in some sense. So that's essentially what I'm trying to share and present on. I'm principal with RMI. I lead our work on green hydrogen and power sector decarbonization. And I'm delighted to be on stage in presence of Minister Ma'am, Chairman Sir, Director and Jalota Sir, and everybody in the room, right? With that, just setting the stage, like when ship nose into Kandla, VOC, or Paradeep, they're bringing more than containers and crude. They preview India's energy future. Now picture this vessel. It's leaving VOC on India's southern tip, carrying 30,000 tons of green ammonia to Rotterdam. The beauty, the fuel in the tank is the very cargo it's transporting. Now, as the conversation in the room has been suggesting, this isn't fiction. This is a scenario that's been planned and engineered right now in 2025. The first green ammonia ship has been running for a while, although of course it's not it is something that is meant as a proof of technologies. We've heard of green methanol ships, coming on stream, and that's essentially where, the space is starting to emerge. Now it reveals something profound about how India's green, hydrogen story will actually unfold. But before going into the ship, I want to turn back to hydrogen and set the context and present to you a paradox that the hydrogen economy is in and a thesis that lays out where shipping can come into the picture. So this is the paradox. There is enough market headwinds. Hydrogen, when I started working on hydrogen myself in around 2019-20, and this is just at the cusp of the iceberg, the hydrogen, I would say people would, detractor would like to call it a bubble, but essentially there was a lot of overpromise that happened. Real project economics started shaping up, policy headwinds started coming against the market, and now you are in an environment where there is certainly a gap between aspiration and reality. There is also definitely, and that has led to a reduction in global appetite for green hydrogen. You see some of the market projection on the left. Now, it is partially true in India as well that there is this phenomenon of paper promises where projects thrives on Excel sheets and PowerPoints, but not on steel and concrete. Now, but the paradox here is that this is an opportunity in disguise for India. And that's essentially where, part of the opportunity space for India and where shipping comes in will come in. But India's proposition here still remains extremely, extremely strong. We are one of the most competitive producer of renewable energy in the world. Invariably, that translates to, statistically right now with the recent SECI tender, the most competitive green hydrogen price point in the world right now. So yes, the market has shrunk, but initial over-promising producers that have really gone off the market has meant that, of course, in a crowded space where cost is going to be king, India is emerging as probably the most cost competitive source. Now, of course, there are other fundamentals around why India is potentially positioning itself quite strongly, right? Now, the question is like, yes, the paradox remains, but how do we spin this flywheel and make the market happen, right? That's essentially where I need to go after this. But before I go into the shipping thesis, I want to re-illustrate like what I just said. On the graph on the left is essentially the SECI bids. This was not for shipping, but it was for ammonia for fertilizer. But the price point that arrived at, the yellow graph is the H2 global price point. We are undercutting by anywhere between 35 to 50%, depending on the bid price, on average around 35%, and that's substantial. I have a chart in the future where that when you stack up transportation, how much it means, but it still means it's extremely, extremely competitive. And that is underlined by India's scale, India's positioning in energy transition and consistent positioning, and our success in big, aggregated tenders for renewable, how we have de-risked the market, how we have ensured that offtake risks are absorbed, et cetera, right? And that's going to play out as well. Now, the fundamental of hydrogen is that shipping is only one of the sectors. It is, from a decarbonization lens, it's meant to, decarbonize, quote unquote, the hard to abate sector. And these are fertilizer, steel, heavy duty trucking, steel, and shipping, and to a degree aviation. And perhaps a few more if you extend the argument, but majority of sectors are within that. But this graph is just telling you the story that even with these competitive green ammonia price points that have been discovered, the green premium associated on many of the end-use sectors like fertilizer and steel is still extremely substantial that no market can alone absorb it. I mean, you might be able to engineer a regulated space where government is indirectly paying for it one way or another, but certainly you can't expect market to actually be created with that kind of a delta, that price premium, even with these price points, right? Now, this is where shipping steps in. So my thesis and our thesis is that within this climate, shipping is not just an end-use sector, it could be the economic catalyst around which the hydrogen economy can be unlocked. And why I say that is that certainly it's not going to come for fertilizer or steel, given that price delta you're talking about. Because shipping doesn't just use green hydrogen. When you are trying to create that atmosphere of refueling, the infrastructure associated, you are also essentially creating conditions for the entire value chain to become economically stable, viable. So, I've illustrated it. It's basically for three large reasons. There is a natural volume aggregation that's going to come. So when you're trying to imagine, and this is where just a step back is we have a thesis around clusters and corridors. So the shipping corridors is one element of it, but you also have clusters around the port side where industries are emerging that can absorb both at the exporters end as well as the importers end. There is volume being generated potentially at both sides. Now, if you're transporting ammonia and the ship that you're using to transport ammonia is also burning up green ammonia, there is a natural aggregation of volume that's starting to emerge. The graph on the left essentially is where majority of the hydrogen announcements or development and the ports are interlaid. And that's essentially, you look at majority are coastal areas where you also have natural industry around those vicinity. Ceramics, fertilizer, petrochem, in some of the eastern states, potentially even steel in the future. And that essentially creates that natural volume aggregation around which shipping can help, and investing in the shipping can help unlock economics for many of these end-use sectors. Second, I think the infrastructure tipping point. So many of the end-use might not be economically viable because if you have to do dedicated infrastructure, that's a cost add-on. But if you're able to share infrastructure, you are able to bring down that infrastructure cost drastically and accelerate that infrastructure tipping point. So even just limiting to shipping, we did this evaluation, and it's there in the study. The question comes in can you do green coastal corridors? If you're trying to run green coastal corridors just between, let's say, Kandla, VOC, Paradeep, the economics really doesn't make sense unless you top that up, add up the prospect of international shipping corridor, international bunkering hub. Then the economics starts like you are able to cross-subsidize, you're able to absorb that, and you're able to have a larger volume around which you can play, right? So that's essentially where the infrastructure tipping point can start coming in. The third, I think Dr. Jose said, and I don't want to get much into it, is the IMO framework. That makes the economics quite compelling, if adopted. Of course, there's a delay, and you have to remind ourselves there's a delay. And for a country like India, they need to flip it and say, like, oh, we have 18 months to prepare ourselves. Because the amount of upfront investment in common user infrastructure, et cetera, is substantial enough, right? Now, I've been asked to, okay, just to illustrate like what that means when it comes to competitiveness of the Indian this green hydrogen. This is India. There's a bit of a dotted space there. And the one which is only outcompeting that is if the IRA had stood and US subsidy had been there. We are the most competitive source of green ammonia, green hydrogen, by extension, all derivative ammonia, methanol in the world. Now, accelerating that, we also looked at what the readiness of the market is. When you stack most of the countries up, we have both the volumes, the price point, potential volume, as well as regulatory and policy push that makes us a lot more progressive when it comes to how the industry is developing. And that's extremely promising for the future of India. Now, this is just an advertisement for the kind of work that RMI does. We have done quite a bit of work with respect to green shipping corridors. And it's not just about, and we have been looking at, initially started with our work from Houston to Rotterdam, if I believe. Then we looked at other areas. Recently, Port of Assou and Port of Antwerp-Bruges. The one which is the most relevant, where my colleague Patience had presented earlier, is we did a pre-feasibility assessment of Rotterdam to VOC to Singapore. And it is showing interesting result. Of course, you top it up with the IMO framework, and it is an extremely promising proposition. And this is not just about the shipping story. And when you combine that with the trade story, you are essentially in a very sweet spot geopolitically to be able to provide molecules that can underpin the energy economy of the world. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up in a few minutes, but we have to remind ourselves that, of course, there's resistance. We're in a climate of resistance against big changes. But it doesn't mean, but as long as we're persistent, I think the result follows. Like, you look at India's renewable story. When we imagine our solar future target, and no one would have imagined us succeeding as well as we did. Green hydrogen story is essentially a product of the solar story. If it was not successful, we wouldn't be competing on the green hydrogen space, right? Now, hydrogen is tougher. Electrons move faster, molecules are slower, and the industry will follow suit as well. But the price is larger, strategic resilience, industrial competitiveness, and of course, a measurable dent in emission. The choice isn't whether India can build a hydrogen economy, it's whether we'll build it in an isolated projects or as an integrated corridors. One strands capital, the other unlocks scale. So with that, I want to leave the stage. We'll be launching 2 of this report. The third one we did with the ministry earlier in the year, and looking forward to sharing this with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagabantha, for that overview on corridors around the world. We are awaiting the Honorable Minister. He will be with us shortly, so I will give you a few minutes and come back once we are ready to move forward with the proceedings. Thank you. Do please stay seated and do not leave the venue, as the minister will be arriving shortly. Distinguished guests, the Minister is in a media briefing and we are awaiting his arrival. In the meanwhile, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Ms. Ayushi Srivastava, Associate Fellow at the National Center of Excellence, to deliver a presentation, please. Over to you, Ayushi. May I please request everyone to take their seats for this next presentation. Thank you, Ayushi. Over to you.
Can I have the presentation on the screen, please? And thank you for introducing me. Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. To all the guests, respected delegation, and the stakeholders, I'm Ayushi Srivastava, Associate Fellow from National Center of Excellence in Green Ports and Shipping. I will be talking about the Green Port Performance Index, which will be getting released in few minutes by the Minister. You know, this day is full of incredible ideas, and as you might have seen the agenda, it is full from the promise of green shipping corridors to the zero-emission trucks and the vision for shore power supply. The last session talks about marine pollution and the cleaner strategies for India. Each discussion has brought closure to one shared ambition which we have, and that is a maritime sector that grows without leaving a footprint behind. And now, as we come to towards the Green Maritime Day, we turn to a question that lies at the heart of every sustainability effort. How do we know if truly moving towards greener ports? Because ambition, after all, must be measurable. That's exactly where Green Port Performance Index, that will be getting launched today, steps in, a framework that doesn't just record progress, but propels it. Next slide, please. India has set a bold course, achieving net zero emission by 2070 and cutting carbon intensity by 45% by 2030. Our ports, as the gateway to our economy, will play a defining role in achieving those targets. The Green Port Index, or GPPI, is a first-of-its-kind national framework designed to evaluate, compare, and accelerate the environmental performance of Indian ports. It transforms sustainability from being a concept on paper to a quantifiable journey, one that every port can track, benchmark, and improve upon year after year. Next slide. What makes this index powerful is its design, built on 13 measurable indicators across 3 key pillars: climate change mitigation, assessing Scope 1, Scope 2, and 3 emission, and energy per ton of cargo; ecosystem vitality, covering freshwater use, sewage treatment, green cover, and reuse of material. Last, environmental health, focusing on air, water, noise, effluent quality, backed by real-time monitoring systems. Together, these parameters offer a 360-degree picture, not just to how a clean port looks, but how responsibly it truly operates. Next slide. The GPPI is not just a scorecard. It's a strategic tool, a way to make sustainability measurable, visible, and actionable. It allows ports to identify where emission and pollution are concentrated, build target mitigation plan, and compete constructively through the transparent benchmarking. And in doing so, it sends a strong message that India's port sector is not only expanding, its capacity, but also raising its consciousness. Next slide. And as we move into the following Green Maritime Day, the timing couldn't be more relevant. The marine pollution is not an isolated challenge or whatever challenge with respect to the whole marine ecosystem. It is a reflection of how our ports consume, discharge, and renew their resources. From air quality to harbor water standards, from waste management to coastal ecosystems, every parameter of the GPPI aligns with the larger goal of keeping our ports efficient above water and responsible below it. And that is the essence of this framework, a system that doesn't just measure carbon, but also protects community, biodiversity, and the very ocean that sustains our trade. To put it simply, GPPI is more than a technical document. It is a commitment to accountability. Next slide, please. It reminds us that the journey to green shipping does not begin at sea. It also begins at ports, in how we handle our energy, our waste, and our ecosystems. As India continues to build its maritime future, the GPPI ensures that growth and green move together in parallel but in partnership. It ensures that every ton cargo handled, every kilowatt consumed, and every drop of water used bring us closer to the maritime future that is both profitable and planetary conscious. So as we step into this day, the question we must ask that how can India's maritime ecosystem use data, innovation, collaboration to not only manage pollution, but eliminate its root cause. And that's the transformation of GPPI aims to trigger, from reactive control to proactive prevention. Thank you for your attention. And with that, ma'am, I hand over to you. Thank you.
We are awaiting the minister at any moment. Thank you so much for your patience. The programming will proceed very soon. Thank you. As we wait for the minister, we can move forward with one of our other presentations that we had scheduled for the afternoon. It is my pleasure to invite Pranav Lakina with RMI. He leads most of the work on zero emissions trucks through ports, cities, and freight. And he will share some insights on some of the newer findings that have been uncovered. So over to you, Pranav. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So today, I'll be talking about a policy framework roadmap for zero-emission truck adoption at major ports in India. Next slide, please. So just going over the major ports, there are about 12 major ports in India, and most of the products that move around in these ports are petroleum, containers, and coal that make about 75% of the cargo handled. Looking specifically on trucks, there are about 24,000 trucks that are operating within the port terminals and also from port to nearby areas and hinterland. There are 4 main use cases for trucking at ports. Intra-terminal movement, which is mostly from vessel to storage yard, inter-terminal movement, which is within the port boundaries across terminals, port to nearby areas, so going from port to container freight stations and nearby warehouses, and also port to hinterland, so longer distances as well. 30% of the trucks are moved between port or port to nearby areas, and then 70% of the trucks are moving from port to farther into the hinterland. These are, so the terminal operators and fleet operators at major ports in India have already started to deploy zero-emission trucks. These are 4 examples of some initial deployments that have happened. The first one at Jawaharlal Nehru Port. This was with JM Bakshi, Energy in Motion, and also fleet operator Jyoti Transport. Just recently, JM Bakshi also launched 50 zero-emission trucks with battery swapping technology. And these were 7 that they had deployed before that. Then there were also some pilots that were done by other terminal operators at Jawaharlal Nehru Port. At Kamrajar Port, there are 24 zero-emission trucks that are already in commercial operations. And then at Visakhapatnam Port, also a pilot was done for bulk cargo from port to nearby areas. Some of the key learnings that we have seen from these early deployments of zero-emission trucks at ports include, when you look at performance, the payload and the pulling power of zero-emission trucks are on par with diesel trucks. And in many cases, the terminal operators were able to do one-to-one replacement with diesel trucks. Going over operational efficiency, most of the fleet operators highlighted the point that optimizing the charging patterns is really critical to maintain battery health. And there was also a slight efficiency dip that was observed due to a lot of start and stop port operations. Cost considerations, the capex of zero-emission trucks is higher. Even the OPEX in some of the ports was high due to high electricity tariffs. And then looking at driver experience, most of the drivers said that they saw reduced fatigue, better comfort all across the operations of zero-emission trucks. Looking forward, the ports collectively have indicated a demand of 800 zero-emission trucks by 2030. This demand is coming from just 5 ports for now. 2 other ports are also in plans to give their demand. And this sends a strong signal to different private sector players in terms of adopting these trucks. Looking at techno-economic analysis of some of these operations, so when we look at Jawaharlal Nehru Port, the diesel total cost of ownership is about 56 rupees for the use case that I just mentioned. A zero-emission truck right now is a little bit expensive, mainly due to high capex of the trucks and also higher electricity tariffs that increase the operational cost as well. This is about 20% higher than diesel trucks. When you look at battery swapping technology, that's also almost 19.5% higher, primarily because of the high infrastructure costs to develop the battery swapping stations and the additional batteries needed. Looking at Kamarajar Port deployment, the gap is narrower than compared to Jawaharlal Nehru Port, but it still exists, primarily because of the high capex. And the most economical use case that we saw was for Visakhapatnam Port, primarily because this use case was having a higher distance traveled, which led to more operational savings. This sort of like, the key finding here that we got, that TCO is right now higher, but there is this, leads to an urgent need to developing a policy framework which can lower the cost for zero-emission trucks and also put major ports to deploy trucks in line with the Harit Sagar targets, which are 50% electrification of port equipment and vehicles by 2030. So this is the policy framework that we have developed. The first one is around strategic planning and market development, then enabling fiscal and non-fiscal measures, supporting that with infrastructure development, and also focusing on capacity building. Thank you.
A warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Welcome back, everybody. As we proceed with today's event, there's been a special request to once again play the video message from the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Mr. Bhupender Yadav. So may I please request that video to be played again? Thank you.
Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Miss Marianne Sivertsen Ness, Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway, delegates from Japan, Norway, Netherlands and Singapore, member of Maritime Fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. It is an honor and privilege to address you today on the occasion of Green Maritime Day, a day dedicated to reframing our collective resolve to make global shipping cleaner, greener and more sustainable. India has been a seafaring nation for millennia. From the ancient port of Lothal and Mujiz to the modern harbors of Mumbai, Chennai and Kandla, the seas have been the lifetime of our trade, culture and progress. Many communities living along Indian seas are custodian of our culture. Today, as the world faces the defining challenges of climate change, our maritime sector once again stands at the threshold of transformation. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has embarked an ambitious journey towards a green and blue economy. The Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Amritkal Vision 2047 lay out a clear roadmap, one that positions India as a global leader in sustainable maritime practices. We are committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions from Indian ports by 2047. To that end, several initiatives are already underway. First, shore power supply at major ports to reduce emissions from vessels. Second, adoption of green hydrogen and clean fuels as future fuels for shipping. Third, installation of solar and wind energy systems across our ports ecosystems. Fourth, electrification of port operations and equipment to reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Fifth, promotion of coastal shipping and inland waterways to reduce logistic costs and carbon footprints. We are also proud that India is advancing rapidly in green shipbuilding and retrofitting technologies. The Cochin Shipyard Limited is leading the way with the design of India's first green hydrogen fueled vessel, a milestone that will demonstrate India's capability in next generation maritime engineering. We are working closely with international partners and research institutions to promote green maritime clusters, where innovation, manufacturing, and training come together to build the ships of tomorrow. The maritime domain knows no borders. The carbon we emit in one port affects the air and oceans everywhere. That is why India is proud to be an active participant in the International Maritime Organization decarbonization efforts, and we continue to advocate for equity, technology sharing, and capacity building for developing nations. Our commitment is not only to our own coastline, but the shared global ocean that sustains us all. As we celebrate Green Maritime Day, let us remember that this is not merely an environmental commitment, it is an economic and moral imperative. By investing in green ports, clean fuels, and smart logistics, we are not just protecting the environment, we are creating jobs, innovation, and global competitiveness for India's maritime sector. Let every Indian port become a green port, a smart port, and safe port. Let our ships sail as ambassador of sustainability and progress. And the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. Let us pledge to work together for a future where the seas are clean, the air is pure, and prosperity flows sustainability to every shore. Together we can ensure that the waves of change we create today will carry the world forward and toward a greener tomorrow. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Now it is my honor to invite Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, to deliver the keynote address. Please come, sir.
Our Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Honorable Minister from Norway, all the esteemed leaders, delegates from abroad and India, industry partners, and distinguished guests. It is a privilege to join this gathering on Green Maritime Day. So, under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, under the leadership of our Honorable Union Minister, the Ministry has been working very hard with a clear focus on sustainable, green, maritime future. We have taken a number of steps, very substantive steps, for reaching specific targets on each of the parameters. Under the Harit Sagar Green Port Guidelines, all our major ports, they have been given concrete action plans and targets for clean energy, for equipment electrification, waste management with rigorous audits. We have set a clear target that 60% of power at major port should come from renewables by 2030. And we are already on a roadmap to achieve it. Major ports have already been told to electrify more than 50% of their vehicles and equipment by 2030 and over 90% by 2047, along with energy consumption reduction and green building norms for new infrastructure. Also to ensure technical consistency for our shoreside power supply, the DG of Shipping has issued recommended standards for shore-to-ship power supply systems which are aligned with international standards, establishing a uniform technical baseline for ports to permit vessels to plug into shoreside electricity while berthed. And not only that, we have also matched policy with finance. The Sagarmala Finance Corporation, India's first maritime-focused NBFC, will provide tailored fundings for maritime projects, especially the green ones. On the ground, JNP has already initiated shore power pilots and rolled out EV fleets. Terminals such as Mundra have inducted electric cargo handling equipments, and ports are strengthening waste systems under regular state monitoring. Friends, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister, the first hydrogen-fueled vessel developed by Cochin Shipyard is already plying in Varanasi, and 3 more vessels are already being constructed. As part of smart logistics, our digital backbone is basically focusing on removing friction and emissions. NLP Marine, which is our maritime window, integrates all 13 major and 41 non-major ports with customs and terminal operators. Our Honorable Prime Minister recently launched One Nation, One Port framework to standardize procedures and documentation across all the ports. We also have got berth allocation software and e-gates increasingly deployed in our ports, cutting turnaround times and paperwork. We are also becoming a key player in green hydrogen economy. Tuticorin Port has initiated construction of India's first green methanol bunkering and refueling terminal at Tuticorin. It's also the first port in India to successfully produce green hydrogen and achieve over 1 megawatt of rooftop power generation. The different tenders by Solar Energy Corporation of India are catalyzing cost-competitive e-fuel production with costs as low as $571 per ton of green ammonia, one of the lowest announced green ammonia prices globally. And already in the ministerial plenary that we had yesterday, a lot of honorable ministers expressed interest in importing green ammonia, green fuels from India. We have the potential to become suppliers of green hydrogen to the world. That is what we are working on. So taken together, all these policy level actions, standards, finance, digital systems and deployment, they are enabling capital to flow into shore power, green fuel bunkering and low emission equipment, directly supporting our broader goals for decarbonization for our port and shipping sector. Going forward, friends, our focus in the coming years is to move from pilots to scale, mainstreaming renewable power use, shore power operations, and electrified cargo handling across all major ports, and creating ecosystem for new and alternative fuels. As we implement the Maritime Amritkal vision, our success, we believe, will be measured not only in tons of cargo handled, but also in tons of carbons reduced. With the guidance of our Honorable Minister and the partnership of our industry leaders, we are sure we shall build a maritime ecosystem that would be efficient, transparent, and sustainable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary Sir, for your clear roadmap and actionable priorities for port decarbonization. May I please request Shri Shashank Kumar Prohit, Chairman, VOC Port, to kindly present a token of gratitude. Thank you. We will now move forward with the ministerial address. First, it is my pleasure to invite our honorable ministers to kindly join us on stage. First, I invite Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. I also invite Ms. Marianne Sivertsen-Næss, Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Government of Norway, to kindly join us on stage. A special thank you to our ministers for being here with us today. We will now proceed to the ministerial address by Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. It is my honor to invite the minister to the podium. Thank you. इधर से आप इधर से ले लीजिए अगर आपको वहाँ पे बैठना है वहाँ पे भी बैठ सकते हैं आइए
क्या बनाया इसमें इसका नहीं है मिनिस्टर का नहीं है ये तो मिनिस्टर है ना मिनिस्टर क्या है हाँ नमस्कार Her Excellency Madam Næss, Honorable Minister from Norway, Vijay Kumarji, Secretary, Port Shipping Waterways, Government of India, R. Laspananji, S.K. Purohitji, Chairman, Tuticorin Port, Rajiv Jalutaji, former Chairman, IPA and Mumbai Port, Dr. Jose M., Director, International Maritime Organization, Madam Asima, MD, RMI, India. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So, in this particular event, I being the host on behalf of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, I express my heartiest thankfulness to all of you and welcome you to this beautiful event, India Maritime Week 2025. It is a privilege to welcome you all to Green Maritime Day, a day that embodies our shared resolve to shape a cleaner and more sustainable future for global shipping. Today, we bring together industry leaders, policymakers, and experts from across the maritime, energy, and transport sector. Together, we aim to chart a path towards a resilient and sustainable maritime future for India and for the world. This gathering is not just a conference. It is a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and innovation to share insight, forge partnership, and define the next chapter of maritime transformation. India's maritime sector has always been the backbone of our trade and global engagement. More than 95% of our trade by volume moves through the sea. Guided by the vision of net zero by 2070, we are determined to reduce carbon emission per ton of cargo by 30% by 2030 and 70% by 2047. As we look towards Amrit Kal 2047, our goal is not only to expand maritime capacity, but also to make it greener, smarter, and more resilient. Flagship initiatives such as the Sagarmala program, Maritime India Vision 2030, Harit Sagar Guidelines, and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 are leading the transformation. Each of these places sustainability, innovation, and climate responsibility at the core of India's maritime development. Through the National Green Hydrogen Mission and the designation of VOC Paradip, Dindal ports are green hydrogen hub in 2023. India is laying the foundation for a clean fuel economy. Across the country, over 12 million metric tons of green hydrogen-based e-fuel capacity has been announced. Our ports are evolving into center for green hydrogen production, bunkering, and export, creating jobs and driving industrial growth. With our unique geography along key global trade route, India is well placed to become a hub for green shipping corridors, connecting domestic and international market through clean energy trade. To harness this opportunity, India has launched green and digital shipping corridors with Singapore and Rotterdam in 2025. Excuse me. This partnership will help scale investment and strengthen India's position as a bridge between global trade and sustainable growth. Recently, the government approved a historic 69,725 crores US dollar 8 billion package to revitalize India's shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem. This bold step signals our intent not only to keep pace with the global transition, but to lead it. This landmark initiative approved by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji lays a strong foundation for a golden era in Bharat's maritime sector, positioning India among the world's top 5 maritime nations by 2047. As part of this effort, we also announced 19,989 crores in budgetary support for the shipbuilding development scheme between financial year 2026 and financial year 2036. This will boost domestic shipbuilding and position India as a global shipbuilding hub. On port decarbonization, we have made significant progress. The Director General of Shipping announced India's first national shore power standard in 2025. This will enable vessels to draw clean electricity while dock and reduce port site emission. Ports like Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority in Mumbai are already leading by example. Battery sweeping electric truck are replacing diesel vehicle, which is a very significant development, moving us towards zero emission logistic and last mile electrification. Under the Harit Sagar guidelines, all ports are working towards zero discharge operation, better waste management, and pollution control to protect our marine ecosystem. Financial innovation is also crucial. The Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited, now India's first maritime-focused NBFC and the Maritime Development Fund with a 25,000 crores corpus are designed to finance this transformation. Together, this step will ensure that India's maritime growth remain sustainable, inclusive, and globally competitive. As we advance, collaboration will be key. The maritime transition cannot be achieved in silos. It demands partnership among government, industry, financiers, and technology leaders. As we gather today on Green Maritime Day, we reaffirm our collective commitment to a cleaner and more resilient maritime future. This session today on green shipping corridors, green fuel bunkering, zero emission, tracking, port pollution, and shore power go beyond discussion. They represent the beginning of coordinated action. This insight shared here will help shape the course of India's green maritime transition and contribute meaningfully to the global decarbonization journey. Let us move forward with the same spirit of cooperation and innovation that define this gathering. Today, we can ensure that the seas that connect us also unite us in purpose and in resolve to create a future where maritime trade drives both prosperity and sustainability. With these few words, I again extend my thankfulness to all of you present here today. And as you have participated in this particular great global event, India Maritime Week 2025, and I believe this is an assembly through which we'll have to create the better ecosystem for the global society. It is not that only for India, but for the rest part of the world. And one point we should always keep in our mind very strictly, with a commitment and dedication and devotion, I believe. Ecology and environment must go hand in hand with economy. Economy not at the cost of ecology and environment. Because if ecology and environment are well guarded, well protected, then creature living on this planet Earth will survive comfortably. And we are committed for that. That is why Honorable Prime Ministers, through the launching of National Hydrogen Mission, and directed all the agencies that let us adopt green transport for blue economy. Let us take adequate measures of climate action to climate change, to combat climate change. And I believe this is why we have started all this green initiative in India, in this particular ministry. And I do believe that here we have got a lot of resourceful person with experience, ability, knowledge, wisdom, and skill. I believe you can make this event very, very meaningful and futuristic. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you to the Honourable Minister for his visionary address and steadfast leadership in advancing India's green maritime journey. May I please request Mr. Sushanta Kumar Purohit, Chairman of the VOC Port, to kindly present a token of gratitude to the Honourable Minister. We will now move on to the thought leadership launches. Thank you to our honorable ministers for their valuable participation, and we will now invite them to facilitate the report launches led by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, and Partners. May I please request Shri Vijay Kumar, Secretary of Ministry of Ports, to join us on stage. Also, Shri Shushanta Kumar Purohit, Chairman, VOC Port, Ms. Akshma Ghate from RMI, and Mr. Sovik Bhattacharya, NCEGPS, to also join us on stage for the report launches. As the JS is not here due to a PMO briefing, I invite my colleague Ankur to lead in the report presentations for today. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable ministers and all the dignitaries on the stage. We have total 5 reports which ministry has been leading all the efforts to, ranging from the green shipping corridors to bunkering fuel, zero emission trucks, and reducing marine pollution. Yeah. We have these 5 reports for the report launch. I request all the dignitaries to kindly stand on their places so that we can facilitate the report launches. The first one which we can see is on green shipping corridors, worked by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways with support of RMI. The second report that we have is on unlocking India's green potential on hydrogen exports, pathways, markets, and trade catalysts. Since Indian ports have already been working a lot on zero emission trucks, we have worked on a policy framework for zero emission trucks for the port adoption. Reducing marine pollution is also a key priority for the ministry to take care of. Hence, there is an effort that has been made on reducing marine pollution in the country. And lastly, there is a Green Port Performance Index that Ministry has worked on showcasing the efforts ports have been putting. For the presence of all the dignitaries, I would like to thank the honorable ministers, Secretary Sir, Chairman of VOC Port, and the dignitaries on the stage. I will hand over back to Vindhya. Thank you.
Yes, we can please have a photo at the front. Thank you. A special thanks to all our dignitaries for unveiling these significant contributions and pieces of thought leadership on India's maritime sector today at India Maritime Week. Thank you. We will take a short break now and then move into a panel discussion in the next 5 minutes. Please do stay in your seats. We request all our guests to please take a seat because we'll be moving into our first panel discussion. on leveraging India's strategic advantage to capitalize on green shipping corridor opportunities. Oh, they're coming up? Okay, come on. May I invite our esteemed panelists to please join us on stage. Today, we're delighted to have Ms. Joanna Christensen, CEO of the Global Maritime Forum, convening public-private action for net zero shipping. Welcome. We also have Ms. Denise Kerder-True, Managing Director, Asia, Middle East, and Africa, Spitzer Group, leading operational decarbonization across ports. We also have joining us Mr. Srivatsan Iyer, Global CEO, Hero Future Energies, advancing renewable energy integration for maritime applications. We also have Mr. Loftur Thorensen, Head New Energies of Mitsui OSK Lines, developing low-carbon fuel pathways for shipping. And finally, we have Ms. Annette Hulte, Country Manager, India, Kongsberg Maritime, enabling advanced marine technologies for greener operations. We're also delighted to welcome Mr. Ashil Sobri, Business Development Lead, Indian Subcontinent, Port of Antwerp Burgess International, fostering global partnership and innovation. And moderator for this discussion is Mr. Aparajit Pandey, Director, Global Shipping at RMI. Over to you, Aparajit, to begin this session.
Thank you very much. It's been an eventful morning, but I think it's going to be fun to get into the content. First, could I ask everyone to just please take a seat and so we can get into the panel? So, we're here to discuss India's aspirations for being a global maritime power, and one of the ways to do that is through green corridors. Let me start off with Johanna. Johanna, you are the CEO of the Global Maritime Forum, which is the leading organization for shipping decarbonization, and was in many ways the originator of the Green Corridors concept. In addition to that, through the Getting to Zero Coalition, you've done a number of green corridors. So within that context, as we're seeing green corridors emerge across diverse geographies, what role can India play in driving global collaboration and policy alignment for zero-emission shipping?
Yeah, that's a really good question. What can India do? Well, maybe it's worth it just to preface with a little bit of introduction on green shipping corridors and why they matter in this context. So the reason that we started working on this concept in the first instance is that they're really a great tool and important in the early stages of the green transition, because they enable stakeholders from across the maritime value chain to work together, to share risks, and to work together on overcoming key barriers, and thus moving together towards the deployment of zero-emission solutions ahead of mass market adoption. So we've actually, we do an annual progress report, and one of the things that's really exciting about this is that we've really been able to see the uptake of green corridors over time. So I think it's the 5th progress report that's coming out in a month or so from now, and we've gone from a very small number of projects to over 80 projects in development at this point. Now they're all in varying stages of development and maturity, from studies such as the ones that were launched just before this session to being quite close to real-world deployment, which is really, really exciting. I think for India, one of the things that we're particularly interested in is that India plays a really important role in the nexus between its its role in the global economy as a global trading partner and a growing importance in that context, and at the same time also playing this really, really important role as a potential producer of the green fuels for shipping. Hydrogen-based fuels, and I'm very honored to be sitting next to you. We'll be talking more about that, I hope, in future, or in this panel. And so from that point of view, it's a really interesting nexus where there's this opportunity to connect a strong vision for maritime that has been articulated here in India, an enormous focus on developing the port ecosystems to support not only economic growth, but also green growth.
Thanks, Johanna. And I think fortuitously, perhaps let's move to Shri, who is the global CEO of Hero Futures Energy. Heroes Future Energy is a renewable energy developer with a portfolio of 7.2 gigawatts of renewable. And Hero Future Energy has just entered into the green hydrogen space. So the question for you, Shri, is what role do fuel producers play in shaping green shipping corridors? And how do you see this influencing the future of the green hydrogen and derivatives market?
Yeah, first, thanks for calling us to be on this panel. I think Johanna mentioned a couple of very interesting things, and I'd like to pick up from there. Historically, shipping has been centered around trade routes and what I call historical bunkering locations for fuel reasons, right? Rotterdam, Houston, Singapore. I think that concept A has to be rethought in the world of zero carbon fuels, where we may no longer need 3 major global bunkering hubs, but you've got to think about bunkering hubs being based on where the source of the green fuel is. Consider making a green fuel in India, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Moving it from here to Singapore or here to Rotterdam, all it does is add cost and add the CO2 footprint, right? So we have to just rethink. Unfortunately, India is in a position where it does sit on major trade routes anyway. So it's not a question of shipping lines having to reroute their fleet in order to bunker green fuels. So that's one. The second is, if you were to look at how the world could transition to clean fuels, there's really 4 key stakeholders here. They're the shipping lines, who have to obviously source the green fuel. There's the fuel producers. There's the port authorities who have to enable the infrastructure of storage and bunkering. And then there's the private companies, obviously, that have to enable the bunkering and the storage. Underpinning all of that is global regulatory certainty, which we were hoping would have gotten done last week, but I guess we have another year to wait for that. So we are sitting in a situation where it's a chicken and egg situation, right? Everybody is waiting to get certainty before they sign up for something, and nobody is really willing to invest till there's a sense of certainty. Even if there were regulatory certainty, I think the world needs to rethink how commercial arrangements happen. Global shipping companies have been comfortable sourcing on an index-based bunker fuel for a year at a time. E-fuels carry with them fairly significant technology risk at this point, right? Maybe 10 years from now, e-fuels can also be marked off a global index and sold on an index. Today, it cannot. Financiers who are going to support building e-fuels are going to look for a sense of certainty in terms of volume offtake and pricing. And so there's this, what I call vertical market disconnect between shipping companies who say, I'm willing to talk to you for 1 year on a bunker fuel pricing, and fuel producers who sit and say, but I need to finance this project, so I need a 10-year offtake at a fixed pricing. So we are a critical part of the ecosystem. We have to circumvent this chicken and egg situation and get all of these 4 stakeholders to sit together and say, at some point, risk has to be shared. And at this point, I'm going to bring the 5th stakeholder that we seldom talk about. These are the people who actually ship their products around the world. And how do we get them as part of the conversation to share in the value chain risk and return, and to enable that to happen? And a critical part of that is the fuel producers sitting at the table and having these discussions today, rather than everybody have the discussions and then say, hey, you guys, why don't you supply the fuels that the world needs? So I really look forward to, I think, the world moving in that direction over the next 12 months while the IMO continues its deliberations.
Yeah, we can all hope for the IMO to provide us with more regulatory certainty in the next in the next year or so. Speaking of some of the stakeholders that you mentioned, we do have Lofter from MOL, which is, I think we can safely say, one of the most progressive ship owners and operators in the world in terms of their decarbonization mission. Lofter, how is MOL approaching the development of green shipping corridors that connect India to global trade routes? And is there anything that you can speak about from the experience that MOL has with other green shipping corridors?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and congratulations on the reports as well. So MOL, we are a Japan headquartered shipping company and operate approximately 900 vessels globally. We are very keen to understand what's going to go on in the supply of clean fuels globally. What we look at when we make decisions regarding corridors is the availability of the fuels in the places where we require it. So from kind of the ship owner's point of view, it's pretty interesting and important to understand where the shipping industry does bunkering. So we do currently most of our bunkering in places like Singapore and Rotterdam as well. And when it comes to India, the view that we have on India is that India is at least a natural partner for Singapore, just in terms of the supply of green fuels into Singapore due to geographical proximity. So I personally am very bullish and very optimistic that regardless of what happened with IMO a couple of weeks ago, that the kind of pathway and direction as for India as a supplier of green fuels into Singapore at least is highly attractive. And now I'm specifically talking about the ammonia and e-fuels in particular. So we would and we will continue our engagement with fuel producers in India. Some of them are working together also with other companies in Singapore, Rotterdam as well on bunkering trials as well. And we will continue to do what we can to support this ecosystem coming together. Repeating my first comments here, I'm currently based here in India, been here for a while, met with many of the people here in the hall as well. And I'm very excited personally about the great projects that are coming up in the country and look forward to seeing this ecosystem and supply chain coming together. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's going to get there one of these days. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I think that the recent auctions and some of the price discovery that's been seen on green ammonia is really heartening, not just for India, but also for the global case for hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. Turning now to another essential part of the value chain, the OEMs. Annette is joining us from Kongsberg Marine. And Kongsberg works with vessel design, cover everything from hydrodynamics, safety, machinery, electric systems. And you've been working on supply and design engineering for both ammonia and other dual fuel vessels. What is your, what do you think are the key barriers for scaling ammonia specifically in developing countries like India? And how do you see the green ammonia trajectory playing out?
Yes, first, thank you for having me. So I think that in Kongsberg Maritime, we see green corridors much than just the routes from A to B. They are ecosystems for collaboration, for trying out new technology, and for learning how to operate differently. So I think it's really important pathways for sustainable shipping because they gives us real-world framework and to test and scale low emission solutions. So at Kongsberg Maritime, one of our main goals is to help our customers through their energy transition. So we don't dictate wherever they should go, if it's methanol and ammonia, or instead we give them flexible, future-ready technology so they can choose what fits their operations and their long-term strategy. So and our dual fuel systems makes this possible. It allows the vessel to run on conventional marine fuels as today and easily switch over to LNG, ammonia, methanol, or whatever is available. And I think that kind of future proofing also helps the ship owners stay ahead of the changing regulations and fuel trends while managing the long-term risk. So I think we have orders for both the methanol and ammonia, as you say. And I think methanol is leading just as we're speaking. But with the green ammonia production expected to grow in India, we think that ammonia designs are becoming really relevant for this region. So, but if we see that we have just launched a new methanol-ready vessel from Cochin Shipyard just 10 days back. It is our ship design with integrated technology, methanol-ready, highly efficient and designed for lower emissions. And I think that's also exactly those kinds of vessels we need to support in the next generation of the green shipping corridors. So, but I just also wanted to give some examples of green corridors in Norway, because it's always good to see and look to what other countries do. So I think Norway gives some great examples of how innovation, regulations, and industry collaboration can come together and work together with green corridors. In Norway, you have a short, in the Oslo Fjord, you have a fully battery electric ferry. It's the largest electrical ferry of its kind. And it cuts thousands of CO2 emissions every year. And it forms a part of a green corridor between Moss and Horten. And it's a perfect example to show how short sea shipping and short sea routes can become test beds for zero emission technology. And also in the same route we have one vessel, or two vessels actually, ASCO Maritime, built at Cochin Shipyard. They are autonomous electrical barges, also crossing the Oslo Fjord, and they operate together with this battery electric ferry and form like a living laboratory for sustainable shipping and combining battery electric propulsion, autonomy, and advanced digital control systems. And adding to that, there's also one world-famous vessel. It's Yara Birkeland. It's also the world's first fully electrical, autonomous cargo vessel. And so this combines the ecosystem and a green corridor. And I think it really shows that technology, autonomy, and data-driven operations can go together with clean fuels to create scalable, safe, and commercial viable solutions. So I think this is also where India has an advantage, not just with its shipbuilding strengths and a new renewable energy potential, but also with its world-class digital software capabilities. And this combination could make India as a leader in building smarter, connected, and sustainable shipping corridors.
Thank you, Annette. Yeah, I think that one of the things that sometimes gets lost in the conversation around the fuels aspect is electrification. And clearly there's a role for electrification in short sea vessels. And a company that has been able to show what can be done with some of these short sea vessels is Switzer, which has launched its Eco Tow initiative for low carbon towage and has switched its entire fleet in London, Felixstowe, and Southampton to low carbon biofuels. So clearly you have some experience in being able to do this, Denise. Could you give us some lessons on what is how to facilitate the coordination between ports, ship operators, and fuel suppliers? What kind of partnerships has Switzer found to be most effective in its operations?
Thank you, Aparajit. It's a real pleasure to be here at India Maritime Week, and particularly in this panel with my esteemed panel speakers. At Switzer, we have been providing safety and support at sea for nearly 200 years. Today, we are a leader in marine services, serving more than 2,000 customers across 37 countries. We operate a fleet of more than 450 vessels, and most importantly, have over 4,000 dedicated colleagues. Towage is an integral part of global logistics chain, and without it, much of global trade would simply stall. If you think about the green corridors, it's also a critical enabler for the first and last leg of the green corridor of the vessel's journey. My fellow speakers already mentioned this green corridor concept as a mini ecosystem of partnership brings together bold vision that also exists here in India with policy, with commitment and innovation, and show the rest of the world how it's really, really done. So at Switzer, when we think about decarbonization, we focus 3 different areas: behavior, equipment, and fuel. And all of these require strong partnerships, partnering with our stakeholders and the port communities and ecosystem participants today, and also collaborating new partnerships, finding those people who are bringing new things into the maritime sphere. We look for immediate impact in the short term. We also look for data-driven and innovative solutions for future-proofing our maritime industry. As Aparajit mentioned, we have already started this using biofuels. Today, across multiple ports in the UK, in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands, in Sohar, in Oman, we use biofuels on our tugs. So how does this come together? What sort of partnership makes this happen? First of all, the technical, the operational bits needs to come together. As Annette also mentioned, the main engine manufacturers are super critical in ensuring those drop-in fuels, the biofuels available today, can work on the existing main engines. And they can do so reliably and safely. Then we also work with equipment manufacturers, battery manufacturers, vessel designers to design the tug of the future, and also think about what we can do about the assets, the existing 450 assets we have today. It doesn't stop there. Of course, we need to look into fuel suppliers. And when it comes to fuel supply, it's both the quantity and the quality that needs to be in place. We have struggled in some places to find that quantity, but through partnerships, we managed to ensure that that continuous supply is there. And of course, class societies are critical in bringing all of these operational solutions together. The beauty is that many of our partners are also global. So one solution means it's actually more than some of its parts. So one location, one engine, one fuel type, one blend means that this can be replicated across the world. And again, the green corridor concept, whatever we do in India, it can be replicated other places. Now the operational solution is in place. How can we work to make sure commercially viable? And this is where we bring in the port authorities and the ship operators. We applaud the ship operators like MOL that are already at the forefront of this transition. They are going beyond the regulatory measurements. While that is great, where we see the immediate and broader impact is when port authorities come into play, because they have the ability to change and transform the entire port ecosystem. So where we see the port authorities also backed by a bold country mission and a vision, this is where we see the biggest change. So all in all, for green corridors, we need all of these ingredients to come together. And what's more important is these partnerships should not be few and should not be just business to business. Our people, the 4,000 people that I spoke about, every day, together with pilots in the ports, with vessel traffic schedulers, they can make an impact on how we reduce emissions. So they can decide how fast we sail as tugs, how we mobilize, demobilize. They can use data to ensure that that collaboration leads to immediate impact. So all of these coming together will be super critical partnerships for the green corridors. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. You mentioned port authorities as being a key to this transition. Let me turn now to Mr. Ashil Sobri, who is representing from Port of Antwerp Bruges International. Port of Antwerp Bruges has been at the forefront of green shipping corridors, has initiated corridors with Montreal, Houston, Gothenburg, and also potentially ASU, previewing something that might be coming next week.
Hello?
What?
Yes.
Yes.
That's correct. Porto do Açu, yes.
Which is another collaboration with the Global Maritime Forum and ourselves, along with the Port of Antwerp. So just, sorry, small little plug. But given Antwerp Bruges' leadership in developing hydrogen-ready port infrastructure and participating in these green corridors, what lessons can Indian ports draw from the European experience to accelerate their readiness to be able to take forward green shipping corridors and to provide clean fuel bunkering?
Thank you, Aparajit. Well, lessons always sounds a bit directive, so let's say that we have developed, let's call it a strategy for ourselves on how to combat these challenges. And we have a sort of quote that we call Dare to Pioneer. So we kind of took the leading role in defining which bunker fuels would be perfect for the green transition. And so last year we've welcomed our first, or then the first hydrogen-powered tugboat in Antwerp. And since then we have added a tugboat on electricity and also on methanol. So we dare to take chances. We don't know which fuel will be the most efficient. It was already mentioned here, cost efficiency is also very important. But we dare to take that role, we dare to take the leap, and we'll see where we end up. But at least that gives us, or that gives our port community, the partners that we have within the port, some guidance on where we want to go as a port authority. Second of all, and I think it has been mentioned here as well, is partnerships. So not only partnerships within the port community at Port of Antwerp Bruges, where we have over 1,400 companies active, across 1,000 concessions. We see ourselves as a community builder, and we bring those companies together to combat challenges that we are all facing. And I think it's important that we have a body that helps the independent companies to come together and see how we can operate and come to solutions for these challenges. I think Svitzer is also active, Rotterdam of course, but I think also in Antwerp. We know people from Mol as well, so for us it's important to bring all those people together as a port community to come to solutions to all these global challenges. And then we even take it a step further. Instead of focusing purely on the platforms in Antwerp Bruges, we also do it internationally, and that's where our company, Port of Antwerp Bruges International, comes in. We are the investment and advisory arm of the Port Authority of Antwerp Bruges, mainly focusing, actually purely focusing on global port development. And Aparajit, you already mentioned Porto do Açu. Also, you mentioned, ma'am, Port of Sohar. We're also active in Oman and Port of Duqm. Those ports will become hydrogen producing hubs. For us, we have invested in those port authorities so we can lead the production of hydrogen there through the concessionaires. And the idea is actually to produce green hydrogen over there, liquefy it, transport it to Europe, actually to Port of Zeebrugge, to the Fluxys terminal in Zeebrugge, regasify it, and then via pipeline it can go into the petrochemical cluster in Antwerp, and even further down to the industrial heartland of Germany and France. So that's our strategy. Next to that, we also have the port of Walvis Bay in Namibia, where we have invested together with CMB Tech. You probably all have heard of CMB Tech. They're also a pioneer, so we like to work together with pioneers to do the same thing. And then, of course, from a port authority standpoint, we mainly focus on the infrastructure, right? So the terminals, the pipelines, the common user infrastructure, and again, bringing all those stakeholders together to ensure that we create an ecosystem. And then the last, let's call it lesson, or the last thing that we do is knowledge sharing. Port of Antwerp Bruges International has a sister company, it's called APEC, and we organize various port-related courses, training courses, now focusing mainly, not mainly, but focusing strongly on energy transition and sustainability. And we bring actually port officials from all over the world to Antwerp to see how our concessionaires are working on all of these challenges and how we, as a port authority, can help them to do the same thing in their country. And we're actually doing it here in Mumbai as well, through the JMPA APIC Training Center at JMPA, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, where we organize similar port courses. This year we had the first energy transition course. We had over 44 participants from all major ports, Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways, but also the concessionaires in JMPA. So we do feel there's a lot of traction for these courses, so we'll probably do more of those next year. So I highly recommend everybody to come to either Antwerp or JMPA to see how we do this. Thank you.
Excellent. We have a little bit of time. I'm going to do some rapid fire questions. Maybe if you could keep your answers to about a minute and a half or so. Let me start off with you, Johanna. You were with the IMO Secretary General the past week. What is your read on the way the regulatory space is going to play out in the next year or so?
I hesitate to hold a crystal ball, but I think there's two opportunities. So first of all, as you said, it was very disappointing that the net zero framework was not adopted at the IMO 2 weeks ago, but rather delayed. But it also buys us time to explore the opportunity of forming new types of coalitions that can work together towards a global regulatory framework, because this is really what the broader maritime ecosystem, the shipping industry, et cetera, are all advocating for a global regulatory framework that can support the uptake of green fuels and help close the cost gap, and especially also support first movers as well as a just transition. So that's the one opportunity. I think the other opportunity that exists, and frankly we need it irrespective of whether we have a global framework or not, is we need more national and regional action. So there's a huge opportunity for support at the national level or at a regional level, frankly sometimes even at a local level. So there are examples. I think Port of Antwerp has some of this already, incentive schemes, various demand aggregation schemes, support schemes that can help secure uptake of these fuels and really help take us from concept pilots to a liquid market, to the one that you were discussing earlier, that's so far right now into the future.
Thanks, Johanna. And I know that there's at least some states and ports, even in the US, that are thinking about some of these incentives, specifically within the Pacific Northwest. So I think it can be both at a regional level, national, as you said, and then even at a state level. This next question is for both Shri and Lofter. There was something that was really interesting that was mentioned, and it's something that we hear a lot when we're talking to industry as part of our green shipping corridors work. Shri, you said that you needed a 10-year offtake while ship owners and operators are operating in a much more liquid market. So for both of you, what are some instruments that could potentially bridge that? And I know that my good friend Max from H2 Global is going to be here in the next panel. So is that potentially a mechanism that could be helpful in bridging this offtake issue?
I'd love to follow him because I want to hear what he says first. This is on, right? Yeah. Yeah, we are fully aware that there's a mismatch basically on how fuel producers want to do things. They want long-term agreements, and how we are used to doing things, which are short-term agreements. One way of solving this is, of course, using like H2 Global or kind of government or semi-government style organizations to solve for this. But maybe a slightly simpler option is just to use aggregators or trading companies that would take the long-term risk and then sell it onwards to companies like ourselves. We buy our fuels usually on short-term, relatively short-term contracts from reputable bunkering companies, but some of these companies buy their fuel on longer contracts. And I don't see any fundamental reason why this can't be the same way in the clean fuels industry. It's just a question of the portfolio players that supply fuels to find enough demand, and then I think the pieces will fall together. To make a long story short, there are solutions that don't have to be overly complicated for this problem.
Yeah, I think I agree that H2 Global obviously is a very valuable mechanism, and I fully agree with what he said. If there's intermediate players who have a stronger balance sheet, who can take that on their balance sheet, but who also have other products that help offset that in their portfolio through a basis risk, that would be really helpful. On an additional note here, I think part of, and we discussed this before we got here today, is part of what the entire industry is waiting on, both the shipping companies as well as fuel producers, is what are the global standards going to look like? Because they impact the economics of production. We all know e-fuels have a lower energy density and therefore going to have a different cost basis. But that cost basis could vary fairly significantly based on what are the standards that are going to be adopted in terms of definition. Are 1G fuels going to be included? Are 2G going to be included? Is it hourly correlation? Is it monthly correlation? Is it a single grid? Et cetera, et cetera. All of those details, the devil lies right there. And the economics could be hugely impacted by those. And that's a significant barrier to shipping companies and fuel producers getting together and agreeing on some commercial terms.
Thank you both. You mentioned demand aggregation, Lothar, and Johanna, you mentioned that as, I think, a potential opportunity as well. Ashil, curious, is this something that you think port authorities can either do or potentially facilitate in terms of the demand aggregation for fuels?
In the sense for production in the port, or how would you?
The aggregation, sending a strong signal to be able to get in the aggregation.
Yeah. You mean like clustering, for example?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think it all starts with having an enabler, having a company that is taking the lead, especially when it comes to green molecules. We have seen the same thing in Antwerp with BASF, and the whole petrochemical cluster followed. I think it depends. Again, from a port authority standpoint, we are a landlord, so that means we govern the land, and we give the parts of that land into concession. And you can, of course, in your qualifications, look for companies, and it's something that we do, to see how they can link to other companies, so creating a cluster yourselves. I think that is the sort of aggregation you could go for. I'm not an expert when it comes to production of energy or green energy green molecules, but I believe that has helped us, Port of Antwerp-Bruges, to become the port that we are, and to remain the port that we are, and also to become even bigger in the future. So I believe from that standpoint, you have the right tools to engage with the right people and bring them together.
Excellent. And I think we're getting close to lunchtime, so we are going to have a couple of more questions and then come to a conclusion. Let me ask, Annette, often OEMs are sort of thought of as kind of waiting on the signals from the rest of the value chain, but what do you think that OEMs could do to try to accelerate the transition ahead of perhaps some of the signals, if anything?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think for us, again, our strategy is to be our customers' energy transition partners. So our equipment is ready, as I said, for any type of fuel. So, but of course, from our side, it's to support our customers, do simulations, make sure that they also do the correct choices, because it's of course a higher cost up front, and then also of course they should have some financial incentives to invest in this up front. So I think the front runners should be they should get some incentives. So also they could show that this is viable for the ones coming after. So I think from our side, it's not an easy answer, but we will be there together with our customers and supporting them, and our equipment is ready for any kinds of fuel.
Excellent. Thank you. Denise, I think, unfortunately, I've saved the hardest question for you. Let's say you've got a magic wand and you can make one thing change within the overall ecosystem to really accelerate your fleet's decarbonization. What is that one thing? Sorry.
I really got the trick question. Yeah. I would actually bounce it back. I don't think there is one thing. If we wait for one silver thing to happen to decarbonize, I think we will be waiting for a long time. I think the key for us is to engage everyone, literally everyone. Everyone who can contribute to innovation, digital, fuel supply, and in terms of moving e-fuels from one location to another, creating these ecosystems of green corridors, I think there is no one thing. And that's why I would also say I'm actually still optimistic, no matter what happened at IMO, because I see all of us here, all of you sitting here, very, very encouraging with all the initiatives, all the efforts that are put in. India as a country has this incredible vision to contribute and create something magical here that could be replicable everywhere around the world. So I would say there is no one thing. We will do all our bits. Thank you.
That's an excellent answer. So given what you just said, we've got, I think, all the elements of the green shipping corridor that are needed right here. We've got the port, we've got the ship owners and operators, we've got the fuel producers, we've got the OEMs, and potentially some facilitators. So I would say that if we need to be all doing more to try to accelerate this, this journey, then it's on us to try to move that forward. And hopefully we'll be able to do that over the next couple of years while we're waiting on regulatory certainty to return. Thank you so much to all of you for your time, for your patience, for being here with us and giving some really thoughtful, nuanced answers. I want to throw it open if there's any last words from anyone. If not, then I will let everyone get some lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you to our guests for joining us today. We do have a token of appreciation that we would like to give to all of you for your time. So I would request, Aparajit, we will have some mementos to please distribute to all our panelists. Thank you so much. And may I please invite Mr. Sovik Bhattacharya, Associate Director and Fellow with NCOE GPS, to present a memento to Mr. Aparajit Pandey. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your kind attention. We will now take a break for lunch, and we will reconvene here at 2 p.m. for the afternoon's discussions and panel sessions. Enjoy, and see you back here in about 40 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of Green Maritime Day. May I please request all our guests to take their seats. We'll begin the session today by playing a video on the efforts of the VOC to decarbonize India's ports. Please play the video.
V.O. Chidambaranar defied British rule, launching the Swadeshi shipping service to reclaim India's trade. His legacy of self-reliance and courage continues to guide VOC Port, driving India's maritime future. VOC Port, the backbone of trade. The all-weather VOC Port, strategically located on the east-west international shipping route, serves as the economic lifeline of South India, ensuring seamless global trade. With unmatched connections to international trade lanes and domestic freight hubs, VOC Port enables businesses to move cargo with ease, speed, and efficiency. The port is absolutely congestion-free and is well connected by national highways and Indian rail network with a maximum draft of 14.2 meters. 8,000 TEU capacity container vessels and post-Panamax carriers can be berthed with ease at the port. The port ensures exceptional bulk handling productivity round the clock with harbour mobile cranes operating in tandem. The port's flagship container terminals, operated by Dakshin Bharat Gateway Terminal and Tuticorin International Container Terminal Private Limited, have a combined capacity of more than 1 million TEUs. To meet increasing global trade demands, VOC Port is undergoing major expansion, widening the port entrance from 153 meters to 230 meters, construction of berth 10 for handling bulk cargo, mechanizing of North Cargo Berth 3, and construction of offshore wind terminal. VOC Port has been designated by the Government of India as a key site for developing green hydrogen and green ammonia plants. Several global companies have acquired land within the port's industrial zone to establish green hydrogen and green methanol production facilities along with refueling infrastructure. VOC Port is at the forefront of India's renewable energy movement. With an upcoming dedicated wind turbine handling terminal, VOC will be a catalyst in propelling India's energy self-sufficiency.
Apart from this, we will take further steps to make the port into a big transshipment port in the East Coast. V.O. चिदम्बरनार पोर्ट इसके लिए जिस आउटर हार्बर कंटेनर टर्मिनल का लंबे समय से इंतजार किया जा रहा था, आज उसका शिलान्यास हुआ है.
Outer Harbour will be developed with construction of Container Terminal 1 with 1,000-meter quay length. The basin and channel will be dredged to handle 16-meter draft vessels. In Stage 2, Container Terminal 2 will be developed with another 1,000-meter quay length. In line with India's vision of becoming a global shipbuilding leader, VOC Port is set to host one of the country's most advanced shipbuilding yards, driving innovation and employment in the maritime sector. As a leading Indian port committed to global sustainability goals, the port has implemented over 1 megawatt of rooftop solar power, a 5 megawatt ground-based solar farm, and a 2 megawatt wind turbine generator. Future plans include installing an additional 1 megawatt solar power plant and expanding wind energy capacity with 6 megawatt wind turbine generators. As a committed custodian of inclusive development and uplifting local communities, VOC Port has implemented many initiatives under corporate social responsibility. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing unprecedented growth.
We are now moving forward with the signing of a very important MOU. The MOU is for a project of 1,200 MTPD green ammonia project for 15,000 crores. May I please welcome to the stage the VOC Deputy Chairman, Shri Rajesh Sundarajan, as well as from Acme Green Hydrogen and Chemicals, Ajay Vishwakarma. Thank you. In the presence of the chairman. Thank you and all the best for the project. We will now move forward to discuss India's green hydrogen initiatives and the development of hydrogen hubs around ports. For this, I would invite Dr. Prashad Chapikar, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to kindly share his views on India's green hydrogen initiatives and the development of hydrogen hubs around ports. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting MNRE to this event. It's an honor and a privilege to address all of you. As you're aware, we have recently designated 3 ports to be hydrogen hubs: the port of Kandla, Tuticorin, and Paradip. This is one more step in our series of steps which we have taken over the past 3 years to make hydrogen a reality in India. Since this is a week about shipping, I cannot but mention the IMO mandate which was supposed to come but didn't. We would have been very happy to discuss the future implementation, but we are here discussing what now. The world has got a pause for a year. Our Prime Minister has always insisted that every adversity is an opportunity. So we see it like that. While the world pauses for a year, we will step on the gas. We have seen record low prices for ammonia in India. So the reason for that is they were being backed by very stable state policies. We have given, for example, 25-year waiver on transmission charges, which is a huge subsidy in itself. We have significant incentives, financial incentives. That is, if you combine the central as well as the state incentives, the state governments have also announced their policies. In one report, I read that the incentives combined together are around $61 billion, which include both financial as well as waivers of charges. We have clear policy for a 5-year mission and concrete follow-up actions under the mission. You may have seen various tenders under the site program to award capacities. We have awarded close to 1 million tons, and we are actively monitoring as their progress. When the global protectionism is on the rise, you must have noticed that India signed 2 FTAs back-to-back with the EFTA countries as well as with the UK. We're on track with the EU and hopefully with other countries soon. We have offered to our domestic consumers rupee-based contracts, which means even if we are essentially guarding them from inflation and rupee depreciation in the long run. Incidentally, rupee-based contracts can also be advantageous to foreign buyers because since the rupee is depreciating vis-a-vis the dollar, the foreign buyers who are earning in dollars will actually end up paying less and less as the years go by. We are willing to work directly with foreign players, even private entities. We have our subsidy in place. Any foreign company interested in availing those is free to contact us. We have our arms open to welcome them as partners in the mission. I will not give you a step-by-step account of the mission. It is there in the public domain for you. But we have been experimenting across different domains through steel, through transport, through shipping, as well as large-scale contracts for large-scale plants through the ammonia tenders. We also have budgets for R&D, which we've already awarded half of it roughly. We'll be awarding the next half in the coming months. We have budget for testing facilities, which also have been awarded. We have budget for skill development, which is an ongoing process year on year. So the mission was intended to be across all possible sectors, intervening across multiple ministries. I will also remind you that MNRE as a ministry does not have any authority under any act. We have reached so far only because our ministries, other ministries who have the powers have supported us. So this mission is a whole of government approach. It will remain so for times to come. Lastly, I want to leave you not with just a message of just hope, but to assure you that we have taken concrete steps to address our journey, irrespective of what the world, which direction where the world goes. We have also floated one tender for a most comprehensive annual hydrogen survey this year. We plan to launch it by the May of next year, by completing it. And I have not seen any other country do as comprehensive survey of hydrogen as we have given in the terms and conditions. So it will help us assess our progress and also chart our path in the future. So we all hope that you will all be partners with India. Where the world is going into chaos, we are offering stability and resilience for the energy trade, policy, and governance. So with these words, I leave you all with welcoming hands to partner with the mission, the partner with MNRE and the Government of India will be there to support you all through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful overview of India's green hydrogen vision and the opportunities ahead for maritime fuel exports. Sir, before you take your seat, may I please request for Shri Sushant Kumar Purohit to give a token of appreciation to sir, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will now move on to our session 2, Empowering Indian Ports to Emerge as Hubs for Green Fuel Bunkering and Exports. We invite our distinguished panel of experts who are shaping India's new energy regime. May I please invite our panelists to join the stage. Please welcome Shri Sushant Kumar Purohit, Chairman, VOC Port Authority, leading VOC's Port Green Corridor Readiness. Mr. Ignacio Hernandez, CEO, HIF, Asia Pacific, Scaling E-Fuel and Synthetic Fuel Production. Mr. Koji Ogiwara, Director, Port and Harbor Bureau, City of Yokohama, Advancing Global Port Sustainability. Mr. Hari Dattareya, Senior Vice President, VOPAC, Building, Storage and Logistics for New Energies. Mr. Maximilian Held, Head Solutions Lab, H2 Global Foundation, Catalyzing Global Hydrogen Markets. Captain Prashant S. Widde, Head, ESG and Public Affairs, South Asia, AP Moller Maersk, Integrating Low Carbon Supply Chains. Moderating this session is Mr. Jagabanta Ningtujam, Director, RMI's India Program. Thank you. Over to you.
Hello. Yeah. All right. Thank you, fellow panelists, distinguished gentlemen. I'm very glad that we're having this conversation. A lot of the first half of today was making the case for India, the competitiveness of India. MNRE, Chapekar sir has reinforced that. VOC, sir, I think the video showcased what steps you guys are taking as well in trying to make VOC, ports that becomes ready for it. Previous session, we talked about green shipping corridor. It is essentially, in my opinion, the same set of players, but the question is flipped. Now, we're talking about the readiness of the infrastructure for zero-emission fuel, what the state of play is, and how we can accelerate the market for it, right? So within that, I think I want to start the panel off with one opening question. Where does India fit within this emerging global network of green fuel trade and shipping? So I want a quick 1-minute reflection from everyone. So I want to start with you, sir, Shashank sir, and kick this panel off.
So after the post-lunch, I think it is a very, not a very, it's engaging, but we like to make it a bit relaxed kind of discussion. So as you know that Government of India has recently identified 3 ports as the green hydrogen hub of the country. The Kandla port in the west, the Tuticorin port in the south, and the Paradip port in the east. So the Government of India and the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways were working with speed and scale how to create infrastructure to face the emerging requirement of green shipping and for green fuel. So Kandla port is also working on in a very fast pace for production of green hydrogen. And we are also, as a Tuticorin port, as you know that in the last on September 5th, on the birth day of our B.O. Chidambaram, on whose name this BOC port has been named. Our Honorable Minister visited and not only participated on the birth anniversary function, but dedicated the first green hydrogen production facility in any port. And so we have become, Tuticorin has now become the first port for production of green hydrogen. And not only we are producing green hydrogen, but also we are utilizing green hydrogen for lighting one street of our township, as well as charging the electric vehicles that are plying in our port. So, so far as the green shipping or green fuel requirement is concerned, so we are strategically located. I mean, the Kandla port as well as the Tuticorin port. We are very close to the international sea route, especially the Tuticorin port. We are very close to the east-west sea route, and that's why we are preparing ourselves on a pace to be a port to bunker the green fuel for the vessels which are usually plying in that route. So for that purpose, already we have the bunkering facility infrastructure already we are creating. MNRE is giving a pilot on the basis of MNRE's instruction. We have started a pilot project in Tuticorin for storing the green methanol. And that work has already started, and by December we'll be completing that work. So the port will be ready to bunker 2 vessels to start with. We are creating the storage facility for 750 meter cube of green methanol, which can bunker 2 vessels at a time. And also we are assessing the requirement of the green fuel that will be required. So, so then we have to expedite the process of creating the infrastructure, so that we'll be ready to, to fuel the green vessel that will be plying on that route. And in the last Chintan Sivir, which was held in Srinagar, our Honorable Minister has announced that the port of Kandla and port of Tuticorin will be the port to bunker the green fuel. So we are also planning to start a green corridor has been created between Kandla and Tuticorin. So we are also exploring how we can transport cargo from Kandla to Tuticorin, because there is a lot of flow of cargo, container especially, from cargo to Tuticorin. So we are planning to start also a vessel to run in green methanol in the Kandla to Tuticorin in our coastal, to take care of the coastal traffic. But also we are positioning ourselves to bunker the international vessels that will be plying through our port. So we are ready. And also one more important thing about our port is that here we are blessed with a lot of natural resources like the sunshine and the wind. So the production cost of the renewable power is very low at that part of the country. So the production of green hydrogen or green methanol or green ammonia also will be very less. And we are also planning to have a pilot project through a pilot project of production of green methanol from the municipal solid waste. So we are planning to do a pilot project of setting up the green methanol facility from solid waste. So we will use about 25 tons of municipal waste per day, and will produce about 8,000 kl of green methanol. And the cost of green methanol is very less. It will be about 1/4 of the price at which now the green methanol is available. So that will be a game changer for production of green methanol, and also in the conventional process also, because the renewable power cost will be less. So we will be very competitive to produce the green fuel in that part of the country.
Thank you, sir. I want to turn to Ignacio. Yeah, I mean, just repeating the same question, where does India fit in this emerging world? Your quick reflection.
Hi, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here in India, and thank you for inviting me. So HIF Global is a global company, is a global developer of e-methanol plants, so synthetic methanol, using electrolyzer hydrogen and recycled CO2. So as a global company, we are really focused on finding the lowest cost locations for us to make the e-methanol. And in that context, we are very interested in coming to India. We've been working to identify suitable locations for our e-methanol plants. We have already an operating e-methanol plant in Chile. It's making e-methanol and e-gasoline, which we export to Europe. And we're looking to leverage that experience into commercial scale plants in India, along with other key locations around the world where we see a competitive advantage. So for us, India is a very strategic growth market. We're looking to combine our experience with local partners who can also support us in the renewable energy side of things. And obviously also having conversations with potential locations, including ports, so that we can make available low-cost e-methanol and help India become a bunkering hub for the future. So we're very excited about India, and to answer your question, we think India will be a very important player going forward.
Thank you, Ignacio. I want to turn to Hari, what you think about the role of India.
Let me say a few words, not so much about Rotterdam, but more about bunkering. I think that, as you might know, our company Vopak, we have a venture in India called AVTL with Aegis. So we are established in multiple ports in the country, and we are growing rapidly. And the discussion on bunkering is very interesting, because the question is not, if you look at India, if it will succeed in it. I think it's how you do it. And it's really, if you look at India, it has all the ingredients. It has the trade, it has very competitive hydrogen, which you can use for methanol or for ammonia. But the key thing, and I really liked the session this morning, was about the ecosystem. I think that is where part of the solution is. The ecosystem should develop it, which means that you have, it's like a concert, like an orchestra. It's not about the tune you play, but it's about how you combine it. And that means that all the, whether it's suppliers, whether it's off-takers, whether it's the customer authorities, the port authorities, they all need to play their tune to make it a success. And let's talk further about it later. The last thing I also wanted to mention, and the gentleman from the ministry was very clear in it, and I think it's really fascinating to see how solid the policy backing in India is on developing green hydrogen. And I think that, IMO was a disappointment, but there are some really good nuggets in our business, and I think India is one of them, so that makes us enthusiastic.
Thank you. I want to turn to Max here for his quick reflection.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if we look at the current market situation, clean shipping fuels face fundamental market failures. Clean shipping fuels carry a green premium and they carry a high risk for the first-of-a-kind plants. That leads to a situation where long-term offtake contracts are not being signed to get the projects to FID, and therefore, because projects are not being built, the cost down potential of those technologies like green ammonia or methanol is not unlocked, and therefore the market is not created. And therefore, I think any measure from industry, from policy, from NGOs that can break that vicious cycle and turn it into a market opportunity and to unlock liquid markets can be really a game changer. And I think India is already leading the way. We've heard the words from Mr. Zapikar before, and I think that we will see a lot more bold pioneering steps from India to create liquid markets for clean shipping fuels. I think that is the role that India could play.
Thank you so much, Max. Turning to Prashant, quick reflection.
Thank you. A lot has already been said, right? From a Maersk standpoint, we believe India is right in the center of the green fuel ecosystem. And that's for a few reasons. A global analysis that we carried out back in the day when we ordered the first methanol vessels actually revealed that India was in the top 3 countries in the world to be able to offer green fuels at a competitive price point, right? Now, when we go one step deeper, it's simply because it's renewable energy that's at lowest cost globally. We have a very strong green hydrogen ecosystem that's in the making. And then as an agrarian country, fundamentally, there's a lot of biogenic carbon out there that needs to be tapped upon, right? And those are the ingredients that needs green methanol. It's important that we actually elevate the conversation into green fuels than just limit ourselves to green methanol, because as Maersk, what's important for us is that you should not have emissions from the ships, right? And there will be multiple pathways. The era of a single fuel is long over. We went with methanol back in the day because that was the technology that was available and ready to be deployed. But we're also looking at bio-LNG, we're also looking at ammonia in the future, and we are agnostic of fuels, right? So that's basically how we approach this. But through all of this, with very strong policy making, with very strong supplier market, who we are speaking with, and then, of course, as on the demand side of the supply chain, we are very much looking at having those conversations. So India is right in the center of this for us as Maersk.
Thank you, Prashant. So, Ogiwara, sitting in Japan, how are you viewing India from this year?
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Koji Ogiwara from City of Yokohama Port and Harbor Bureau. We are Port Authority. So instead of referring to fuel trade, I would like to focus on the green shipping corridor. Within Quad framework, India, Japan, United States, Australia have formed the Quad shipping task force. In coordination with the Japanese government Quad initiatives, Port of Yokohama wished to strengthen its relationship with ports in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogiwara-san. I'm going to start with you. I'm going to go in reverse because I would like Sushanta sir to definitely reflect as the panelists go along. So Ogiwara-san, I think continuing from it, can you shed light on what the Port of Yokohama is doing with respect to preparing for fuel bunkering and next generation fuel?
To begin with, our city, Yokohama, is one of the largest cities in Japan with a population of 3.7 million, located in the Tokyo metropolitan area with a population of about 40 million. The Port of Yokohama is one of Japan's leading ports. For this reason, we are working closely with the national government to advance various new port-related initiatives. Today, I would like to introduce our effort related to next generation fuels, LNG, methanol, and ammonia in the context of bunkering and share some meaningful key lessons we have learned. Regarding LNG, our second-tier subsidiary company, named as EcoBunker Shipping, is proceeding with the construction of LNG bunkering vessel. And regarding methanol, we have led to the promotion of methanol use in Japan and have encouraged the national government to consider the use of methanol. We are leading the nation in advancing initiatives in collaboration with energy companies. For example, the City of Yokohama, together with Maersk and Idemitsu and other key partners, conducted methanol bunkering simulations. Furthermore, because of discussion held by a study group, including the national government, the City of Yokohama, and the private sector, methanol bunkering can now be implemented. However, this is currently possible only when existing chemical tankers are used as bunkering vessels. And regarding ammonia, last year, Yokohama carried out the world's first truck-to-ship bunkering for ammonia fuel tugboat, completed by NYK Group. We supported this pioneering operation. As ammonia, is harmful to the human body, our role was to carry out a study together with a fire bureau in the City of Yokohama, as well as to provide a careful explanation. In particular, we made sure to take the time to explain the situation clearly to important local people, including dock workers. This ammonia tugboat used environment-friendly ammonia produced from recycled used plastic by Dizonac Corporation. Currently, NYK Line operates ammonia bunkering about twice a month. Also, we support corporate efforts related to biofuels and electric ships, including electric tugboats. And now I would like to share some thought on what should be considered going forward, as raised in the question. Based on our past experience, a common challenge across these initiatives is difficulty in generating initial demand. From the perspective of the Port Authority, it is also important to note that depending the necessary infrastructure takes considerable time, and obtaining certification regarding safety regulations can also be a lengthy process. These are additional challenges that must be addressed as we move forward. In Japan, I believe the bunkering business could become more active if demand for coastal vessels were generated earlier. This is because coastal vessels generate frequent and stable demand. India's strong economic growth suggests it can overcome the challenge of creating initial demand. I hope to see similar initiatives begin to emerge at ports in India as the result of today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Okiwara-san. The Port of Yokohama and what the effort you're making, it's, there is case studies that are being established, and I believe like the Indian port can learn a lot from that. I'm turning to Prashant. I'm going in reverse from the previous order. Of course, Maersk has been operates one of the world's first methanol ships, and also been advocating for low emission fuel globally at the IMO otherwise. Of course, a lot of reflection in the room today has been on the IMO 2 weeks ago. But a lot of effort can still be done by nations and states, local authorities, etc. Your reflection on, I know it's the collective ecosystem is hoping it's a delay and not a debacle. So what additive thing that countries like India, otherwise states like Tamil Nadu, etc., can do to prepare for becoming a green fuel bunkering hub in the 3-5 years timeline?
I like the way you actually ended the question, right? Because you gave a 5-year timeline rather than the 1-year timeline that the IMO has. So picking up with that, and as a half-glass full person, as a perpetual optimist, I will delay responding to the IMO conversation and start it on a more optimistic note. I think the science is clear, right? There's enough demand for green fuels. We need more than 100 million tons. 20 million tons is what Maersk needs by the end of next decade. And we are well on our journey to do that. Of course, there are certain geopolitical uncertainties that define the current landscape, but we need to march forward, right? And that's basically how it is. And there will be loss of momentum and so on, but I think that's where we need to continue to keep this going forward. In the way we are approaching this, the policy is an important part to bridge the gap between the fossil fuels and the green. But there's also the more optimistic national policies, including the one that India is working on. And we heard MNRE speak about the $60 billion ballpark incentives, right? Both in terms of center and state. And that is what we are looking at in terms of understanding how does the unit economics really work, right? Because that's something which we all need to come together collectively. I do speak with a lot of stakeholders on the panel here, and I also speak, and there are a lot of known faces in the audience as well. In the way we see, the demand is very clear. The policy side is moving, and there's a bit of delay there. But our conversations with the suppliers is very optimistic. And we are speaking with the top dozen suppliers in India who are very bullish on producing green methanol, but we're also having other conversations very much in terms of other fuels. And we see that the gap in the numbers that we were being told about and we would almost run away are bridging, right? And thanks to the policy and the incentive mechanism, I think very objectively to talk about what H2 Global is doing and also what MNRE has done with a lot of success is the aggregation. We've seen that the aggregation of ammonia has worked very well. I think there's also an opportunity for us to actually aggregate the demand for global shipping in methanol as an example, right? Because of course, while we have a certain demand, the unit economics also for the suppliers on long-term offtake contracts would be much more solid if that's something which could be aggregated. So that's something which we really are looking forward to doing and playing our part in that. And then at the same time, we are also working collectively with the ecosystem, right? And then trying to play our part in bringing this. We first need the fuels, and we will get there. And then, of course, we need the bunkering hubs to be able to bridge that. And the work that, again, has been done through the Maritime India vision and the leadership with BOCP here and in the panel, but also the conversations that we are having across the 3 hubs that are being worked upon are extremely promising, right? So to be able to stitch the logistics supply chain, we are confident we'll also do that. But we are at this point in time heavily focusing on making sure that we can get cost-competitive green fuels out of India. And then, of course, we are also confident that India, together with the terminals that have been picked up and handpicked to lead the supply chain logistics, will be able to do that. So very much committed to making this a success and playing our part in it.
Thank you, Prashant. I think you mentioned H2 Global, and I'm going to turn to Max next. You're positioning yourself as a market maker in the ecosystem. Reflecting on some of the things you talked about in trying to accelerate projects to FID, thinking about long-term contract, you guys have also looked at double auction, there's CFD mechanisms, etc. Can you reflect back deeper on the kind of design of financial mechanisms and contracts that can accelerate investments to bridge that, the timeline towards the first of its kind project?
Absolutely, and thanks for already mentioning H2 Global as a potential mechanism to accelerate the scale-up of clean shipping fuels. H2 Global has developed in principle a blended financing instrument to get hydrogen, hydrogen derivatives, and other low-carbon products off the ground by signing long-term offtake contracts with the producers. To date, 4 governments around the world have committed or earmarked $6 billion to the H2 Global mechanism, to H2 Global tenders, to support hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives. So it's not an insignificant number, and the pipeline is growing in terms of the tenders that we are intending to roll out through a market intermediary approach. So let me briefly describe how that green market maker actually works. What we do is, between the chicken and egg problem between production and offtake, we insert a market intermediary. The market intermediary signs long-term offtake contracts with producers so that they can get their projects to final investment decision and build the projects and supply the fuel. And then we sell off the product to off-takers, for example, shipping companies, at shorter-term contracts to manage their price risk. Now, you can imagine that if we do that with auctions on both sides, you get the best project on the supply side if we hold a supply-side auction, so the project that can produce at the cheapest cost. And on the offtake auction side, we filter out the highest willingness to pay from the market. Now, you can imagine that those price points do not match initially, because otherwise we wouldn't face the current market failures. And let's assume we yield $1,000 per ton of a certain product, like green ammonia, on the supply side, but the willingness to pay is only 700. Then the 300, so exactly the cost differential between supply and offtake, is covered through public capital. And that's the $6 billion that I've mentioned that are already invested or will be invested in exactly covering that cost differential. Additionally, all the price points achieved in all the auctions are published. So year after year in the offtake auctions, we will see a price point from the market, what the current willingness to pay is. That yields price discovery and the creation of liquid markets. So in summary, the 3 advantages of the H2 Global mechanism are, number 1, project developers get their projects to FID because they suddenly have a long-term offtake contract, so the projects get bankable. Secondly, we manage the price risk from the off-takers, and off-takers can go into the market without signing long-term offtake contracts. And thirdly, we minimize the amount of public capital that is needed in order to catalyze the market. This is not about just supporting a few projects, it's really about market creation, and therefore we see ourselves as green market makers. So in a nutshell, what we do is we are a government-backed commodity trader mechanism that we want to apply. The first project has already been awarded in the supply side auction. That was a pilot tender only worth $300 million, but it awarded a green ammonia project called Fertiglobe in Egypt. The ammonia will be produced in Egypt and will then be transported to Rotterdam for offtake in Europe. This already exemplifies that this mechanism is quite flexible. You can design it in whatever way or form. You can make that global, you can make it bilateral, you can make it multilateral. In that case, it was a bilateral window between, or a bilateral corridor between Egypt, where the project is producing soon ammonia, and then offtake in Europe. And I think that is also coming back to your first question. The role of India could be to shine as one of the primary production hubs in the future for low-cost clean shipping fuel production, and the H2 Global mechanism can shape those international trade patterns to also connect those supply hubs with the global offtake hubs.
Thank you, Max. Excellent reflection and fairly detailed. I'm going to turn to Hari. Of course, Vopak has been at the forefront of ammonia and methanol trials in Rotterdam, constantly mentioned Singapore. I mean, our reading, and you may reflect on it, one reading, what we feel that Vopak brings experience shows is that infrastructure and not production is sometimes the bottleneck to scale. So based on your global experience through all these trials, like what lessons do you have for India in terms of Indian ports in particular to become multi-fuel ready and future ready ports, right?
It's nice what you mentioned. It's about infrastructure and production. I would say that production and infrastructure in the bunkering market, it's all about competitiveness. It should be efficient in the short term, but also in the long term. And I think what you see with new fuels, and the bunkering market has seen quite some changes. We had low sulfur mandates in Europe. We had IMO 2020, where we went to lower sulfur fuels. We now have this drive in Europe towards lower carbon fuels that need to be brought in. I think what you see is that in the short term, you can develop systems, but you should have systems and infrastructure that is competitive in the long term. Now, let's take that as a starting point. If you then look at developing these systems in India, I'm pretty confident about the innovation, the entrepreneurship, and the policy making. So let's assume that the production is competitive on a world scale. And if you just take ammonia, 2 years ago, India was not seen as a low-cost ammonia producer. Today it is. So I think that's a nice example. If you then look further at how do you build the infrastructure, I would say that ships, they are internationally active. And that means that you fuel where you need it, but also where the price is right. So given the international nature of shipping, I think one of the elements is that for a bunker hub and for infrastructure, you need to be internationally connected. So some parties, and this morning we had somebody from MOL, they bunker in different places, so they want to have some flexibility. So I would suggest think about having actual suppliers that are internationally connected. So open up your market. And then the ecosystem was also mentioned. We know Maersk very well. I would say a leading company in the transformation. In that ecosystem, I think that is easily said, but probably it makes a lot of sense that with some key market parties, you organize a workshop and really talk about what can make it, what can bring it forward. Now, going back to infrastructure, I think there the issue is that it's about efficiency and cost, which means that volume is critical, the speed of loading ships is critical, you need proper barges, and you need assets that are cost efficient in building, which means, in my view, that if you have a port where you want to start with green bunkering, be sure that you have an industry solution. Try to link in your hydrogen hub, where India is leading in the world, into world-class industry and infrastructure for that hydrogen. And that can be ammonia that goes into bunker barges or goes into ships, or it can be methanol, but it can also be other products. Now, that's a bit my story. So I'm not so worried about the longer-term opportunities. I think if you, they have lovely curries here in India, but if you make a good curry, you use a lot of spices and you cook it properly, and it is great. And I think that is where India is at this moment. And as Vopak, with our joint venture here, we're very happy to work with the authorities to develop and work with suppliers as well.
Thank you. Hopefully that dish turns out well. I'm going to turn to Ignacio. HIF is planning $1 billion investment on e-methanol in Orissa. That's a fairly big commitment, considering we are not a tested country when it comes to bunkering and shipping fuels, etc. It's our first foray into it, of course. We come with a lot of advantage, as everyone in the room has mentioned. In your opinion, how ready is India, considering that you do have the promise of actual investment going into Paradip, a port that is not being talked about today yet? And what immediate steps can ports do to make projects bankable in the next 12, 24 months?
Yeah, thank you. I think I'd like to separate the supply discussion from the demand discussion. So one of the reasons that we started off in the green hydrogen space, but very quickly moved on to liquid fuels, was because it's very difficult to transport green hydrogen. So if we synthesize that into e-methanol, for example, we can very easily transport that around the world. So it's a liquid fuel, it's highly movable, there's an existing supply chain, and that's for e-methanol. Obviously, we can convert that to e-gasoline, e-SAF, and use exactly the same infrastructure that's used today. So from a producer perspective, again, I go back to the point, we're really focusing on where can we produce the lowest cost e-methanol, and that means low-cost electricity and other things that have been discussed. But from our perspective, what can we do to make our projects be more competitive? How do we make how do we lower the capex? How do we construct these facilities quicker, et cetera, et cetera. So we've been very focused on that, and I think India, our view is has a competitive advantage with that. And so if you come from that point of view, what we look to do is produce it in the lowest cost region, and then we can put it in a ship and send it to where the demand is, right? And I think there's been some discussion about the demand that I think we all hope for coming out of the IMO the last couple of weeks. That's obviously been delayed. And that would have created perhaps a more global, even demand for low-carbon fuels today. We're going to have to wait and see what happens. Obviously, we're a little bit disappointed about that, but the good news is that work continues on that. And secondly, there are existing markets like the European, EU Maritime, and the Red 3 markets that have been established for quite a long time for biofuels and now for e-fuels as well. H2 Global is an example of some of the initiatives. So we now turn our minds to how do we supply those markets that have the demand today created by regulation in a very competitive way. So we think from that perspective, India is a very good location for that. There's obviously at the local level work to be done around the ports, around the bunkering infrastructure, about having bunkering operations, which many of these ports don't. And you can see, for example, the example in Singapore, where they've been very active through various processes to license future operators of methanol bunkering and ammonia as well. So that obviously needs to be done, but I would actually say that is within the context of introducing these new fuel and the energy transition, that is, to be honest, a low-hanging fruit. I mean, I think, we can get that right quite quickly. There's a lot of experience that can be brought to bear. I think the focus needs to be how do we incentivize that demand? How do we help companies like Maersk and others purchase these fuels in a way that can anchor the construction of these projects. So, the focus has been so far in India, how do we get low-cost hydrogen production, which is great. I think, we can start thinking about how do we incentivize demand. How does India play a role within the IMO and lead that as well, help to lead that process? But I think all the elements are here. So, we're here for we believe in India, we're going to be here for the long term, but there's certainly things that I think we can all do together to try and push us along faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Ignacio. I think excellent reflection. I'm going to give Sushanta sir an opportunity to close out. We have heard across the board from people operating in very different geographies and in different segments of the value chain, re-emphasizing the opportunity that India presents. Of course, also identifying gap areas that we have. VOC, of course, is presenting itself to be the port of the future for India. And a lot of efforts are done at the pilot stage. But I think there's a time when we need to attract a larger investment to transition from pilot to becoming a future-ready port that we are striving to be. Now, just giving you an opportunity, sir, to reflect on what the gentlemen out here have said and how you as a port chairman would want to position VOC given the need of the sector.
Thank you, Jaga. Actually, I'd just like to tell one, I mean, there is a apprehension that the fuel and the ecosystem, the logistics, etc., will be costlier and we may not be able to, adapt to the green fuels system. But I like to say that all the green initiative that we are taking in our port is giving a lot of, returns. So whatever renewable energy or whatever we are producing, that is having a very good IRR, and we are able to get back the money. So the myth that the green initiatives are costly and very difficult to adopt, that kind of scenario we're not facing in our port. So the whatever green initiatives that we have taken already, most of them either we have recovered the investment or we are going to recover. And that's why we are able to experiment based on, we are able to put even for the pilot plant that we have produced, set up, the green hydrogen pilot plant, which we are producing about 20 kg of green hydrogen. So that investment we have done from our own internal resources, because we are so confident that whatever money we will invest on green, that we are getting, that we will get back. And secondly, Government of India has identified those ports as the green hydrogen hub, where we are getting the renewable power availability is there a chance, like Tuticorin. We have got adequate sunshine, good wind potential, so that's why we have been made the green hydrogen hub. So that's why the renewable power cost is also low. So we are setting up the green hydrogen where we will get the renewable power at lower cost, so that, the green hydrogen hub has been created at the place where the renewable power is just like the earlier days thermal power plant we are setting up at the pithead, so that the transport of coal will not be a costlier affair. So that's why we are ideally located, we are, for production of, say, green hydrogen or green ammonia. And say, for example, Tuticorin port will be producing about 2 million metric tons of green ammonia. For that, about 10,000 megawatts of renewable power is required. So that will be available from the local area. That means from the wind and the solar. So, so we have to devise system where we can produce this green fuel at a lower cost. So there are systems available and options are there. Thereby we can make these things, this cost of this green fuel a bit cheaper and easy to adopt. And also we are working on speed and scale. Like we are assessing how much of the green fuel requirement will be there and how quickly we can expedite our infrastructure. So that also we are working so that we will not be falling short of the demand. So our infrastructure should be placed much before the demand appears. So we are in touch with the shipping lines and we are assessing the global requirements. And accordingly, we are doing our shipping ministry as well as our MNRE. All the ministries are working in tandem. So for standardizations and creating infrastructure, all these things, and we are working at speed and scale. So that at least at the ground level, I can assure that our government and the field level, we are working at speed and scale to meet this kind of demand, meeting this demand will not be a challenge for us.
Thank you, sir. I think thank you for reflecting on it. We are about to close. I think the simple summary is, of course, India's cost advantage, policy consistency, reinforces the opportunity space we are in. Of course, we need to invest a lot more on infrastructure. There is conversation on demand side and the offtake security. Maersk, for example, highlighted our players who are probably going to be part of that solution space. So, and I think there is the room for financial, I would call it financial engineering, to make sure that we're able to design better auctions and better financial incentives to make the projects bankable. So with that, I think I want to conclude. I really want to thank my panelists here, some of whom have traveled pretty much halfway around the world. Really appreciate the time you have taken. I hope you get to enjoy the rest of the India Maritime Week. It's a good set of conversation on shipping and larger than just what we are doing. But really appreciate your time. Thank you.
A special thanks to all our panelists for their insightful conversations and inputs on how India can lead in green fuel exports and bunkering. Thank you, Jagabantha, for leading that panel discussion. And may I please request for you to present all our distinguished panelists with a memento. Thank you so much. Please do also stay for a group photo. Thank you once again, and may I please invite Mr. Sovik Bhattacharya, Associate Director and Senior Fellow with NCO EGPS, to present a memento to Mr. Jagabantha. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all, and may I just ask for all of you to come to the front of the stage for a group photo, please. Thank you so much. We will now move forward with a special address, and it is my pleasure to invite Shri Ashish Kumar Singh, former Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Maharashtra, to give a special address on shifting gear to zero-emissions trucks, catalyzing a clean freight future. As Additional Chief Secretary for Transport and Ports, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Ashish Singh led key reforms including the state's EV policy, vehicle scrappage policy, and port policy. It's wonderful to welcome you back on the stage, sir. Please come. May I please request for everyone to take a seat so we can hear Mr. Singh's remarks, please. Give it 2 minutes for networking. May I please request for all our guests to take a seat, please, so we can continue with today's proceedings. May I please request for everyone to take their seats, please? May I please request for everyone to please be seated? Thank you all. We're still waiting for the last few guests to be seated. May I please request for everyone to be seated? Thank you. Please do be seated, distinguished guests. We would like to offer our next distinguished speaker the opportunity to present us with his views. Thank you all. We will now move forward with the special remarks by Mr. Ashish Singh. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I am deeply honored to be speaking at 3:25, also known as that sacred hour when both human metabolism and national productivity briefly pause after lunch. So I promise you two things. First, this talk will be short enough to keep you awake. And second, this will not be a heavy-duty session. It's a zero-emission one. Distinguished guests, policymakers, think tankers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Every revolution begins with something ordinary: a wheel, a road, a journey, and yet, every few centuries, humanity redefines what these ordinary things mean. 200 years ago, the steam engine changed the way we moved goods. 50 years ago, the internal combustion truck knit together the modern economy. And today, we stand before the next great transformation, zero-emission trucks, where movement itself must become clean, intelligent, and just. This is not merely an engineering transition, it's a moral and economic one, because what moves on our highways today determines the health of our children tomorrow. The facts are stark and irrefutable. Freight transport accounts for 60% of India's diesel consumption, more than all passenger cars combined. Medium and heavy trucks, they account for just 5% of the vehicle on roads, but 40% of the carbon dioxide generated through transport. That ratio, 5 to 40, is the leverage point. India's truck fleet, projected to reach 17 million by 2050, could triple freight emissions without our immediate intervention and change the already deadly AQI in Delhi from 700 to 2100. That is if we are still alive. So we change the trucks, we change the trajectory. This also aligns well with the net zero by 2050 framework of the International Energy Agency, which identifies zero-emission trucks as one of the 5 decisive levers for freight decarbonization. Recent research further reinforces that technology cost curves and fleet economics are converging faster than policy expectations. The message is simple. Every truck we build or buy from this day forward is a choice about the atmosphere we leave behind. For too long, the debate has been framed as green versus growth, but evidence increasingly shows the opposite. Total cost of ownership of electric trucks is expected to reach parity with diesel trucks between 2027 and 2030, driven by declining battery prices and rising fuel costs. Operating costs for battery electric trucks are already 30 to 40% lower per kilometer in controlled fleet operations, according to real-world pilots in California, China, and Scandinavia. It is projected that full zero-emission truck adoption could save Indian logistic firms up to rupees 1,50,000 crores annually by 2040 through fuel savings and reduced maintenance. In logistics, innovation today means saying no to pollution, volatility, and inefficiency, and saying yes to the quiet, precise hum of electric freight. Globally, zero-emission truck technologies are diversifying rapidly. Battery electric trucks are becoming dominant for short and medium-haul routes. Battery energy densities now exceed 300 watt-hour per kg, and megawatt-scale charging corridors are emerging all over. Hydrogen fuel cell trucks are becoming increasingly promising for long-haul applications. Companies like Hyundai and Daimler have launched commercial fleets in East Asia and Europe. For India, the pathway must be pragmatic. Our freight corridors from Nhava Sheva to Delhi, from Mundra to Kanpur, from Kochi to Bengaluru can become national zero-emission truck pilot corridors with integrated charging, hydrogen refueling, and digital fleet management infrastructure. This is where maritime meets mobility. Every container that leaves a port can and must travel inland on zero-emission wheels. Transitions of this scale do not happen by chance. They are designed. India already has the contours of such a design. FAME2 and the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan created early momentum in light-duty electrification. The National Green Hydrogen Mission, with an allocation of approximately rupees 20,000 crores, provides an anchor for hydrogen-based trucking. State-level policies, most notably of Maharashtra, Telangana, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu, offer road tax waivers, purchase incentives, and depot electrification subsidies. Yet, adoption remains at the pilot stage. To accelerate, we need 5 deliberate moves, not sequential, but synchronous. First, fleet aggregation and financing, because small operators cannot absorb upfront costs alone. Second, corridor-based deployment, because concentrated demand makes infrastructure viable. Third, battery and hydrogen infrastructure, because trucks are useless without energy access. Fourth, regulatory certainty, because OEMs won't localize production for uncertain markets. And fifth, skill readiness, because technology without trained hands is just expensive sculpture. These 5 pillars must rise together. Remove one and the structure collapses. Policies must not merely permit change, they must make it inevitable. Now let me address the 3 counterfactuals. One, this will increase logistics costs in the short run. Yes, by 15 to 20% for early adopters through 2028. This is why de-risking finance is non-negotiable. 2, grid stability cannot handle mass truck charging, correct, if we charge randomly. But smart charging, time of the day tariffs, and vehicle to grid integration would turn trucks into grid assets, not liabilities. 3, hydrogen infrastructure costs are prohibitive. True for national coverage, false for targeted corridors. We don't need hydrogen everywhere. We need it on 6 long-haul routes by 2030. These are real constraints, but they are design problems, not destiny. It is famously said that progress is the realization of ideas once deemed impossible. As we electrify freight, we must remember the drivers and mechanics who live by the rhythm of the road. For them, zero-emission trucks should not be the symbols of displacement, but of dignity, quieter cabins, cleaner air, safer livelihoods. Let our logistics revolution be measured not only in kilowatt hours and carbon dioxide saved, but in lives improved. Because the true measure of progress is not speed, but justice. Today, China operates 50,000 electric trucks, but mostly in captive urban fleets and centralized charging. Europe is mandating zero-emission trucks, but lacks India's manufacturing cost advantage and renewable energy potential. California is regulating zero-emission trucks, but it's a 40 million people state, not a 1.4 billion people nation. India's opportunity is unique. Solar-powered, domestically manufactured, zero-emission trucks serving the world's fastest-growing freight market. Every major Indian port can become a green freight hub, building truck electrification with shore power, digital logistics, and renewable energy integration. If we execute, we don't just adopt zero-emission trucks, we export the model. We must see this as a moment of convergence. Technology, economics, and morality are all pointing in the same direction. If we align our ports, policies, and people behind this transition, India will not only move goods faster, it will also move the world forward. The road is made by walking. And today, as we walk towards a cleaner horizon, we must remember the trucks we build carry not only freight, but the future. Let this be the decade when India's highways fall silent, not with inactivity, but with the quiet power of progress. The hum of an electric truck leaving an Indian port will not just move freight, it will move faith in our collective future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Ashish sir, for your remarks and for sharing so many insights. I would request Sri Sushant Kumar Purohit, Chairman, VOC, to kindly present Ashish sir with a token of gratitude. We are now moving forward with session 3, which is accelerating adoption of zero emissions trucks at ports. May I invite our panelists to join us on stage. It is my pleasure to welcome Shri Sunil Paliwal, IAS Chairperson, Chennai Port Authority, Chairman, Kamarjar Port Limited and Indian Ports Association, leading India's major ports towards net zero emissions. Mr. Dhruv Kotak, Managing Director, JM Baxi Group, a fourth-generation entrepreneur driving integrated, low-carbon, and globally connected maritime logistics. May I please welcome Mr. Sunay Mukherjee, Managing Director and COO, Gateway Terminals India, with 20+ years of experience advancing operational excellence across global logistics. Also, please welcome Mr. Debasis Mohanty, co-founder and CEO, Transvolt, developing electric trucking and charging solutions for ports with over 30 years of leadership across transport and infrastructure. This session will be moderated by Ms. Samita Shelidar, Director, RMI India. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists for joining us today, and big thank you to Ashish sir for setting the context with respect to zero emission trucking adoption all over India. So now we are going to turn to the session 3. The topic of the panel discussion today is accelerating adoption of zero emission trucks across ports. So India's major ports collectively are handling millions of tons of goods, and this demand is supported by approximately 25,000 trucks. So this makes ports particularly an ideal use case for zero-emission trucking, given their closed-loop application, predictable routes, and very clear cost, environmental, and air quality-related benefits. So today's discussion brings together leaders and early movers from all the different types of industries as well as government. We have leaders from Indian Ports Association, port authorities, logistics operations, terminal operators. So thank you to all of the panelists one more time. Before we get into the specifics, I want to start with a big picture view. Ports sit at the intersection of trade, transport, and technology. So from your perspective, what exactly makes ports such a strong and practical starting point for India's zero-emission trucking transition? We'll start with Sunil Paliwal, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Samhita. When we start looking at ports, we all understand that ports are working in an ecosystem which to a very large extent has transportation requirements within a very small area, most of them. But of course, they are also linked to the hinterland through various modes of connectivity. Now, when we look at any port, what is going to happen is that when they are handling cargo, especially the container cargo, a lot of movement happens between the berth and the stacking yards. So that's again a limited number of vehicles are moving in a closed environment, and also much of the movement is actually happening to container freight stations. So today, if we look at, I'll try to give a specific example from my own port. We have around 2,500 vehicles entering the port per day. And around 80% of these trucks and trailers, they're actually going to the 32 or 33 container freight stations, which are at the most at a distance of around 30 to 35 kilometers. So, which suits e-trucking, because the problems of range and all that doesn't come into picture. We have two terminals which are both run by very reputed international companies, DP World and PSA. And again, there's a movement happening between the berth and the stacking yard. So again, it's a very limited distance they are covering. And One thing which is again very important, especially when we look at the second item, is that both these companies are big companies, and if I can use the term, they have deep pockets. So when you start something where the technology is new, the costs are more, but then we are working for an objective, and as it was pointed out that things are not measured by profits, but they are measured by justice. So this is, justice towards our future generations, justice towards our environment. So there again, that advantage is there. Of course, this advantage doesn't hold in the first case, where things are moving between the container freight stations and the port, because there we have many of the truck or trailer owners who are having only one or two trucks or trailers, and they definitely will be needing some incentivizing in financial terms if we have to attract them towards the adoption of zero emission trucks.
Thank you so much for highlighting different use cases within ports operations. I'm curious to hear, Sunay, your thoughts in terms of why do you think trucking electrification stands as an important opportunity at the ports?
There you go. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving the opportunity to share the views on this very important, important point and important topic. Ports are pretty much central to the ecosystem of the supply chain. Cargo needs to come into the country, go out of the country, the ports are there. If you look at global statistics, and if you go a little beyond just trucks, the equipments that are running inside the terminal or the ports are called the container handling equipments. Across 940 odd global ports, there is around 200,000 container handling equipments that are operating, giving around 10 to 15 million CO2 emission annually. So that kind of creates the opportunity, or I would say the importance, why ports need to be at the center of this journey. The second was already very well highlighted and mentioned by Mr. Paliwal. It is with regards to the scope. In the port, you have two types of movements. You have trucks coming in, which are coming in from the nearby hinterland area, usually also very defined hinterland. So you can do a predictability. You know how much time the circuit will take and how much charging breaks that is required. The larger opportunity actually lies within the terminal. Each of us, if I take Navasheva as an example, we operate under JNPA. We have around 120 internal trucks that are operating only within our terminal scope in gateway terminals of India. And that creates a lot of opportunity in terms of how we can move towards the zero emission trucking. These are closed circuit trucks. We know what is the distance. You can potentially plan the charging frequency in order to ensure that you can actually do it with minimal operational impact. So that would be the usual focus.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm curious to get Mr. Mohanty's perspective on the same, especially building upon some of the operational elements that have been highlighted. From your perspective, what exactly is the case for zero-emission trucking within the port environment?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, for an operator, we start with an ease of operation, and it's a new product, and we are we're trying to invest a big way. So the characteristics of the port operation is a fit case for an electric vehicle. We are always worried about the range. We're always worried about the movability of the electric truck. The shorter distance, repetitive mode, definitive load profiling. These are all the case where electric trucks fits into that. The second case is it's a heavy capex business. We always look forward and look for a credible counterparty, people like DP World, PSA. So that makes the case absolutely fit for us, for our investor, for the lenders to raise fund, which is always optimized. And coupled with the long-term concession with Government of India backed up this kind of port operation. So if you look at the three legs, the operation is predictable, the financing is possible, and at the end of the day, there is a regulatory, which is a concession agreement. I'm not talking about the other regulatory mechanism, which we'll discuss during this discussion phase. So it's a fit case. And the last case, which at transport we always prefer, and where I think port is, to be very honest, in the trucking business in India, if you look at the port, the safety is respected. We as a company, we try to build up something which is sustainable along with safe. I think port is a case where you can prove all these things. The last but not least, innovation. So with a shorter routes and kind of a predictable load, we can get into multiple innovation in terms of product, be it be swapping, be it be contactless charging, be it be coupling, decoupling. There are a lot of things which you can do in ports. So it's a very exciting state and very exciting business opportunity for people like us. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Same question for Mr. Kotak. JM Bakshi already has put 50 plus electric trucks within different port environment at this point. What has been the motivation behind that? If you could share your thoughts in terms of case for Zeds at the port.
Sure. I have one of my gurus here, Mr. Jalota. I think you can ask Jalota, sir, this question. We had this chat about, sir, about 2 years back, sir. And sir was, in addition to Mumbai Port Chairman, sir was also Chairman for IPA. And I went to sir, I said, sir, I want to electrify my entire fleet. And sir, I want to do it myself. Sir is someone who has always, I think, guided me in terms of saying two things. So one is, sir has always found me a little bit over-aggressive, where I can, sir finds that, and like any guru, they'll say, okay, I hope he's not jumping without seeing. And I said, sir, I'm looking to electrify the entire fleet. I said, I'm already deep down in terms of studying it. I explained to him about swapping tech. That's, in my view, probably the only way to go in terms of for asset utilization. I'm just sharing with you a very personal thing. About a month back, there was some news about us launching in a few markets and bringing the vehicles out. And sir very kindly messaged saying that, Dhruv, you remember we had this conversation 2 years back. And sir, thank you. That was, I think, big motivation and a big blessing, sir. So thank you. The answer is we've got 1,000 on order. So it's not 50, it's not 100, it's 1,000 on order. I promised sir that we would be completely electric across our network by end of 2030. Hopefully by end of 2026, we should be completely electric. Thank you. I'm just a little surprised that my friends from DP World are so slow in India. My friends from APMT are so slow in India. My friends from PSA are so slow in India. I'm trying to play catch up with Adani. Full credit to Adani. I think they've been super quick in terms of adoption. So I'm trying to play catch up, but so I don't know what's happening to the global majors with, as sir said, with massive wallets, phenomenal CFOs. So I think they should start opening their, and it's not about opening their wallets. I think let's come back to it, right? I mean, correctly spoken, if you look at, the area which I play in, I'm the small boy. You've got DP World, sorry, I'm going to say DP World. You've got APMT, you've got PSA, you've got Adani. And these are all giants, right? And you've got little old me. And I'm a guy who's sitting here and saying I'm doing 1,000 trucks or 1,000 trucks on order with a swapping system across my network. So I think that's, it has to, you have to try and figure out why am I saying that, right? I mean, it's not because I have anything more than any of these companies do. In fact, I have a lot less than they do. But the fact is, I think it makes great business sense. I think if I look at the arbitrage associated with energy cost, it's tremendous. So the return is just out of whack.
Right.
Now, yes, like them, like these companies, I'm also, I subscribe to SBTI. I have very clear ESG mandates. So scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And transportation plays a massive role for me, but also for my customers.
Right.
So today, I think what we're forgetting, very honestly, and I think what, I'm still surprised, and I'm going to say it in publicly, I'm surprised that Maersk is not moving like a bullet train, PSA is not moving like a bullet train, DP World is not moving like a bullet train. Because my customers today are pressurizing me across markets, saying, Dhruv, listen, where are your green corridors? Where is the green certification across this? So, I think it's, to tell you what's the use case, I think we are beyond that.
Yeah.
I think it's now going to be a conversation. I mean, the question that you should be asking to, some of the other people on the panel, especially Sunai, is that why is he, when's he going to add 1,000 and beat the, or 2,000 and beat the pants out of Dhruv? I mean, he should, because he's a much bigger company. Because I think the case is, very clearly there. I think you already have a lot of options for great operators that exist in this space, like transport and others.
Yeah.
So I think the ecosystem is ripe. So sorry, I don't, I mean...
No, thank you for sharing all of these thoughts in terms of just sharing exactly where the entire ecosystem is, sharing about the business case and some of the early motivation as well. And I definitely want to save a little bit of time in the end to also hear from Jalota sir in terms of his vision or his thoughts in terms of trucking electrification in the future. But kind of picking one of the threads that you shared, Mr. Kotak, in terms of this unified vision towards zero-emission trucking going forward, I had a follow-up question for Mr. Paliwal. Sir, under your leadership, Indian Ports Association is already undertaking a lot of initiatives around zero-emission trucking, and especially as a chair of both Chennai and Kamarajar Port and chair of IPA, you have this rare perspective on how India's different major ports are thinking collectively about this shared vision towards zero-emission trucking. So my question to you is, how do you see major ports aligning on a common roadmap towards zero-emission trucking, and what role do you envision IPA to play to kind of accelerate this momentum?
Samhita, before I answer that specific question, I would like to give 3 examples to the audience. And I would like all of us to reflect upon that how do we change this situation that we are facing. I'll just take 2-3 minutes to give these examples. The first is that we were looking at the central parking plaza in Chennai port, because we used to have issues of traffic congestion, and we implemented some soft solutions which yielded results, but then we thought, let us do a parking plaza which can park around 550 trailers at any point of time. And for that, we went to another port to study who had already successfully completed, and they were operating a parking plaza. Now, I'm telling you a very interesting thing which I saw there. Now, as anybody would appreciate, that there will be reefer points, because the containers will be brought and some of them will be carrying goods which are perishable. I saw one very interesting thing there when I inquired, that their reefer points were very underutilized. So I asked them, why are they so underutilized? You hardly have some, and even they are not being used. And I saw when we went around that some trucks and trailers, their engines were running, and they were not using the reefer points. So I asked them why the engines are running. They said the engines are running because they are carrying refrigeration requiring containers. So reefers they are carrying, but they're not plugging into these points. Then I was totally zapped. I said, why should it be? When the power is available, reefer points are available, why are they not doing it? The answer was something which actually shocked me. They said the drivers, they keep running these engines, and the reefers are supported on this power. They will show high diesel consumption to the owner, and so the percentage they can take out of it will be higher. Now, while we may condemn this practice, or we may have our views about this practice, but this is a practical situation which needs to be tackled. Second example is again a very similar example, where at Kamarajar Port, we spent almost 22 crores as a part of our objective of providing shore power. In fact, I can say with a bit of a pride that we are the first port which is providing shore power for the commercial vessels. People are doing it for their own crafts or defense vessels and all that, but for commercial. And when we have spent 22 crores, when we looked at our return on investment, I think somebody was talking about IRR. So when we looked at that, it was hardly at 4% or something. When we have had an interaction with the people who are providing vessels to Tamil Nadu Electricity Board. I'm using the old term because that's easier to connect to the organizations because it's called Tangetco now. But when we had a meeting of their vessel operators, their IRR was more than 12%. Still, it has taken a lot of time to convince them that they should put this reception facility for the shore power. And there again, you know, like the trucks that we are talking about, these vessels are, they are simply moving between Kamarajar and Paradeep. So they are again like a truck or a trailer moving between the port and the container freight station. So vessels are moving between these two. And now even Paradeep is also putting on shore power facility, right? So the behavior of a vessel person is very similar to the behavior of a driver. We have to really think about this. Unless we overcome these challenges, it will not be possible for us to go ahead with what we are thinking at the desired pace. So again, this is an example which we need to see why this kind of situation is happening. Third example, I will leave it for the future. Let me not, hog your allocated time. But now coming to the role of Indian Ports Association, you are very right in telling that Indian Ports Association is the organization which is an arm of the ministry which helps to coordinate the efforts of the 12 major ports. And definitely e-trucking is something which our ministry has taken as something to work upon intensely. And already we have been working with RMI on this aspect and coordinating with Ministry of Heavy Industries also. And the way we have taken up other programs and we are monitoring them, for example, the example that I gave onshore power, or the example of many of you will be aware of regarding green tug transition program, and all these are being coordinated by IPA. Definitely these major ports which are today also moving around 56% of the cargo of our country, they have an important role to play in this objective. And yes, it is the responsibility of the IPA to coordinate these efforts.
Thank you so much for sharing that. My next question is for Mr. Shenoy. We heard about this unified vision across different major ports and kind of government's perspective on it. I'm curious to hear from you in terms of the entire port operator's perspective in terms of this unified vision towards their operation on zero emission trucking. So in particular, for example, APM already has a lot of international experience with respect to zero emission trucks, and a lot of progress has already been made in terms of net zero 2040 targets by APM by having zero emission trucks deployed within Los Angeles, Rotterdam. So my question to you is, especially drawing from this international experience and different lessons, what different things do you think are needed in terms of accelerating ZET adoption, and how exactly are you planning your strategy on ZET deployment in India?
So one of the very interesting difference that you have, at least within the APMT portfolio, of all the terminals that we are running outside India versus the terminals in India is, for all the terminals outside, we actually have what is called terminal tractors. That is what we use for internal terminal movement. In India, you use road trucks. So while we have a lot of experience, we don't have a lot of experience with road trucks. The second point is this debate with regards to technology. And I applaud Dhruv for being able to be focused, going with battery swapping, taking the call, moving ahead. If you look at the globe as a whole, and because we've got the spread across, which kind of at times, too many data points leads to a little longer time in decision making. If you go towards the west, you will see that it is more heavy towards fixed charging, right? That is the defined way to move forward. That's what they call out. And that is because of the fast charging options available, and even now wireless charging coming in place. If you move towards the east, and definitely for India with what we have, as he said, battery swapping looks like the option that we have to move with. Now, when it comes to battery swapping, and specifically with regards to road trucks, we're still trying to figure out and finalize, also from a safety aspect, the battery integrity test, right? Where is the battery located? How safe is it? Usually the batteries in most of the road trucks, you will see are located right behind the driver's cabin, which actually creates a bit of a risk. because unless there is a proper guard, etc., put in. So again, from our safety standards, we are still evaluating that, and that's why we are probably a lot slower than Dhruv. And the good part is we only have 120 trucks to go, right? I don't have 1,000 trucks. GTI, one terminal, 120 trucks. Our plan is by 2028, we will have all of them going green. We will probably have 25% of our fleet becoming green by 2026. So we're still trying to figure out how do we bring in the safety part, and those are the few things that are there.
No, thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for sharing your plans as well going forward in terms of greening the logistics within ports. You mentioned some of these operational elements within the ports in India versus ports outside of India. So I want to ask next question to Mr. Mohanty, especially from the perspective of Transworld. From fleet operator standpoint, I'm curious to know that within port environment, there is definitely a lot of predictability, but there is also pressure in terms of very high demand, constrained space. So what factors do you usually keep in mind when you're looking at deploying zero-emission trucks through your fleet within port environment?
Yeah, the elephant in the room is whether it makes sense to the operator, between the manufacturer, between the operator, and of course the port owner. All of us, we want the entire port to go green. We want to deploy 1,000 trucks. Does it make sense? Logistically, if I'm replacing a truck with a 25% premium, I think no port operator in the entire world will replace the trucks. So when we look at the maximum utilization of the trucks, because the capital asset, which is extremely heavy, we want the cost to be spread so that I can manage and maintain a price which is still attractive to the operator. So apart from the congestion, which is a very perennial problem in Indian ports, and it's since we are talking in the public, I think as a port operator and the port owner, we need to look at the conflicting situation. The conflicting situation arises during multiple times in a port life. Typically a vessel is getting unloaded, the pressure is on the operator. They tend to pay a huge amount of penalty in case there is a delay in terms of their they're not vacating the berth. At the same time, so the truck which are operating from the wharf to the nearest container, they get the priority. The truck which is just getting into the port, they don't get the priority. This is a very typical problem. Think of a situation where I'm putting a truck where 10 million or 1 crore, and my number of trips go down from 25 to 5 at 2020, I'm finished. So the question what we should look at and what we as an operator look at, can I get a corridor which is efficient? And it is unfair to ask only for this corridor only the electric vehicles. So collectively we need to work so that the port operates in a very, very efficient way. And it's a complex yet easy to handle situation. Can I get a swapping station inside the port, whether the land is there? Can I get a contactless charging station of a 1 kilometer? I can put those things. The Israelis are doing that. Can I get a slow, lower amount of battery instead of putting a whole host of heavy battery there? So coming back, what we look at operators, we look at to match the price which operators are paying, getting into the truck business, make our profit, and make it workable. So that's what we're looking at. So we can get into all different slides of it, what OEM to do, what we need to do, what operator to do. I think we can move on to the next question.
Yeah. No, thank you for sharing that. I have a next question for Mr. Kotak, especially James Bakshi's decision on testing battery swapping and fixed charging both, and then going ahead with battery swapping trucks. It offers really rich learnings for the entire ecosystem. So I'm curious to just, first of all, get your kind of insights in terms of how the early operations have been, and how does plan for scale deployment from here on looks like, and what collaboration elements are needed to really succeed in terms of electrifying the fleet?
So I think any kind of energy transition, first of all, is a completely collaborative process. So when I actually say that I want Sunai to be, or GTI or APMT or DP World or Adani to be, 10 times bigger than me is from a perspective that unless we don't have the entire ecosystem moving towards that energy transition together, we just won't be able to make it happen. So it's not, it's genuinely coming from probably a selfish perspective that it's important that, you know, we need the tides to raise all boats. So without collaboration, it's not possible. Now, let me take one more point on collaboration and connect some of the dots that Paliwal sir covered, even Mr. Mohanty covered. What would I expect, like what we did from IPA for GTTP, which was, I think, phenomenal. There was a lot of great work that was done for electric tugboats, and the entire sort of design of how that, you know, needs to be tendered out, how that needs to be built and developed. I think similarly, I think for operation of zero emission trucks within the port ecosystem, I would actually say that there are a few asks that I would have for IPA, and that would be, number one, you know, you need to try and create a separate green channel gate in all ports, all major ports, all minor ports, wherever it is. You need to have a a green channel gate for those zero emission trucks. I think that creates a demand side incentive, which is, in my view, even more powerful than any subsidy that Ministry of Heavy Industries can provide. I think we have to do, the second piece is that you have got to look at allocation of land at various points around the port, which the port controls, at concessional rates for setting up of charging and swapping infrastructure. So while I may believe in swapping, and I'll come back to why I believe in swapping, but I think it has to be there for overall, you need to be able to create that ecosystem around the ports, and the ports do control this land. The third piece around it is energy. Energy is the major cost for, well, zero emission trucking. How is it provided? Where is it sourced from? What is the substation readiness for being able to provide it? You really need to rethink a lot of your energy management systems. I had some friends over from Denmark yesterday. I had a chat about shore power. We spoke about battery storage. And today, a chairman of a port has to really think about what energy transition means from grid management. And again, sorry, I'm just suggesting that they are far brighter than I am. They've all, you know, very senior IAS officers who've run much larger things. But I think we need to think about this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I would say, the third piece which I would add to it. So sorry, you were asking me about IPA, so I would say it's energy. It's probably gate management, so you can look at turnaround, and you can probably look at this piece. Coming back to swapping, economics on swapping, in my view, are, it takes 3 minutes to do it. Yes, I agree with fast charging, but we're talking about batteries which are eventually going to be between 400 to 500 kilowatt hour batteries. So, I mean, however fast you are, and I'm sure the tech is changing, the chemistry is changing, but you're going to cook up some molecules which may have a very interesting thermal, runoff. So I'm not sure a fast charging yet for that size is completely feasible from a cost perspective. I think the second part of it is that when you look at swapping, you can actually split the battery in the truck, which means that you can create energy as a service different and the trucking as a service different, which reduces the capital intensity and the burden for, operators. Again, as I told you, I don't have the balance sheets some of these people have, so it would be good if someone were to split that up and make it more affordable, not only for me, but for various truckers and transporters who provide this. So today, if you can ask Sunay, he's not buying those trucks. He's got truckers who are doing it, right? So you need to create a solution which is capital intensive to be able to do that.
Right.
So these are, I would say, 2 points around swapping, and we are seeing, from both from a safety point of view, from a performance point of view, we're seeing a lot. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I have so many follow-up questions, but we are also running out of time. So I want to close more on a forward-looking note. Same question for all of the panelists. If you want ZET adoption at the ports to become inevitable and not optional, but really inevitable, then what is one change or action or commitment that you think is needed in the entire ecosystem that you believe will make the biggest difference? So we'll start with Paliwal, sir.
I will need some time to answer this, even though you're asking it to be very short. And because, my idea on this is slightly different. See, first I'll give an example. So, let us say, Dhruv was to go to a footpath seller and buy some goggles, coolers, and it is written Ray-Ban or Prada or whatever on that. and if Dhruv was to put that. And one day when he was feeling very generous and he said, okay, to Sunil Paliwal, I will actually gift a Prada. And he gifts me, right? And I put that on. Now both of us go to a party. Everybody will believe that the footpath piece that Dhruv is wearing is actual Prada. And the one I am wearing, they know that I am a poor government servant. So what I am wearing, they will think this fellow has gone to a footpath and he has got a fake, right? So why does Dhruv, and you know, actually, to be honest, my coolers may be better than, I mean, the ones which are on the footpath may actually be better than the ones which Prada might be selling to you, because all of us read these news items that, you know, this a 3,000 rupees worth purse is being sold at 30 lakh rupees or 3 lakh rupees and all that. So anyway, I mean, I'm not undermining those brands or this thing. And if at all you have an interest in them, please go ahead and buy them. The reason I'm giving this example, because I had a Professor Watson when I was doing MBA in University of Birmingham. And it used to be his pet example. And I could relate to that, so I still remember it. So he used to say that, you know, when you go to Sainsbury departmental, that store, the grocery store, then you will be having this Sainsbury Basic, and then you will be having other better varieties. And he would say that, you know, many times this Sainsbury Basic thing was much better than what you were getting at maybe 3 times, 5 times cost and all that. And I used to like that example because when I used to go for my groceries with my family, if I was buying 40 items, 38 of them used to be Sainsbury Basic, because my stipend which Government of India was giving was very less. So anyway, that was more on a personal note. So we are willing to spend extra on something which we think has a brand value, right? People will notice. Today, fortunately, this society values environment. I can't say for all of us, but most of us, we value and we understand that we have to save this earth for our future generations. Since we value it, there is a brand value to it. We should be willing to spend money for it if we have money. I should not be expecting a truck owner who has bought a second-hand trailer or a truck and who is operating to buy a zero-emission truck. But I should definitely expect a big container freight station or a big company to go for this, even if the cost is higher. The same applies to me. Today, fortunately, even if I was to speak of the major ports, we are generating enough net surplus. The kind of environment which Government of India has now given us, the kind of decision-making freedom which has been given to us, I'm very happy to say that most of us are generating very good profits. That's why I mean, you found my colleague Sushant telling that no problem, I'll invest my money, I'll experiment with green energy, I'll experiment with green hydrogen. Because he has that confidence that, you know, his pocket is warm, he can afford to spend that money. So we at ports also, I totally agree with Dhruv when he says we should make available the land for the charging stations at concessional rates. We should encourage it. We should install the shore power infrastructure. It should not become a chicken and egg story. I should put it. I can wait for vessel operators to make that shift. I should invest money in charging stations and wait for other party to go into the zero-emission trucks. So that is a change that I wish to see. I wish to see where if you are doing something for the environment, you are as respected as when somebody does when you are wearing a Prada or a Giorgio Armani or whatever you call it. My pronunciation may be wrong, sorry. So this is what I expect to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for doing that, Vijay. Mr. Shenoy, same question to you. If you want set adoption at ports to become inevitable and not optional, what change or what commitment would you like to see in the system?
Difficult to follow up that answer, but I shall try. From our perspective, and I'll keep it restricted to the scope of APMT Mumbai and Gateway Terminals of India, it's commitment, right? So we are committed to make the change ourselves. We will transition by 2028 to complete green zero emission trucks. What we would require is very much in line with what was earlier mentioned, collaboration, right? So once the technology is identified and we're all looking at battery swapping, then the charging area. You have to see that the trucks are like a conveyor belt, right, for the terminal operators. Any disruption or the slightest disruption on the conveyor belt has a massive impact on the operational efficiency. Navasheva, GTI for sure, we are a very high utilized terminal. So even small disruption will lead to a major impact on the overall ecosystem. So we will not go full on in the first year, but we intend to move at least 25%. The main reason is to identify how do we work with a common charging platform. Today, if you see, we all have our own fuel station. We can plan when a truck needs to go for the fueling. It's all within our control. When we move and transition to a common charging platform, for example, then how does that plan work? Those are few things that we have to test out. I'm very confident we will work out the solution and make the change.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Mohanty, same question to you.
Yeah, as an operator, first of all, we are extremely keen and excited to get into ports, and we are all the wherewithal in terms of capability, raising the fund, deploying it and all. I think the viability of the port operation, which we generally look for, hinging upon two or three things. The first of all, between Chennai and JNPT, the electricity tariff is prohibiting. You know, I don't think we're trying to run electric vehicles there. You're almost running a CNG truck with those kind of per unit charges. So I would, if it is to be done, I think there is a lot of work we need to do between ministry, typically from Ministry of Heavy Industries, Ministry of Power and the port authorities, to see that they are conducive to electric operation. That is the first and foremost thing. The second thing is, we are, I mean, I'm sorry, you asked one, let me just put two or three things that are
Sure.
critical. We're looking for long-term contracts. Like we are definitely looking for contracts which are 8 years, 10 years to see that we meet the operator's requirement or matching or at least doing the favorable things for the operator to replace. With the 3 years, 5 years contract which now being offered, I don't think we can put a truck unless until Dhruv gives me a truck which is, I don't want to say the price, he will just throw me out from here. So it will not work. The third and foremost thing, there has to be some regulatory mechanism to bring in parity with the diesel trucks. You know, it's for an Indian, I don't feel good when somebody is driving a truck with no kind of regulatory mechanism, a 10 years truck with no safety standards, operating in a truck, and I'm competing with him. I can't do that. It's impossible. So even I'm fine to see a truck which is BS6 competing with electric trucks. We match with that. So we need to look around these ecosystems where all of us we need to work together, and I'm sure it will happen. We're very close. We have done multiple trials in multiple ports. We've done with PSA. We've done with GP. We're working with JM Bakshi. We're doing all those things. So these are the pillars we need to address. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kotak, if you would like to close us off.
I think it's a continuation of what Sir said, and I'll just add on to that. I think it's about when the actual Prada glasses that I'm buying, not from the footpath, but from, from a proper store, is worth not more than 3,000. So the fact is, it has to be a Prada, it has to be 3,000 bucks. Sir has to feel like $1 million, but it's only 3,000 bucks. And again, because I'm not buying sunglasses, but I am buying a industrial utility asset. I genuinely believe that unlike a diesel vehicle or ICE vehicle, I do believe that the curve for these assets, whether it's the battery or whether it's the electric motor or whether it's the platform itself, will fall dramatically And we've seen it happen in passenger vehicles. You've seen it happen in buses. You're going to see it happen in trucks. So I hope you'll be able to get a price which is, extremely compelling. So I think the capital cost of this asset is going to fall. And along with that is going to be the cost of energy, which is the, what I think eventually ports and other ecosystems will start promoting with the right cost of energy. Combine that with the cost of batteries, I believe will also fall in the long run. So eventually, just being an electronic item, which is not, which I do believe branded, yes, but I think eventually will reach a cost point which will create a massive return opportunity, not only for DP World, Maersk, JM Bakshi, Adani, but for multiple operators. And so it's the guy who, even the guy who has 1 and 2 vehicles will be able to enter and make a point. So I think that's when it'll happen. And I don't think we're very far away from that. So I think we are, this inflection point has already started. If you look at the maths, I think we're there. I think it's a matter of looking. Trust me, a bania like me would not be doing this kind of stuff if the math was not working. So it's not.
Paliwal sir, would you like to share some closing thoughts?
I just wanted to put a request to Dhruv, and I wanted to clarify in front of this audience. Dhruv, please don't send me a Prada. I'll always be scared of its, safety and all that. So I'm happy with my Vision Express glasses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this extremely enriching conversation. We got a lot of personal experiences, personal anecdotes, as well as broad system-wide collaboration that is needed in the entire ecosystem to accelerate zero-emission trucking. What stands out to me today is just the sense of momentum that electric trucks are not just a concept right now. A lot of momentum is already happening. A lot of pilots to scale deployment inflection point has already been reached. And together, all of our panelists really painted a really good picture today in terms of what is needed in the entire ecosystem to go forward. So on that note, big thank you to all of the panelists again. We have a really good set of audience. So thank you so much for being engaged today. And hopefully this discussion sparks a lot of insight and future discussion going forward. So thank you so much. I'll pass it back to Mansi.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shilidhar, for moderating such an insightful session. I would like to invite you to present the mementos to our esteemed panelists as a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Ms. Rambatala Revati, fellow Terry, to present a memento of appreciation to Ms. Shilidhar. Thank you. I would like to request you all to come forward for a group photograph. I thank you all once again, to all our speakers, the panelists, and the moderator for a great session. I request the audience to stay with us, because next up on our agenda, there is an MOU exchange. I request everybody to be seated so that we can proceed with the next agenda on the item? Now we shall be proceeding to the next item on the agenda, that is an MOU exchange between the VOC Port Authority and the Littoral Cruises Limited. This MOU signifies a 1,400 crore deployment of luxury yacht, floating restaurant, and seashore resorts. Once again, may I request everybody to be seated? So we have Mr. Raja West, Chairman, Littoral Cruises with us, signing the MOU. With Chairman, sir, from the VOC Port Authority. Thank you, sir. Next up in the session is another exciting news to share. We have an approval on principle for the green tug design of CTEC Singapore and Indian Registrar of Shipping, where CTEC is represented by Mr. G.S. Chopra, while IRS will be represented by Mr. P.K. Mishra. It is my honor to invite them on the stage and sign the MOU in the presence of the VLC chairman, sir. The next MOU is for supply and adjustment of surplus renewable energy power from VOC Port Authority to Chennai Port Authority under the group captive method. So VOCPA is a supplier of surplus renewable energy, while CHPA is the beneficiary of renewable energy. May I please call upon the chairperson, VOCPA, and chairperson, Chennai Port Authority on the stage for the signing. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us as we move to session 4 now, which will delve into the exciting discussion on shore power development for Indian ports. Allow me a moment to introduce myself formally. My name is Mansi Chawla. I'm a research associate at TERI and a member of the National Center of Excellence for Green Ports and Shipping. I welcome you all to the session 4, Enabling Shore Power Development for Indian Ports. As we continue our journey towards greener and more sustainable maritime operations, shore power has emerged as a crucial step in reducing emissions from vessels at berth. Today's discussion will explore how India can advance the development and implementation of shore power infrastructure across its ports, the policy support needed, and the role of technology and industry collaboration in making this transition feasible. This session will bring together key stakeholders from the port sector, technology providers, and policy enablers, all working towards a shared vision of cleaner and more energy-efficient ports. We'll begin the session with a presentation, followed by a panel discussion, featured distinguished speakers who will share their insightful thoughts and experiences on this transformative journey. To begin this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Peter Karsberg-Knudsen, founder and CFO, PowerCon, to deliver a brief presentation on shore power globally, learnings and challenges. Peter is an experienced shore power specialist with 10 years of experience in managing and delivering shore power projects across Europe and the US. Please give Peter a round of applause as he joins us on the stage for a presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's an honor and a privilege to sort of start up this very important topic, the session about shore power, providing electricity to vessels when they're at berth in ports. Across the world, ports are becoming the front line of maritime decarbonization. They are transforming from fossil fuel gateways to electrical energy hubs. This is, of course, a part of the overall scheme of what we see in the climate agenda overall the world, but it also taps into the digitalization and the automation of modern ports. And India, with its remarkable growth within the maritime industry and the commitment to be a part of the green agenda, is playing an important role in this scheme. So why shore power matters? Shore power is, of course, when you have a ship at berth. Today it emits particles and CO2 due to the auxiliary engines running and providing the electricity on board the ship. These particles and these emissions are a hindrance to sort of the overall environmental well-being of people in the port and also in the nearby city. And for that reason, shore power has an important role, and I believe shore power is the most efficient and the most near-term method to completely eliminate all the emissions from the berths or from the vessels at berths, as long as the electricity is produced also in an environmental friendly way. It's not only about providing clean air for the port and the city nearby. It's also to tap into the sort of new wave of a new business opportunity, not only for the ports, but also for the vessels, to tap into what we see as the ongoing worth of being more sustainable and have a sort of a future-proof existence in the modern world, especially within transportation. So major ports around the world are tapping into this shore power industry. They are looking to become more carbon neutral and play a role in the modern transportation industry. So seeing all over the world, we also see the politics come into place. And the politics of Europe is, of course, tapping into the Fit for 55 package, but also here in India, where we have seen the politicians moving towards a greener future and putting some requirements towards the ports and the maritime industry, leaning towards eliminating these fossil fuels and the emission from the vessels. Some of the countries we have seen in Europe moving forward is Holland, in the Netherlands. We also see Norway that has sort of transformed these politics into a green future, but also a very competitiveness, looking forward to play a very important role in the modern shipping. Also, of course, here in India, having the Hari-Sagar guidelines, it's not only just guidelines, it's a tendency, it's a clear vision of how to move forward with the shipping industry. As to sort of make sure that shore power works, not only for a few ports and a few vessels, luckily we also have international standards. These IEC, ISO standards from the IMO committee and etc., they ensure that the shore power works and we have compatibility. So whenever a ship is converted to shore power, it also is a match to the ports that also do the same. So, of course, to see that shore power is working, it must go hand in hand. It must go hand in hand with the politics, the frameworks that are set out for the local governments, but also sort of the whole world. And it needs to go hand in hand with the IEC standard and sort of the methodology for embracing this technology. It also taps into what we see elsewhere. We see the tendency of moving towards a greener energy mix. And here I believe especially India has some very big potentials, because we do see that you have a lot of solar, you have a lot of wind power coming in, and this very green energy mix, it's going to provide the very healthy business case for utilizing the shore power. Also, of course, when you're talking about shore power, you're not only talking about providing green electricity and doing a good thing for the environment, you're also talking about collaboration. You're talking about business opportunities, how to do partnerships across countries with technology partners and integrators in order to make this a sustainable business case. Not only to see all the benefits of the environment, but also to see a healthy growth of the local community and the businesses, and see employment of people tapping into a future business that is here for many years to come. So from strategic visions to sort of the business case. Shore power is a strategic investment. It's not a short-term fix to a problem, it's a long-term fix. And that's important, I believe, also when you look into businesses that want to tap into this business, that they can see a future that is not short-term. It creates for the ports, it creates a steady revenue by selling electricity to vessels, but it also creates a business case for the vessels to ensure that their sort of operation is sustainable and they have a sort of a future where they can prove that they are not causing any pollution and etc. It also creates possibilities for these public-private partnerships. We have seen that in many countries in Europe where the shore power implementation in ports provides opportunities for private and public ports to join forces and to do the real investments for making this happen. So, some lessons learned from us since we as a company have been working with shore power for the last 10 years, providing equipment and also doing the projects to make sure that the shore power is not just implemented and not working, but also see it go through, that the operation is fruitful, and we see that it matches into the highly competitive port environment that we have around the world today. And for that reason, we have been working very dedicated to make sure that shore power is a tested and verified product, that it works, that the standard makes sure that the interfaces between the vessel and shore are working, and in general, that we are not compromising the daily operation of the ports, that we see that shore power actually do go hand in hand with a very competitive port environment, and we can see that the system is robust, reliable, and they can work for many years. And that's, of course, very important when you're talking about investments that has a high capex value. You need to see that the technology and the component and the systems are sort of suitable for the long term, which, of course, is tapping into the port. So for us to say, sort of kicking off this panel discussion, is that the future in the ports are definitely electric, and we just need to get along with it. We need to start building some equipment and get the experience here in India. That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that comprehensive overview and for setting the stage so aptly for the discussions ahead of us. So to present a memento as a gift of appreciation to Peter, may I request Sri Rajiv Jalota, former chairman IPA and former chairman Mumbai Port Authority. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Peter. We move on now to the panel discussion on enabling shore power development for Indian ports. I am pleased to introduce to our esteemed panelists who are bringing their expertise and diverse perspectives on this topic. We have with us Mr. Rakshit Sachit Anand, Senior Strategist in Chandia, Anil Devli, CEO, INSA, Mr. Sunay Mukherjee, MD and COO, APM Terminal Mumbai, AP Moller Maersk, Mr. Gautam Khurana, CFO, Precious Shipping, and Mr. Kamal Dorabiwala, APAC Head of Transport and Logistics, International Finance Corporation. To moderate this discussion, we have Mr. Ambrish Bansal, Senior Vice President, Lloyd's Register. I will now be giving over the stage to Ambrish.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. Okay, great. First of all, welcome and good afternoon to everyone here. And thanks, Peter, for setting up the context. I think that really helps us. So we don't need to really, start with the basic information. I think we can straight away jump into the a typical question which I have prepared for these gentlemen around me. So before we do that, what I would request, if we can have a quick introduction from everyone and an opening remark before I dive into the details. So maybe I can start with Srinay.
Thank you, Ambrish. It's a pleasure being on this panel. Feels like being a bit of a Resident Evil 2 panels in a row on the same stage. But thank you for giving the opportunity to share our views as Maersk and APM Terminals on this rather important topic. I'm very happy to be part of APM Terminals Mumbai, Gateway Terminals India, wherein we have signed an MOU with JNPA, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, of doing the pilot project on shore power at JNPA, and we will probably be one of the first container terminals offering this services out of India. So looking forward to how that evolves, and good discussion.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Anil Devli. I represent the Indian National Shipowners Association.
We cover and represent close to about 80% of the Indian national fleet, and whatever I say is the views of my association. We are thankful for this opportunity, and I think just as an opening remark, I think the important thing is that while shore power is necessarily important for us, transition is also an important cost, and it's exceedingly necessary that people have to look at the cost of this transition. We expect that when we are doing something that will give back to society, society should be willing to also bear part of that cost. And to that extent, this issue, we believe, does not get adequately flagged, the cost of transition, and this is something that as INSA, we'd like to pay more attention to. Thank you.
Thanks. Kamal.
Hi, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I am Kamal Durabavila, and I lead the transport and logistics financings for the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, for the Asia Pacific region. And IFC, as some of you may know, is part of the World Bank Group. And we focus on supporting the private sector in developing countries. So this theme is quite central to us as part of financing the maritime sector. Decarbonization is a very core theme for us. We are involved in decarbonizing. So we have Pressure Shipping here, who's one of our clients. So we've done the decarbonization programs financings for them from the shipping side. We had a session before on the electric trucks, and Transfold is again another client of ours who we've done financed. And currently we are also involved in financing the shore power as well. So, and in that context, we are looking at providing various green financing and sustainability linked financing. So happy to talk about that and share some of our experience in that area.
Thanks, Kamal. Rakshit.
Yeah, thank you for having me. My name is Rakshit Sachitanand, and I work at a company called Echandia Marine. We build marine type approved battery systems for hybridization and electrification of vessels. And so shore power for me is something that directly affects our business, indirectly affects our business, and something that we typically have, are distant from, but something that we're always affected by. So it's in all of our business endeavors, we've been influenced by either the both by the accessibility and the quality of shore power. So I look forward to the discussion and learning from my colleagues here.
Gautam.
Yeah, thank you. It's really good to be here. I represent a company called Pressure Shipping. We own and operate dry bulk carriers that operate worldwide. As far as shore power is concerned, I think this is one of the really good ways to reduce emissions, carbon emissions for fleets. For us, we have a target to reduce our ton-mile emissions by 38.5% by 2034 compared to 2019 as a baseline. And I think certainly this is one way that we can help achieve that target. So we look forward to it.
Thanks, Gautam. And as we initially mentioned, I think I have got a very diverse and experienced panel. So we are covering all the key value chain elements, starting from bank, ship owner, port. So let me start with a few questions. Let me start with Shinoy, because I think you are one of the key stakeholders when you talk about ports. So what do you think in terms of the infrastructure challenges which you have faced so far? And when you really want to go to the scale, the next level, what kind of challenges you expect to come? And I know APM Terminal has been doing this at a global scale, and they are one of the biggest operators who initiated this a long back. But as we have matured in terms of technology, in terms of regulations, how you see that, and what kind of remedy you are trying to find out to face these challenges?
So if you're looking at ports, let's split it into two parts. Let's look at greenfield projects and brownfield projects. Right? The greenfield projects are projects which are going to be developed, and there you have a lot of opportunity to plan ahead. Example, Vadhavan coming up in the future, in 100 kilometers north of Navasheva. which is going to be a mega port. I would hope that the grid infrastructure is already factoring in not just shore power, but for example, automated mooring system, electric trucking, all the pressure of electrification that it will have. If it plans accordingly and ensures the supply, then it gets a lot easier. So when greenfields, you have the luxury of planning ahead and getting there. Coming to the other part, which is a lot more tricky, is brownfield projects. The grid, again, has to become capable of handling all the requirements of the current world. If you look at how a port was being run even 5 years back or 2 years back, it is very different from how it will be 4 to 5 years back. This is where collaboration and partnership with port authorities come into play, and even the other government elements that are going to play an important role in terms of upgrading the infrastructure facility. The second, where innovation or solution mindset from the suppliers and the solution providers kick in, is how can we build the infrastructure to design to an already fixed design wharf, because the key is already designed, you can't change that. So how will you bring in your infrastructure and customize it to meet the requirements of the wharf? And second, how will you do it with the least disruption? I keep on repeating that if you look at Northwest India, we operate very, very utilized port infrastructures. And in brownfield projects, we do not have the luxury of downtime on the wharf to actually upgrade the wharf, because it has a direct impact on the supply chain cost for the country. So how we work through that, those are the few key challenges and few key points that we are looking at. We found some solutions in different parts where suppliers, the key global suppliers, have figured out solutions where they work very closely with us. Ports are actually investing in upgrading the infrastructure. We see that in JNPA as well. So we will move in that direction, but it has to be a collaborative effort.
Okay, great, thanks. So moving to Anil, since you have been working very closely with the policymakers, government authorities, and the ministry, and we have seen regulatory, push from different parts of the world. Like we have seen EU guidelines which mandates container ship by 2030. Similarly, we have seen guidelines in US, California. We are seeing guidelines in other parts of the world. DG Shipping has also come up with some guideline very recently. So what's your take in terms of when we talk about these regulatory drivers and guidelines, how we can define them based on the vessel type and port size, and what's the best way forward? Because I think that's a tricky one. I think a lot of people come up with, you cannot have the same guideline for container vessels and bulk carriers or tankers. So how we can differentiate that, and what would be the broad timeline and way forward?
So I think you've answered really the question, and this is something that we had close discussions with Terry, with whom we work very closely, as well as the DG Shipping. INSA's position is based on two papers. One that was written by the Swedish Transport Institute, and one by CE Delft. And clearly, both of these point to the fact that it is far more feasible and economically workable for vessels to get onto shore power, those who consume larger electric power alongside. So you don't have to be really very smart to understand that. So yes, so we also agree with that, and therefore it is our view that we should perhaps break up our processes into three phases. The first phase obviously should be the ferries and the cruise vessels and the container ships, those who are on schedule. So like he was talking, because even for the container ships to break a schedule becomes very, very difficult once they lose a window. So that we think should be first priority. They should be given the first priority to do that for both for their business as well as for the sake of consumption. Then should come in the regular cargo collars, which require more safety attention. For example, tankers. On the coast we hugely move, last count about 45 MR-sized tankers move on the Indian coast carrying product. So for that, I'm sure there'll need to be, class will say, this is what we need to be careful about, safety, all of that. So I think that should be second phase. And then the third phase should be the small crafts, etc. For two reasons, again, because it will become difficult for them to put this money up front. And that is something that we can afford to, because these are smaller vessels. Some of them are not even counted for the purposes of generating. That does not mean we shouldn't get into all of that. So I think these three phases, We believe that what phase one should have started has begun. Phase two, we believe we are already in conversation with the Mumbai port, who you may be aware is running a pilot project for tankers. So we are trying to see how we can kick that off by taking at least 2 of our members actively engaging with the Mumbai port on that. And as far as the third is concerned, I think I will leave it more to market economics really than anything else.
Thanks, Anil. So moving to Kamal now. And as you know, whenever we talk about decarbonization, ultimately it boils down to financing. And I think that's where the World Bank, IFC comes in, and all the other multilaterals comes in. So I think you play a very important role. And as LR, we have been working very closely with World Bank, IFC on multiple engagement across the globe on decarbonization. And I know personally that World Bank, IFC has a strong mandate to invest in green projects. And shore power, as we know, it's a capex heavy thing. It means you're talking about millions of dollars. So what's, in terms of your question is, how do you evaluate the creditworthiness and bankability of shore power related investments? Because, whenever we talk about brownfield or greenfield, I think that needs investment. So how you evaluate those kind of investments?
Yeah. Thanks. Good question that we've been grappling with. So as I mentioned, when we look at other decarbonization opportunities, be it vessel financing or even electric trucks. So those are currently, we look for sustainable financing models, right? So that can fund itself. And in vessel financing, in electric trucks, we already have a sustainable financing model. The electric truck total cost of operations are already sustainable compared to the cost of the electric truck. However, in the case of shore power, we are not there yet to be an independently sustainable model, because just the number of vessels that are shore power ready is not sufficient to warrant that. I think on the container vessels we have what 15% plus. I think on the cruise ships I think it's better. It's close to 50%. But on an overall larger market sense, market isn't there yet. So currently we have to look for other sources of revenue beyond the simple shore power income revenue model to make it creditworthy and make it more balance sheet financing type. But we do expect as we get more and more vessels to be shore power ready, we will be able to find a sustainable financing model within the shore power itself, where basically the vessels come and a greater percentage of vessels will come, and that revenue would be sufficient to recover the investment in shore power. But the global maritime market today isn't there yet. So today we are pursuing financing with looking for other revenues of the port authorities in delivering this. So, but we do expect that will come in a few years down the road.
Okay, thanks Kamal. Moving to Rakshit. So as a technology provider, how do you see shore power fit into a broader decarbonization strategies for ports and shipping companies? Like, what's your take? How you intervene and enable that transition?
Yeah, I think our perspective is that we have to remember what shore power does and what the value that it provides. Right? So fundamentally, it reduces emissions at berth for vessels that are shore power enabled, and this means you're reducing the burn of primary energy. Right? You're also enabling sort of grid shipping integration. So where there isn't, where the grid is becoming increasingly decarbonized, you're able to decarbonize vessel operations. You're also able to sort of build technical and operational readiness for full electrification. And this is important because once you have shore power and the infrastructure to support shore power ready, you're able to start to decarbonize near shore vessels. And then from a vessel owner standpoint, of course, shore power allows you to meet your ESG goals, as Gautam alluded to before. And I think it's important to remember that there are multiple stakeholders that benefit from the presence and the existence of shore power. So there's the port, there's the vessel owner, and then there's, of course, society at large that benefits from a reduction in local pollution.
Thanks, Rakshit. Moving to Gautam. Gautam, you represent a ship owner. I know you are not into container vessels, primarily dealing with bulk. But as a CFO of an organization, how you're assessing return on investment for shore power retrofits, maybe in short term or mid-term. And what's your take on this overall shore power strategy?
Yeah, I think, as you say, so for container ships and for cruise ships, they are mandated to use shore power in the near future. For dry bulk, there is as yet no clear mandate. So for container ships, cruise ships, the heavy capex, you get a reasonably good return on investment. For dry bulk ships, especially those that are tramping around the world, you don't have the infrastructure available at berths to provide you with sort of standardized power supply. There's hotel load power supply is pretty standard in various ports around the world, but if you really want to run equipment, if you want to run your gear on a dry bulk vessel, you cannot do so. So I think it will come. It's a matter of time. And I think as more countries, what helps is things like Fuel EU Maritime, EU ETS. They penalize you for burning more fuel oil. I think the ROI will start to make more sense in the medium term, as you say, once these penalties start to increase over time.
Thanks, Gautam. Moving back to Shinoy, so I touched upon regulatory drivers, EU FIR and the California and any other mandates which are coming up. As you are heading APM terminal, this is more of in Indian context. How you see this, helping you in terms of, driving your strategy, and how is impacting your strategy for shore power?
The California Air Board's mandate, if you see, that has been there for a while. And that's actually proven that policy helps. Because of the policy, there has been a certainty, there has been a requirement, whether it is the port, whether it is the vessels calling the port, they have all geared up to actually meet the requirement. When we review the situation of shore power, and we've had a lot of discussion for a long period of time, whether to go for shore power, not to go for shore power, the common question that comes is, all right, fine, we'll get the infrastructure ready. What if no one comes and uses it, right? And then suddenly your business case doesn't work. However much you actually believe in the improvement of environment, you still need the business case to work. The policy gives a certain level of certainty. Now, the EU AFIR 2030 guidelines basically means that most of the European container vessels above 5,000 gross tonnage, right? So if you see in GTI, the vessels calling us pretty much all are above that. Exactly. That means they all will have the capability of using shore power. It gives you certainty. It then means that if we create the infrastructure, the vessels that will call us can actually utilize. What will be fantastic is if there is support also from policy at the other side, that is our side, which also ensures that they do utilize and does not leave it optional. I believe that helps in the buy-in, standardization, and also allows all parties to realize they need to share the burden. Remember, all our ports and container terminals specifically, majority are in a PPP model. We work with fixed concession period. A lot of our concessions, older terminals like ourselves, are now in the final decade. So it needs a sharing of burden between the port authority and ourselves to make these infrastructure investment. Our overall Amritkal vision of wanting to be the best port infrastructure, right, that actually helps with this vision, and the policy will very strongly complement it.
Thanks, Shinoy. And I completely agree. I think it's always a chicken and egg situation, who will invest, ship owner or port. But I think what I'm seeing personally over the years, the discussion or the conversation has shifted from why to how. And now it's how fast, primarily. So a lot of people are investing time and effort. So I'm glad to see movement in this direction there. Coming to you, in terms of, so when you talk about the government funding models, I think we have seen some incentives which the government has come up recently for the ship development or shipbuilding and ship recycling. So what do you think, how government can support through grants and subsidies and incentives this shore power transition? Because that's, as I said, it's a big capex investment. So we need support. It could be PPP or, the government has to play an important role. Yeah, how you see this shaping up?
So before I directly answer your question, I completely second what Sunay has said. I think policy is important. If you look at the VLSFO, you know, IMO mandated VLSFO, and one fine day we decided, you know, as much as we went on shouting YFOs, this cost, this is going to be that cost, everything stabilized. Today we don't even think about HFO. So completely agree on that point. I think we have again engaged with the ministry, and our proposal is three-phase. One is that as far as the capex is concerned, probably the government needs to help us subsidize that capex, because that's going to be a huge cost, and that cost will be agnostic of the size of the company. You know, so if I have one tanker or one bulk carrier, my cost is going to be the same whether I am a large ship owner or a small ship owner, marginally different. So we believe that the capex needs to be subsidized to some extent. On the operating level, we believe that the government must not grant subsidies, but could help us in reducing cost. For example, you could look at some kind of a subvention of interest, you know, where the interest that I pay to the bank there's a subvention, and we are able to save some money on that account. And then thirdly, it will also be a matter of the cargo interest. One has to look at the cargo interest also. And the cargo interest is not going to be able to pay a huge amount of money. So some kind of rebates that we thought could be worked out along with the ports, terminals, and the port authorities, where rebates are given because you're going green, you know, thereby incentivizing cargo to use. Because if tomorrow just Sunay and me decide to do it, again the cargo must be ready to use a ship, because it's going to come at a cost, you know. So that is going to be important. So therefore some kind of rebates to the cargo interest, so that the cargo interest participates in all of this and makes this workable. We believe these are the three steps that must be taken.
Okay, thanks Anil. Coming to Kamal, quickly, I think we are running a bit late. We'll try to probably wrap up in next 5-7 minutes. So in terms of when we talk about sustainability linked loans, bonds, I think green bonds, I think we see a lot of people are going for it. I think PSL is a good example. So how you see fitment of shore power with these, these tools which IFC is offering?
So it actually fits very well for shore power, and in the current financings we are looking at the shore power space, we are indeed pursuing that. Obviously, there is an expectation of reduction of emissions through the shore power, and hence that's why it fits well. Now, however, there are a few challenges, because it's not as easy and obvious, because as we discussed, unless the vessels take it up, you don't, even though you have the infrastructure for shore power, it doesn't really materialize in that. So actually the uptick is very important. That's one consideration. And then the other one is actually also the kind of power that you get from the, if you're getting power from the grid and you're not getting clean power, then you're not really achieving that emissions directly. But actually the reality is even then you can, because if you have a ship's own auxiliary generators, they're not as efficient as a highly efficient, say, combined cycle gas turbine and that kind of efficient large power plant. But again, it gets a bit more complex. You can have some vessels that are running on low sulfur, whereas if you have not clean power plants, then it can be different. So you have to actually really get to the nitty-gritty of it and analyze before you can actually vet it for either sustainable link financing or green power.
Okay. Thanks. Rakshit, as a technology provider, I think what are the biggest integration challenges you see when you're working with the electric systems, varied electric systems in vessels?
Yeah, I think from a shore power perspective, if you have vessels that are sailing intercontinentally, you're going to be meeting different kinds of electricity grids, frequencies. Power quality is going to vary a little bit, and so this could be a problem, of course, or a challenge. Grid infrastructure and the ability to actually support shore power at the location where shore power is required could also be a challenge if you have multiple vessels docking at the same time. And then there is a convergence around the regulatory requirements now, as was mentioned in the initial speech, but there's still some disparity there. So it's the standards haven't quite been established as yet. So I would say that, and then apart from that, I think training of personnel and just the getting best practices out there so that people can actually start using shop more efficiently is very important.
Okay, thanks. Before we wrap up, the last question to you, Gautam. As a ship owner, what operational challenges you foresee when you're going to implement this shore power? And it's not from the operational perspective only. I think it's also from the training, crew training, because I think that's a very important aspect when we talk about any transition. So how do you see PSL going to work on this?
So I think the solution has to be industry-wide. It can't be company-specific. I think just like the industry, the container industry, the cruise line industry is moving industry-wide towards adopting shore power more. I think the other shipping sectors need to do that as well. And part of that is, of course, crew training, both crew training on board ships as well as crew training at the ports themselves. I think that's really important. Right now, frankly, there is not that much of a focus on something like this. So accidents can happen, and that's a big risk factor. And then you also have things like you've got frequency compatibility issues. Different countries around the world have different voltage systems, different frequencies. So that there needs to be a standardized protocol around the world to ensure that you can accept the power from different ports around the world. And then you've also got plug-in time. So when you go to a berth, it takes time to plug in and test all the systems, make sure that the voltage, everything is working, all systems are working okay. And then also there's real-time energy management, right? So when you're plugged in, you need to ensure that the power is stable, the load is stable. You need to have stabilizers as well. The worst thing would be to have damage to your equipment on board your ships. This can be very, very expensive, and ships can get stuck in worst-case scenario. So.
Thanks, Gautam. I think with this, we will try to conclude this. But I would like to thank my panel for the insightful discussion. If I had time, I would have taken some questions from the audience. But yeah, thanks for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal, for moderating this session for us, and thanks to all our speakers here for your valuable insights. May I invite Mr. Bansal to present this memento as a token of appreciation to all our panelists. May I invite Mr. Aparajit Pandey, Director, RMI, to present a memento to Mr. Bansal. Thank you, panelists. We now resume the day's proceeding with a special address by Mr. Shri T.K. Ramachandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who played a key role in shaping India's maritime digitalization and sustainability roadmap. Sir, may I invite you to share your remarks, please?
So I'll just while I wait for these people to settle down. Thank you very much. I should thank the organizers, especially Sushanto Prohit, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. This was a last-minute addition. It was supposed to happen at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but since I was busy otherwise, I was asked to speak whenever convenient, so you have to suffer me for the next 10 minutes. The Green Maritime Day, I think, is very important because everything that we are going to do or have been doing in the maritime sector revolves around green. In fact, our favorite slogan has been a blue economy, making the blue economy green. That has been our favorite slogan over the last couple of years. And the shore power discussion that we just had is indicative of the kind of problems that we have been facing just to do the shore power, whether it was on the ship side or on the regulation side or on the infrastructure side or on the cost side, on the fuel side, on the technical skills and the skill development side. All these are aspects that you need to cover, and therefore that is just an example of what are the kinds of things that we needed to do and that we did. So I'll just use that as an example and also dwell upon the other things that are necessary for anyone to talk of green ports and shipping. And there are six things that we have clubbed them under. And therefore I think it's important that all of you also understand these 6 main aspects that we are looking at. One is productivity improvement. And productivity improvement includes or involves things like going online, proper traffic management within the port, traffic management at the berth, and so on. So productivity improvement is one key area. The second is reduction of carbon emissions, and many of us often only look at this particular aspect, reduce carbon emissions, and that of course adoption of RE is one part of it, but also electrification. So on the consumption side, on the generation side, on both sides, we need to look at things. So adoption of RE, energy efficient port equipment, electrification. So that is the second thing. The third thing is on mitigation of air, water and soil pollution. So here, dust suppression. Every port faces the issue of dust. So dust suppression, spill-proof conveyors, afforestation, sensor installation. I'm just covering the main points. The fourth aspect that we looked at was reduce and recycle waste. So zero waste to landfill, incineration, and zero effluent of waste, liquid waste discharge. The fifth point, preserve biodiversity. And there, of course, you have mangroves, other flora and fauna that you need to preserve. And finally, resource management. Of course, marine pollution, green belt cover, etc. Resource management, managing rainwater, reusing dredged material, water management, and so on. So these are 6 broad topics, and every single aspect of green is covered under these 6 main topics. Now, how do you handle these 6 is another question that we gave. And everyone, usually you come up with a laundry list, but broadly, the kind of things that are necessary to be done can be clubbed under 7 or 8 aspects, which you might have seen. The first is, of course, infrastructure. Whether it is dredging or shore power or RE power, you need infrastructure. And our ports have done an excellent job of putting in the infrastructure. And for the infrastructure, of course, you need money. And money has come from various sources, mostly from the port's own finances. But there are other ways of doing it, like Goa Port might have told you, charging the ships or having an incentive and a disincentive. And I think some ports have started doing that. The third is to have an institutional mechanism to do that. We have set up a green cell. We have the National Center for green ports and shipping, which was set up in Delhi. And they have been looking at what are the policy measures required and so on. You know, a lot of things that the institutional mechanism set up for this purpose looks at. Fourthly, what are the skill sets required? And skill sets are being looked at specifically by IMU, because when you talk of green ethanol or green methanol or green ammonia or green hydrogen, you might set up the infrastructure, but you won't have the people to run that infrastructure. You need people who are trained. So that was one thing that we looked at. IMU is doing that. Then the next part is the fuel. You have the infrastructure, you have the ships, but you don't have the fuel. So I think the 3 ports which were set up, or which have been set up, the 3 green hydrogen hubs, one at Tuticorin, one at Paradeep, and one at Kandla. These are looking specifically at supply chains related to the fuels, whether it's methanol or hydrogen or whatever. There is again an infrastructure need for that. There is a fuel supply chain for that. For instance, for bio gas, we required a separate fuel chain, supply chain, and that was set up in Kandla, I think also in Tuticorin. And then finally, the legal policy framework for this entire thing. And for this, we asked the DGS to come up with their own set of regulations. Simple case, like in shore power, the ships will not use shore power unless mandated to do it. They cannot use shore power unless it is available. Shore power will not be set up by the ports unless finances are made available. So all these things are interlinked. I'm just trying to tell you that none of this is possible unless every single aspect is taken care of. There should be a regulatory mandate, there should be infrastructure, there should be funding, there should be people, there should be training of those people, capacity building of those people. There should be a regulatory framework which allows or permits, for instance, standards. Someone has to set the standards for hydrogen. Who will bunker? How will you bunker? How will you transmit this fuel? How will you store this fuel? How will you handle this fuel? And so on. And therefore, we arrived at ammonia because that is one fuel which is already being handled. Methanol already being handled in the ports. Green hydrogen not yet. So safety standards have to be set up. Therefore, the cell, the green cell, which was set up for this purpose, I find that they have released a very well thought out compendium, and this takes care of all these things that we have discussed just now. And of course, institutional arrangement, the NCOE GPS has done a lot of studies across the country. They have data on every single aspect related to what I said. So my take is that if we want all our ports, not just the major ports, but all our ports, including the private ports, because often what I find is much of what we say happens in the major ports, but not necessarily in the non-major ports, other than major ports. Now we are going to call them mega ports. So my request is, first, that the green paradigm should also enter into the vocabulary, into the lexicon of the private ports. They should also start looking at it, and that will happen only when green becomes also economically, commercially viable and sustainable. So my request to everyone would be to research into areas related to green. We have breached even certain points on the BESS, that is the battery energy storage systems, RE systems. We have reached very fundamental thresholds like the 3 rupee threshold, etc., even after storage. But what is perhaps needed is for hydrogen to become cheaper, for for ammonia to become cheaper, for methanol to become cheaper. So while we might say that the world is moving towards green, there are very powerful lobbies which are trying to prevent this only on the basis of the financial and economic viability. So a lot of research is required there. So I think we are going to work on that as well. IMU is working on that. Some of our labs are working on that. And fundamentally, the economic question is going to be very important. And the funding for that will come only if all of us apply our minds to it and do the research that is required. The lobbies are extremely powerful. As you know, even the recent MBM measures that the World Bank, the IMO was supposed to put in place have got postponed in spite of large number of countries supporting the measures. And apart from technical, you need economic measures, and it is in our interest, because we are a net petroleum importing country, crude importing country, and unless we do it first, nobody else is going to help us do it. The South has to stick together. India has to do it first. We are the country which can show the world. We have ample amount of, like I always say, land. We have ample amount of water, whether it's sea water or whatever. We have ample amount of wind and sun, natural resources, fully endowed. And with that, if we can create energy, nothing like it. So the index that you released, I think is also a good way of showing the world where our ports are. But the index itself is not sufficient, because it has to be accompanied by technology, by R&D, by policy, by legal frameworks, and we have to push people towards the green. And every one of you in this room should take upon yourself this mandate that for India, there is no mandate, there is no mantra other than green, because we just don't have petroleum, and the other fuel that we have, coal, is dirty. So keep this in mind, and I hope that this kind of a seminar would have made many minds think, and I hope that when you go back, you will ensure that apart from painting your port green, that's the easiest thing to do. Please do really, do it in a fashion that converts the entire maritime operations into green. Don't wait just for mandates from outside. Think yourself as a savior. Think of yourself as a savior. Think of yourself as a warrior who fights for green. And if that thought comes into all of us, I'm sure India will be green, the port sector will be green, and the whole world will be green. And let me thank Sushanto for giving me this opportunity to say a few words to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring reflections on India's progress and the continued vision for green ports. May I request VOC Chairman, sir, to present a token of gratitude to sir. Thank you, sir. So with this, let us move on to session 5. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on the panel discussion on tackling marine and port pollution, strategies for a cleaner maritime sector. As the maritime sector undergoes a transformative shift towards sustainability, the issue of marine and port pollution remains central to our collective agenda. Addressing these challenges requires a coordinated approach that integrates strong policy, technological innovation, and sustainable operation practices. This session has been designed to bring together diverse perspectives from national and initiative industries and scientific insights. Let us wait a moment so that everybody is settled and we can resume with the session. I am pleased to introduce our esteemed panelists who will bring their deep expertise and diverse perspectives on this topic. We have with us Mr. Mahesh Subramaniam, ESG Group Head, Anglo-Eastern. Please welcome Christoph Wolf, CEO, Smart Freight Center. have Dr. Henk Smith, Director and Owner of Marine Masters, and Jonas Soberg Erlinson, Head of Business Development, Bavad. To moderate this session, we have Mr. Vishal Fase, co-founder and CEO, Stramba Blue Tech International. I welcome you all. I will give over the mic to Mr. Vishal for the moderation.
Okay. In Cyprus Maritime Week a couple of weeks ago, we heard this quote, "You cannot direct the wind, but you can adjust the sails." I think this is the panel who can do that. Having gone through the day, we have been listening to the same critical, vital discussions, questions that we need to work on, the challenges, the priorities that are facing us, even the vision, the government of India, the ministry, the regulator, the private sector, the public sector, everybody trying to collaborate. Let me start with Mahesh, I think. Mahesh, you have been working on ESG frameworks for a long time. You represent Anglo-Eastern. If you could tell us a little more about how is this measured? What is your approach towards these frameworks? What is the weightage of different elements that go into this? I think that might give us a big push for the discussion ahead.
Thanks, Vishal. Pleasure talking over here in front of the audience and the opportunity provided over here. So, ESG and sustainability are probably two words which are buzzwords in the corporate sector. And we have been speaking about decarbonization because it's a big element in sustainability. Probably 30 to 40% of the weightage of a sustainable shipping lies with decarbonization. The remaining 60%, yes, it requires some attention, and probably as I split this whole ESG into the E, S, and G, the three words, they together form the circle of sustainability. The E would, as I mentioned, about 30% to 30 to 40. As Indians, I think the S is very, very important because we are one of the biggest seafaring suppliers. Competent seafarers come from India and the world looks up to us. And whatever decisions we take in the decarbonization sector, in the environmental sector, those regulations will finally have to get implemented by the people on board. So our interest lies in that, and Mr. Ramachandran also mentioned the role of IMU in that training of the seafarers. And the last one is the governance part of it. Some of them have the gender diversity also included in that, and we have a parallel Maritime CEO conference happening at the same time. So within this conference, all the elements are present. Though more vocal has been the decarbonization, but behind the scene, the social and the governance does exist in the entire ecosystem of sustainability. So that's my take on the ESG, and this is exactly work which I do in terms of reporting, and I think the world is moving this direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Mahesh. So if I look at the framework, the weightage for the carbon, because we've been talking about carbon chiefly across the world, how much would that be?
Okay. So within the environment, I think the weightage of the carbon or decarbonization would be 30% in metrics, but in decision making, especially if a owner wants to buy a ship and is going for a loan, the weightage would shift to 70%.
All right. And the other pollutants?
The other pollutants would be like ballast water, which is related to biodiversity. The SOx and the NOx, they are being regulated. Anti-fouling systems. So they are well regulated, and I think there's no challenge in meeting them because there's a market certainty. The challenge is in the market uncertainty, and that is where the investment that is being done in a ship, the discussion that we are having, should I buy a ship with methanol or should I buy a ship with LNG, has got a risk element to it, and that is where the market is presently, I think, deliberating on.
But I think this weightage gives us a perspective of the future and how we should be collaborating and the pathways. But that brings me to you, Jonas. Your priorities, your challenges, what your company stands for, you seem to be a man of vision. Can you please explain your approach?
Yeah, so thank you, Mahesh, for the segue. I'm primarily in ballast water. The name BAWAT, of course, is an acronym for ballast water treatment. And I also represent the the European shipbuilders in the IMO, in the Ballast Water Correspondence Group, and that's where we have met, I just remembered. Coming here to India, representing a company that develops a ballast water treatment facility is a double-edged for me, because partly the Ballast Water Convention is not fully ratified in India at the moment. Now, with the new Port Bill of 25 and the new Merchant Act of 25 as well, there is a promise of the Ballast Water Convention being fully ratified here in India, and which of course proposes an opportunity for us as a green tech and a ballast water treatment solution to be successful in the Indian market. And that's very optimistic for us, because we see the strategy, the American strategy of 74 and as a very ambitious, on a global level, a very ambitious strategy that will create a lot of opportunities within green tech and sustainability.
Thank you. Christoph, how do you look at the equitable and economical transition of the ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you very much. So first of all, glad to be here. Always super impressed about the determination that India gives to green. So you're all saviors and warriors, as we just heard from the last intervention. So I'm leading a global NGO, Smart Freight Center. Smart Freight Center is defining the emission accounting, so carbon footprints for shippers around the globe. And it is the cargo owners and shippers that actually say, so we want to clean up our scope 3 emissions. We want to invest into that. We rather want to do it in a way that technology helps us to make it at cost parity. But they are engaged across the world. And here today we speak about, in this last panel, about the connection between decarbonization and pollution. So in a way, clean and green. Yeah. So maybe I start with that. So clean and green goes together. So the pollutants such as NOx, SOx, etc., they are basically come from combustion of fuels. Yeah, so the source is the same, but the effect is different. Yeah, so NOx and SOx has a health impact. Yeah, so people around the world that live in ports, around ports, get very much impacted. Yeah, so one of the reasons why actually the Port of Los Angeles has been doing a lot on cleaning and greening the ports is because of the health impact. So this really impacts big numbers of people. The reason why China is so leading on zero emission trucks, for example, is because of the health impact, the air pollution and the health impact. So air pollution has been a major driver for action in a lot of geographies. And here we talk about equity, because the folks that actually live around ports are the ones that are impacted the most. They don't contribute to the problem, but they are impacted. So the decarbonizing and cleaning up the supply chains, including the fuel supply chain, including the power sources for ports and for all the supply chain going through ports, is very much a question of equity. Yeah? And we have been working on our basically globally recognized framework that has now become the ISO 14083 that basically governments and private parties around the globe use to measure CO2 footprint. It just was expanded through our work with the Clean Air Fund to climate pollutants. So we also can now actually calculate pretty precisely based on, for each trip of a ship, of a truck, etc., not only what the CO2 footprint is, but also what the NOx, SOx, and climate pollutant footprint is. And that creates a basis for working on, as your question suggested, on equity and economics at the same time.
Absolutely. And Henk, on the issues of the old vessels, of the aging fleet, how would you relate to that and your approach towards the entire topic?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. The Salvor is there to protect and to preserve property and the environment, meaning property is the ship. So when a vessel runs aground, catches fire, or risks polluting the coast, Salvor are the first to act quickly, decisively, and safely. With regards to aging fleet, according to UNCTAD, the average commercial ship is now 22 years old. The DNV reports that 44% of the global fleet is more than 25 years old. Machinery failures linked to the aging vessels are rising. More frequent breakdowns, structural failures, greater maintenance need, and rising operational costs. And therefore also meeting modern environmental standards becomes very difficult. So although we can do a lot with regards to technology, innovation, and cleaner and better regulations, a Salvor stands there between an incident and a disaster. At the end of it, there lies just a simple truth, and that is saving ships is saving she's. So, with regards to that, Salvors are not, proactive or preventive. We are first responders, and responding to an aging fleet is something which we will continue to do.
That adds a lot of flavor to the conversation. On the regulatory frameworks though, Jonas, how do you see the way ahead? What are the challenges?
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Under the regulatory framework?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the regulatory frameworks, any of you, the views, the gaps, the challenges, anything that we can do in India and the world, the cross-learnings that exist, anything on this?
So, of course, the regulatory framework addresses so many aspects of when it comes to sustainability in ports. On a ballast convention basis, luckily we haven't seen much obstruction in the work that is going on under the Ballast Water Convention. Some countries are quicker to adopt on the conventions, some are slower, and we've heard a lot about the net zero framework failing and being postponed. It's important to remember, if you have an ambitious strategy such as we have here in India, then you also have to gather support within the IMO to have that regulation on a global scale, because in the maritime industry it's always been a very competitive environment, and if you're at a disadvantage one place, then you move your business to another. And you see with the trade tensions between the US and China, you see some owners reflagging vessels to other countries where they can avoid some of those. And therefore, the regulatory framework is extremely important. And if you have a very green and sustainable strategy, such as you have here in India, then you have to lobby for global regulatory frameworks that is in line with your own strategy and your own values. I'm coming from Denmark, and I believe that the sustainable agenda is the right agenda, but there are other people who don't think the same. So luckily we are very aligned here, and also, as I said, very happy to join in creating a sustainable port environment here in India as well.
Like a uniform level playing field for the world. Yeah? So Christoph, maybe this is a wish list, but there must be demand side pressure from the retailers, from the manufacturers that can be mobilized towards, greener practices. Would you have any thoughts on that?
Can you say the first part of the question again? Retailers and?
The retailers, the manufacturers, the people who move their cargo.
Yeah, indeed. So I started by saying, so Smart Freight Center works with the global cargo owners, yeah, and indeed global cargo owners move a lot of goods. They in global trade they move a lot of goods across the shores and to the ports, and so they are a major force in order to decarbonize the supply chains. And so this is actually our angle, how we work, because you have, in principle, you have like two opportunities. Yeah, so you have on one part basically global policy, basically a level playing field, as you said, or in addition to that, or in line with that, you could basically say global cargo owners through voluntary action could say we commit ourselves to decarbonizing the supply chain. And it's specifically those cargo owners that work in consumer-facing industries, like fast-moving consumer goods, also retail, etc. So for them, it's an important pledge to say we move to net zero actually pretty quickly. And not only do we want to do that, we want to do it quickly and in a very visible way. So they invest in zero-emission trucks. Yeah, so we talked earlier today that zero-emission trucks, specifically in port environments, are actually close to cost parity for a number of reasons. And so we have, together with the large port operators and large shippers, founded the Electrifying Port Drayage Alliance that actually includes Los Angeles, Seattle, Rotterdam, Shanghai, etc., and soon Indian ports. And so it's basically those parties that complement policy action and reinforce policy and also give confidence to policymakers, yeah, that stringent policies is the right way to go and to create predictability for investment. And therefore, these parties are essential, yeah, in order to make things happen on the ground.
Thank you. Mahesh, this is a big opportunity and a bigger responsibility. So when you look at it from India's journey, not just for India, but probably India is in a position to lead this journey, how would you chart the road ahead?
It's quite interesting to note that the Ballast Water Convention that we're talking about, India was one of the pioneering leaders, where we were one of the first countries to carry out the research work, and we lost steam somewhere down the line, and we lost that opportunity. So one of the important words that was used by Mr. Ramachandran was the word biodiversity. And biodiversity threat, as we all understand, ballast water is about invasive species, which is directly impacting the livelihood of the coastal fishermen. And it's probably an intangible asset that we still have not quantified the losses that take place. And what I always talk about biodiversity is what is inside the ship is ballast water and what's outside the ship is biofouling. and we have this biofouling guideline coming up. So biofouling again comes at very, very interesting time when clean hull means reduced fuel, reduced alternate expensive fuel. So there's a lot of interest in the world for keeping the hull clean, and I think that's an opportunity that India has. Move in the leadership position of the biodiversity. We have increased our green cover over the years. We are producing green fuels. I think the missing element is to strengthen our biodiversity. And we have one of the best research labs for ballast water, which is in India, which is underutilized. We have the capacity, we have a huge course. Like, for example, the best place to do your hull cleaning is when you're bunkering. So when you're developing a bunkering port, that's also the time to probably clean the hull. And the technology is challenging. If we develop it, we have a business model for that. So the risk and the opportunity comes together. So that's one thing which I think is untapped potential. And glad to inform you that I have seen few startups in India working on this frame of things. So we expect India to be coming in limelight with respect to the technology and the services it can provide in the area of ballast water testing, and also biofouling cleaning. So I think the biodiversity part of it will get strengthened. So that's my take on the risk and opportunity that I see.
Awesome. And the role of technology, AI going ahead. In fact, I was having a chat with one of the Gen Z startup founders, and he mentioned to me Star Trek. You know, I was astounded. That's for somebody my age. But he said, unless there is teleportation and you can energize like Captain Spock, the lifeline of the global trade is going to be shipping, right? So anyway, so going ahead, in terms of the collaborative pathways, we have seen examples of public-public partnerships, public-private partnerships, even public-private philanthropic partnerships. How would you, Christoph, starting with you, how would you imagine this for India if India has to not just do this, but lead this in a lot of ways for the world?
Yeah, so I had the chance for the last more than 25 years to work in India. So, and I've been always, so I've learned at some stage that there is a principle called Jugaad. And somehow India has a knack for bringing down cost in scaling. So I've seen when the CESL, which is actually a government agency, brought down the cost for electric buses, in a first auction to diesel buses. The renewable power basic contracts, PPAs, are at a super low level compared to others. So I think India can actually scale for the world. So India has a role to play. And I think today I've been very impressed again by the way that the determination to play this role and also to basically have this purpose and this mission spirit. And I think it's a unique way of the public and private sector indeed working together. So as Smart Freight Center, we are very active here, especially on the road freight piece, on zero-emission trucking. There's like EFAS, which is under the NITI Aayog, which is a planning commission. It's like 5 governments involved. There's a mix of incentives, but there's also then infrastructure investments, and it actually it's very active. Yeah, so it's a great mix of the public and the private sector working together. And I actually think it would be helpful in many other countries to see the same. And so I'm actually very bullish and optimistic, and it's also one of the reasons why we see actually as Smart Freight Center, we operate out of Amsterdam in 6 countries around the globe: China, Brazil, Indonesia, Kenya, US, Europe. But I always actually have seen India as the place. If you can make it there and if you get the support, then you can achieve it in many other countries as well.
Henk, how would you look at the same query? Collaboration pathways for the future.
Yes. Now, I think that from a responding kind of perspective, I think it would be very good if ports learn from each other. So not only the Indian ports amongst themselves, but also internationally. I think there is common ground for ports to know each other, but also to learn from each other. I think it's very good if the DGS here in India, which is a very good authority, overlooking all the response activities, the salvage activities, is also discussing more and more with salvors and with underwriters, the insurance companies, about how to respond when there is a salvage, what to do, what is the interest of the underwriters. And I think it's also good if ports and DGS, they have direct access towards the salvage community. And then maybe this is a little bit more brave. I would also encourage the local authorities to pick up and do it themselves. So if a ship owner is not responding actively enough, then I believe it would be good for port authorities also to do the work themselves. But that requires courage.
Do you see a few courageous people here, Henk? I think we have those. We have those globally. Jonas, but you make a very good point. Jonas, you represent innovation, right? So collaboration and innovation will be key pillars when we look at a cleaner future of the maritime sector. Any thoughts on innovation?
Well, in the interest of time, and people I can see also, it's getting late in the day, so I'll make it very brief. Obviously, we're not going anywhere without innovation, so it's detrimental to us fixing all the problems that we have ourselves created, and then once new problems arise from those solutions, we will have to fix them as well. So innovation is just necessary for us to keep existing.
And it's key in India. So one last question really in my mind. What is the single most important actionable step that India can and should take in the next 12 months? Any of you?
Something which always has been a surprise to me, which I think we should do, we should have done this, increase our work in biodiversity in terms of building equipments, which we typically call as MARPOL equipments, to support the shipbuilding initiative that India is doing, so that we don't depend upon importing these equipments from abroad. So building of oily water separators, building of marine approved sewage treatment plants, building of approved ballast water plants, and biofouling cleaning plants within India. So that would be my dream.
Any one of you, please? The single most actionable step.
Become a little bit more resilient when there is an incident, and resilience means that you're ready to go.
So thank you for steering us through deep waters. It's a big opportunity and a big responsibility for all of us. My heartfelt thanks to all of you.
Thank you all the panelists and Mr. Vishal for moderating such an insightful session. May I invite you to kindly present all our panelists with the mementos as a token of appreciation. I would like to invite Mr. Jagabanta Ningthojan, Director RMI, to present a token of appreciation to our moderator. Thank you all. So the final element of the session is a terms of reference signing. This TOR outlines the structured collaboration between TERI through NCO GPS and SFC through SRTI. Building upon the existing MOU between TERI and SFC that was signed on the 28th of November 2023. So NCO GPS and SRTI will serve as the anchor bodies responsible for the overall coordination and execution of this TOR on behalf of TERI and SFC respectively. TERI, through SFC, provides the regulatory, policy and institutional foundation for the maritime sector, while SRTI, through SFC, brings the technical expertise, industry engagement, and disclosure frameworks for the maritime sector. A structured partnership between the two will align India's ship recycling and steel decarbonization agendas, enhance global competitiveness, and strengthen India's leadership in the sustainable ship recycling. May I request Mr. Shouvik Bhattacharya to join us on the stage representing TERI, and we have Mr. Dr. Christoph Wolf representing SFC. May I also request, Sir, respected VOC Chairman, and okay, so we're doing this in the presence of the VOC Chairman and the Deputy Chairman, Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move towards the conclusion of this session, and I would like to request respected VOC Chairman, Sir, to start with the closing remarks.
So it's the last item of the day. So Thanksgiving and summarizing the day's event. So it was extremely extraordinary day. It has been for all of us on this great maritime day. The discussions, the ideas, and the collective energy in this room truly reflected how far our country has come in shaping a greener maritime future. We began this morning with the welcome remarks of our Joint Secretary, Sri R. Lakshmanan, setting the tone for India's maritime decarbonization journey. Then we heard Honorable Minister Sri Bhupender Jadav's keynote address, reaffirming India's steadfast commitment to sustainability and climate action. We then had a fascinating fireside chat with Ms. Maren, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policy, Norway, and Mrs. Asima Ghate, Managing Director, RMI. Then our Secretary and Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways reaffirmed our India's leadership role in shaping a greener and more resilient maritime ecosystem through their remarks. And the third leadership segment on advancing sustainable and transition-ready ports and shipping showcased the ambition and depth of India's transition pathway. These conversations bringing together government, industry, and thought leaders mark the foundation of India's maritime energy transition. They are not just the ideas, but actionable blueprints that will guide policy, investment, and innovation in the years ahead. Of course, our Honorable Minister released 5 technical documents that was prepared out of long work. Turning from vision to execution, today's technical and thematic sessions translated high-level ambition into concrete pathways for port, shipping, and logistics. Session 1 explored how India can leverage its strategic geographic advantage to develop green shipping corridors led by our respected organization RMI and global maritime partners. In fact, we had a total 5 sessions in a one day. It's full pants. Thanks to our audience who could bear the full day with such a, of course, the subjects were very engrossing. The session 2 demonstrated how Indian ports like our BOC port can become hubs for green fuel bunkering and exports, supporting both domestic transition and international collaboration. Then session 3 also was very, very interesting. This session 3 emphasized the need to accelerate zero-emission trucks, ZETs, linking port logistics with clean freight and urban decarbonization, which is very, very important. Session 4 brought focus to shore power development, again an important subject, where ports can reduce emissions from berth ships and improve air quality for port communities. Session 5, which is the last one, and we had a very, very interesting subject, which has a discussion on marine and port pollution management and frameworks like green port ranking, a key step in measuring and improving sustainability performance. Before we close, I want to take a moment to recognize the many people and our partners who made today possible. Their leadership, collaboration, and effort have truly shaped the success of this Green Maritime Day. Honorable Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Sarvanand Sonwalji, Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Vijay Kumarji, and Joint Secretary, MOPSW, Sri R. Lakshmanan, for their vision, guidance, and leadership in organizing and driving this event. Our distinguished speaker and experts from the International Maritime Organization, global industry, and partner governments, we also thank them profusely for their participation. And also, we thank our RMI team, Akshya Madam, Jagavanta ji, Ankur ji, Aparjit, Samita Madam, Bindhya Madam, and Prabal ji for curating and facilitating powerful discussions across these sessions. We also thank our National Center for Environment and what is that NCO GPS? Yeah. So we also thank NCO GPS. A special mention to Mr. Sovik, Ayushi Madam, and Mansi Madam for their efforts and contribution. We also thank Mr. Amrish Bansalji from Lloyd's Register for expertly moderating the shore power session. We thank Mr. Karan Sharma, who has been behind this session for various coordination, which ensured the very success of today's event. And finally, to everyone in the audience, industry leaders, startups, researchers, seafarers, and students, your engagement today turned the ideas into action. So coming to way forward, today's discussions have reaffirmed that India's maritime green transition is no longer a distant aspiration. It is a collective mission already underway. We have built momentum, created partnerships, and aligned our goals. As we close, let us remember that Green Maritime Day 2025 is not the culmination, but the first step towards a cleaner, resilient, and globally connected maritime future. Together, we are setting sail towards net zero ports, zero emission shipping, and sustainable blue growth, anchored in collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility. Let's continue this journey together, steering India's maritime sector towards a truly green horizon. Thank you, and Jai Hind, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of NCO GPS, RMI, LR, and the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, I extend a sincere appreciation to all of the speakers for today's sessions. A special thanks to VOC Chairman Sir and Deputy Chairman Sir for their presence throughout the Green Maritime Day. I thank you all for joining us.